छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मिड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि अब भी वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहला। वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की, तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केडी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें, करो पुश रैंक मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है फोन पे, पाउडर है उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे। फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में, और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो, हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना भाई। जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है। That was a big word.
Bad on my peak, but that was a peak. ले पहन की यार में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटरी में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा, कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रेको है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया किसको पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है। हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर हैं। मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल। मैं एलजी यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ। मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो, अच्छी सिखाते हो, तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए। और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की। सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको एक सिंसियर प्रोफेसर की तरह दिखूंगा, और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर। फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था। एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्ज़ाम्स आके रुक गई, तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया। और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की, स्टॉर्म, AK और अर्पित। तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी, मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया। सो इट इज़ बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो, गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो।
कभी मिला?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं। इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट। 2 पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो, वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं। यहाँ पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है। हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं, मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं, रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं। इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो, ब्रदरहुड कह लो, बॉन्डिंग कह लो, कुछ भी कह लो। वो कहते हैं ना, ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर।
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम पीजी स्टॉर्म है। मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ।
स्टॉर्म जो है ना वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है, इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो।
प्रीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे। एक राउंड में प्रीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्रीसर को नॉक किया था। फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है।
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल। मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करते हैं।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया। मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था।
और इसलिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशन में अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है कि कोई रश कर रहा है या ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है तो वो दे नहीं पाता। गेम में बेसिकली अर्पित और स्टॉर्म ये दोनों रशर है, क्लोज रेंज फाइट्स के एक्सपर्ट है और वो हमेशा आगे भागते हैं। मैं स्नाइपर हूँ और इन गेम लीडर हूँ तो मैं सबसे पीछे रहता हूँ। उन दोनों और मेरे बीच में रहता है एके, जो कि एक फ्रैगर है और एक असल्टर है। स्टॉर्म और एके जाते हैं रश करने के लिए, फिर क्या हो जाते हैं दोनों नॉकडाउन।
स्टॉर्म तो बोलता रहता था कि भाई तू आगे चल, मैं तेरे पीछे कवर देने के लिए हूँ।
और मुझे और अर्पित को जाना पड़ता है रिवाइव करने। नॉर्मली जब कैजुअल मैचेस खेलते हैं तो एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने में से लोग ऊपर नहीं आते। यही लोग प्रोफेशनल मैचेस खेलने जाते हैं, कोई क्रूशियल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के गेम प्ले को इतना ज़्यादा समझते हैं कि बोलना भी नहीं पड़ता है और एक दूसरे को असिस्ट मिल जाता है। धीरे धीरे व्हाट्सएप के नंबर एक्सचेंज हुए, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट हुआ और फिर हमारा एक टाइम था कि रात को 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है।
रूटीन बन गया हमारा कि 9 बजे है तो अपन गेम में आना है, स्क्वाड पे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैसेजेस आना स्टार्ट हो जाता था कि भाई आ जाओ।
सुबह से लेके शाम तक 9 बजे का वेट करते थे, बिकॉज सभी लोग उसी टाइम पे ऑनलाइन आते थे और उसी टाइम पे खेलते थे।
और अगर मैं लेट हो गया हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को फ़ोन पे फ़ोन आ रहे, सर कहाँ हो, 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है, स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। उस टाइम पे बॉन्डिंग ऐसी थी ना कि अगर कोई मुझको बोल जाता है ना तो दे आर बी लाइक सर आप जवाब नहीं दोगे, आप क्यों अपना मुंह खराब करोगे, हम बैठे हैं ना आपकी ओर से। एक टाइम था जब स्ट्रीम पे बिल्कुल वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेट हो गया था मैं। इन लोगों ने फ़ोन करके बोला कि सर आप लाइव करना शुरू करो, आपको वॉचिंग आ जाएगी। मैंने लाइव स्टार्ट किया, 5-6 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। आई वॉज सरप्राइज कि ऐसे कैसे। मगर फिर मुझे एक दिन बाद पता चलता है कि ये लोग अपने मम्मी पापा के फ़ोन में लाइव स्ट्रीम लगा के बैठे थे। ये लोग एक बैकबोन है, एक रीज़न है कि आज मैं एक चैनल लेके खड़ा हूँ।
एक टाइम था जब मैं फाइनेंशियली और मेंटली बहुत डाउन हुआ था।
एक के पापा को कोविड हो गया, ज़्यादा ही सिम्टम्स थे तो वो पूरा प्रेशर में है। स्टॉर्म की एग्ज़ाम्स, पापा का बिजनेस, जितनी भी मतलब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ थी वो उसको कैचअप कर रही है।
पढ़ने के लिए मेरे को घर से दूर इधर आना पड़ा। थोड़ा अकेला फील करता था, इंट्रोवर्ट था, इसीलिए ज़्यादा दोस्त भी नहीं थे।
एक टाइम था जब हम दिन में 6 घंटे खेला करते थे और अब 6 महीने हो चुके हैं, साथ में नहीं खेले।
अब टाइम नहीं मिल पाता, पहले पढ़ाई थी, अब जॉब है।
तो फिर सबके एग्ज़ाम्स आने लगे, सबका थोड़ा बिजी शेड्यूल होने लग गया, तो फिर सबने थोड़ा खेलना कम कर दिया।
मैं बहुत मिस करता हूँ उस टाइम को जब हम सभी लोग गेम साथ में खेलते थे। काश कोई उसी टाइम मेरे को बता देता कि फ्यूचर में मैं गेम नहीं खेल पाऊँगा, तो उसी टाइम में 3-4 गेम शायद और खेल लेता।
कभी मिले आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं।
याद आती है?
बहुत ज़्यादा।
फाइनली गाइज आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड, सो आई कांट बिलीव कि मैं गुवाहाटी जा रहा हूँ।
इतने मीटिंग्स कैंसिल हो चुके हैं कि हम लोग हमेशा इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, भाई कब आ रहा है, इधर चलते हैं उधर चलते हैं साथ में।
सब अपने काम में बिजी रहते थे और कुछ ना कुछ फिर रहता था, इसलिए मिल नहीं पाए।
पर मिलना है, साथ में बैठ के गेम खेलना है।
भाई मेरे को तो उन लोगों से मिलना है, एक मीटअप तो बस कुछ भी हो करके रहना है।
मैं रियल लाइफ में भी देखना चाहता हूँ कि वैसा ही है या कुछ चेंज है उसमें।
सो अगर अब मिल जाते हैं ना तो मजा पड़ी जैसे।
अभी जैसे रिसेंटली प्रीसर की शादी हुई है तो हम वहाँ जाने वाले थे, लेकिन हमारे एग्जाम्स आ गए थे तो मैं जा नहीं पाया।
79 years since I last wore. I don't think it can go on much more. I can feel it. We can feel it. We got peacetime kleptocrats keeping score. Keep our heads down, let them get some more. We don't need it. Let them keep.
एज अ फैमिली आप जैसे कोई चीज़ को हैंडल करते हो, हम बिल्कुल उसी तरह उस चीज़ को हैंडल करते हैं। और उसके अंदर फिर ना कोई बैरियर आता है या फिर ना कोई ऐसी चीज़ें आती है जो हमें रोक सके। एज अ फैमिली, एज अ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट हमारी बॉन्डिंग है, सब बोल सकते हैं। मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ, लाइफ फ्री फायर मैक्स गेम की तरह है। कभी आप जीतोगे, कभी नॉकडाउन भी हो जाओगे, पर हिम्मत मत हारिए, क्योंकि गेम की तरह जिंदगी में भी कोई आएगा, आपको रिवाइव करेगा और एक ना एक दिन आपका बुया हो ही जाएगा। तो फोन उठाओ, अपने दोस्तों से बात करो और गरीना फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलो।
They're making bad days and birds. Bad days and birds. Bad days and birds.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. You need to fight back! Sonya is controlling you!
No, old friend. She freed me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Crips, and joining me is going to be Arka and a lot of other people on the English desk of this prestigious tournament, where we will be trying to crown the next Free Fire champions of the country.
I mean, I couldn't be more excited than this. I'm sure this is the moment everybody in the country have been waiting for, to see this best 48 teams in the country face it off. And let me tell you this, amongst the millions of teams which were registered, we picked out the best 48 so that they can duke it out right here at TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup.
Yeah, and all the teams who have made it here have gone through a grueling stage of in-game qualifiers, and obviously those qualifiers are not easy because you have to stomp on literally everybody in order to get there. But all the teams who succeeded in the in-game qualifiers have now arrived here on the online qualifier stage. Let's take a look at the timeline of the event and see what the journey of these teams will be like all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, in-game qualifiers which took place on the 13th of July gave us the best of 48 teams which are going to be playing from today, that is 26th of July, and it's going to be they're going to be playing for 2 weekends, 26th and 27th, and then the 2nd and the 3rd of August, and later from there we're going to be getting the best amongst them who will be looking forward to play in the league stages.
Yeah, and the league stage itself will last for around 4 weeks. During those league stages, some of the teams will directly qualify for the grand finals. The others will have to compete through the gauntlet in weeks 3 and 4. So basically, in the first 2 weeks itself, we will have some of the grand finalists already. And weeks 3 and 4 of the league stage, we will be determining the rest of the teams that go there. Also, alongside all of this, there is a separate class squad mode, which we will also be taking a look at on 5th and 12th of September. Let's take a look at the format of the event so that you guys can get a much better idea of what's going on.
Absolutely. And I do believe that everybody who have already gone in through the in-game qualifiers will be very happy to know that from the online qualifiers we just got 48 teams, and in the online qualifiers the 48 teams will be divided into 4 different groups, and from there on we're going to getting the best of the 18 which will move forward to participate in the league stages.
Yeah, and once we get to the league stages, there will be 2 modes. There's the obvious Battle Royale mode, but there's also going to be a Class Squad mode. The Battle Royale mode will have like 80 lakhs of prize pool, and Class Squad will have 20 lakhs. These 18 teams from the qualifiers will compete across 4 weekends. And in week 3 and week 4 of this tournament, the top 2 teams from each day, they will make it to the grand finals. Of course, with some of the teams already having made it into the grand finals from the first 2 weeks itself. And then in the 4th week, the top 6 teams from the overall standings will also progress in there.
And finally, we're going to have the best 12 teams who's going to be duking it out. And let me tell you, the CS phase is also there in the league stages. The top 8 teams from the first 2 weeks will be stepping forward to make sure they participate in the CS mode. And from there on, we're going to be getting the best amongst them who will be duking it out to play it in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, and then of course the league stage has its own separate prize pool. So that is an extra little bonus in the kitty. All the teams that make it in will go to the grand finale. As you can see, the class squad finals will also be a best of 5, but the top 12 teams in Battle Royale will make it to the grand finals with a whole champion rush condition also active along with it. So that's going to make the grand finals even more exciting.
The maximum of 10 games will be played, where teams will have an opportunity to activate the champion rush. And how do they do it? By acquiring 80 points by the end of those 10 games. And as soon as that is done, the very next game in which they acquire a booyah for themselves, that will crown them the championship. And I don't think so if any team will be able to achieve that booyah right after the champion rush has been activated, then we are going to be crowning the champion of the team which is on the top of the table with the maximum amount of points.
Yeah, and the team with the maximum amount of points takes the lion's share of this massive 1 crore rupees prize pool. Of this 1 crore,
80 lakhs has been assigned to the Battle Royale mode, and 20 lakhs has been assigned to the Clash Squad mode. It's gonna be a lot of money on the line on all these teams, definitely. They want the money, but more than that, they want the bragging rights. They want the ability to claim that they are the best Free Fire Max team in the country.
Oh yeah, the bragging rights, and with that, the biggest chunk of that 80 lakhs, that is 40 lakh rupees, will be taken away by the champions itself. The first runner-up is going to be walking away with 15 lakhs. The second runner-up is going to be catching up closely with 7, and then it's going to dwindle down. The best part is nobody is going to walk away empty-handed as soon as they reach the grand finals, but one individual will have a chance to earn 50,000 rupees as the MVP.
Yeah, so individual performance is also being rewarded over here. So by simply making it into the top 12, you are guaranteeing yourself a 50,000 rupee payout. Obviously, the higher you go, the more rewards you will be given. So make sure that you are able to get into the upper echelons of the Battle Royale circuit. And if you manage to do that, you will also qualify for the Clash Squad mode. Keep in mind that only the top 8 teams will make it over here, who have a chance to win additional 20 lakhs on top of it. The champion walking away with 10 lakhs, runner-up getting 4 lakhs, and then the second runner-up getting 2 lakhs. Of course, by simply making it into the Clash Squad mode, if you just get into the top 8, you will be guaranteeing yourselves a payout of 40,000 rupees.
And this is what is the best part of this tournament. Nobody is walking empty-handed if they make it across the line into the grand finals. And each of these rewards is going to be coming up only and only if you'll be able to put some points on the table. And how do you acquire that? If you get yourself a booyah, you're going to get big 12 points. And then after that, the number is going to start dwindling down from the 2nd to the 10th position by 1. That is, second will get 9, third will get 8, fourth will get 7, and that's going to descend down until the 10th position is going to get 1 point just in position points. But the 11th and 12th walking away empty-handed, they have an opportunity as well. All of these teams who will be duking it out, will be getting eliminations against the opponents, will be rewarded with 1 point, and that means that you have a chance to put a maximum amount of points on the board by doing some eliminations.
Yes, you have to combine elimination points and position points together. But in order to do so, you need to ensure that all your players are using different active skills. No one player can have another ability which one of his teammates is using. Every single one needs to have a different active skill. Of course, your passive skills can still remain the same. That isn't a problem. Even the pets can be equipped similarly. But the active skill for each player must be different.
Now, this is where things get interesting, Crips, because I know that teams will look forward to, somehow find that permutation and combination so that the support player has got the right kind of character for the frontline assaulter or the rusher. So all of this is going to happen on one side of this tournament, whereas on the other side, it's time for us to look at the team list, the Group A. The big names are going to be popping out here, ladies and gentlemen. You have NG Pros, you have Car98, you have Aerobots, you have Team Tycoons, you have God's Omen. All those teams who have proven themselves time and again in the scrims, in the T2 lobbies, are now given an opportunity over here because they made themselves into the top 48.
Yes, but alongside that, you will also have GW Manish, you will have NG Pros Nonstop, CFF, that is Classy FF, the Captains, DYT Official, Nova Kane, God's Omen, Mystic Esports, and last but not the least, NXT X Headhunter.
Absolutely. Now let's see which among these teams will be proving each other wrong, because ultimately I've seen that those teams who are a bit low on confidence are always being pounced upon, and it all comes down to the team which are looking more confident in this lobby. Before we speak more about it, let's look at the lineup. Car98 team has got Bot God, Harsh, Soul, and Seth. The team looks promising as before. They've got a substitute Karthik within themselves.
Yes, also one more thing that you need to notice is that one of the players in the Captains, named Captain Bhagwan specifically, is actually Mr. JYT. You might have recognized him from some of the previous matches, and obviously he's had a name change, a new identity, but he's playing with some of the old OGs like Nivesh also in this team. So the Captains are a team that you need to be on the lookout for.
Absolutely. Now, when it comes to Team Tycoons, they are the young blood from the side of previously known Total Gaming, and they are also one of the promising lineups in amongst the teams which are playing today. We have seen Hitman, Gopu, Amin, and Flash do some really flashy gameplays before, and I'm expecting them to replicate something like that and entertain their fans even in this tournament as well. Now, with them are some new challengers, new youngsters who I feel have got the right kind of mindset and the firepower. It's God's Omen, we have got Mystic Esports, we have got Nova Kane, all of these teams and all these youngsters yet again have got a golden opportunity here.
Yeah, even NXT are worth looking at. Divine, Shanku, Arsh, Marvel, sure, these players are amazing, but their coach is the ex-coach of Headhunters, that is Viper. Even that guy is going to be quite the person to look out for. Mystic Esports have really impressed us in some of the practice games so far, and up until now, all these teams have been performing at a very aggressive level, obviously because the stakes were not as high as they are here in the TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. So up until now, whatever these teams have faced, that will absolutely not help them now because this is a whole new level.
Absolutely. The match schedule coming on our screens. It was a randomer which has now given us the best of the 6 games which are going to be played by this group. It's going to be starting off with Alpine, following up with Kalahari, Purgatory, Nexterra, Solaris, and it's going to be ending up as a default map of Bermuda. And that is where things get interesting because those teams who are not able to put up points in the first 2 ones are then going to look forward for the Purgatory and Bermuda to somehow make a comeback.
Yep, and since the map order has been randomized, a lot of these teams will have to keep their strategies rotating on the go. Otherwise, you almost always have Bermuda and then you go to Purgatory and Kalahari. There's a predictable map order. Over here, this map order will change every single time. We'll be starting off with Alpine and Kalahari, and then we end with Bermuda. So all the teams who are actually looking to get a good start on Bermuda and then carry the momentum forward will have to reverse their entire flow here.
Absolutely. Now, there's one more thing, Crips, that is going to be the unique active skills, right? Just imagine how much of a different combination we'll be witnessing as we step into different terrains, especially Kalahari to Bermuda. We have seen that before, that long range and the close range battles. And now we have Alpines and Nexterra with Solaris. The different kinds of maps, urban warfare to, kind of being out in the open. Do you think that we can see some different combinations being used by each of these players?
Oh, definitely some combinations will remain common, but some of these might just differ based on maps. Like some of the most active movement skills like Tatsuya's dash and Oscar's dash will be probably used all the time, but they might just switch over to something along the lines of a chrono time turner if they're in an open map like Purgatory, or maybe they will pick up more information gathering abilities like Coda if you're heading into a map like Solara or Kalahari.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, I've been seeing a lot of changes when it comes to team's formation itself. We have seen that the OGs are trying to divide themselves, try to find some new talent so that they can make their team sound much more stronger. By experience comes a lot of firepower. I do understand that, but what do you have to say that there are some senior players who are looking forward for that young bloods who carry very strong firepower?
Yeah, the old guard must have had to readjust themselves, right?
Yeah.
Because Free Fire has changed so much. The meta just keeps on evolving. In fact, just a couple of days ago, I was watching another international tournament that's going on in the Middle East. And over there, I realized that the people are using very different weapons. I mean, just a couple of months ago, everybody was using the Trogon shotgun. Now everybody's using the M590. And the difference is very palpable in the playstyles. Even with the changes that have been happening to Tatsuya and the way his dash has been reworked, it is very difficult for everybody to stay on top of the game and just keep min-maxing all the abilities and all the weapons that work the best together. Like, if you're not playing according to the meta, you're not gonna be having a good time in this lobby. So whether you're an old player or a new player, one thing that you all have to do is keep learning more and more and more. Otherwise, you're gonna fade away.
I mean, I'm glad that you brought up this meta topic right now, because the recent change in meta, which I used to love before, which kind of brought in the aggression, is that revival in the pocket market. That is what the people call it, or the players lingo try to refer it as a pocket market, where in the first phase of the circle they were able to revive a teammate immediately. Now, since that has gone off, it has brought a bit of a defensive gameplay in each of these players. They do not tend to be that aggressive from the get-go. So a few changes in meta has brought in a really good characters as well. Let's not forget the new Oscar the Valiant dash from him, where he can go through glue walls into the faces of the enemies, is a great advantage for some assaulters who are very, very angry using Tatsuya, because every time the Rebel Rush came in, people used to counter it with the glue wall, and they couldn't do much. And this time they have a chance to switch to Oscar.
Yeah, and I think this Oscar character is going to be absolutely pristine in a 1v1 situation, because now the max number of glue walls that a person can put up is 3, and the number of glue walls that the Oscar's dash can break is also 3. So if you're in an isolated 1v1 scenario, if someone is trying to block the doorway with a glue wall, just trying to keep you out of a house, or maybe trapped inside a house, if that's what you're using the doorway for, you can just dash through it. But yeah, if it's more than a 1v1 situation and there's a 4th glue wall involved, then things get really interesting. At that point, your teamwork really comes into play. Let's see how good you are at that point in just navigating the maze of glue walls and trading each other and helping each other.
I mean, when it comes to glue walls, we'll have to also speak about the glue wall melters, which lately have become so important as a throwable. Each and every team, once they understand that it's going to be an urban warfare, they tend to pick those up more in comparison to grenades, because they understand that now segregating your resources being a primary object, as it's one unique active skill for each of these players. So the glue wall melters, and then you've got Oscar with you. I believe that it's a very good combination for you to enter into anybody's vicinity to take them down.
Yeah, and all these teams will have to once again go through a very, very difficult and challenging format. For those of you who did not catch it around the first time, we will be repeating the format explainer once again, so that you know exactly what we have in store for these teams who are participating in the TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025.
Yeah, and the format explainer, guys, please be keen when you listen to this, because we might be explaining this to you for one last time throughout the day. So the tournament is devised perfectly to make sure only the best of the best qualify into the grand finals. 48 teams from the qualifiers made it into the online qualifiers, and in the online qualifiers, all of these teams are going to be divided into 4 different groups, where teams will be playing at 12 teams per group. And let me remind you, only 9 per group will be making it through to the next week.
Exactly. And then we get to the league stage. Obviously, the league stage itself will have 2 different modes, the Clash Squad and the Battle Royale mode. But we will talk about the Battle Royale mode first. The 18 teams from qualifiers will be competing across 4 weekends. The week 1 and 2 will have 3 days. Week 3 and 4 will have only 2 days each, only on the weekends itself. Top 2 teams from each day during the weeks 3 and 4 will make it directly to grand finals, which means some of these teams will already be securing their spot in the grand final, and then the top 6 from the overall standings in the last week of the league stage will make it to the grand finals. 12 total Battle Royale finalists will be seen.
Yeah, and let me remind you that from the week 3 and week 4, right, the top 8 teams from the overall standing will look forward to have an opportunity to play in the CS mode, and that's going to be another phase altogether in the league stages itself, where most of these people who love to see Clash Squad, your favorites, are also going to be competing with each other, and they're going to place themselves in the grand finals as well, which is going to be taking place at 2 different days. First day is going to be the Clash Squad Grand Finals, where we're going to have 4 teams duking it out, and amongst the 4, the best of the 2 will be having a chance to fight it out for the championship. Whereas the Battle Royale on the other side is going to take place the next day, where you have 12 teams fighting it out with Champion Rush in place.
Yeah, and the Champion Rush is an amazing format where the maximum number of games that can be played are 10. Obviously, the entire tournament can end in as little as 4 games if a team manages to get to the 80-point marker within like a few matches. and then just win the immediately next game. So it's not only important for you to reach the 80-point mark to activate the champion rush condition, but it's also important for you to get a booyah right after that. And there have been so many times in the past where we've seen where there's like some 3-4 teams with champion rush condition active. All of them have crossed the 80-point marker. In fact, we have also seen tournaments where a team crosses the 100-point marker, but because somebody else wins the booyah, the entire tournament just slips from the grasp of their hands, even though they have been more consistent. So it's not just about testing your consistency, it's also about being able to test your ability to spontaneously come up with a booyah winning tactic rather than focusing on an elimination heavy or, focusing on a natural play style.
I mean, from being offensive to get those 80 points and then being defensive to not being tagged off from the get-go is a bigger challenge in comparison to, activating the champion rush. So we'll have to wait and watch which among these teams have actually got that opportunity, have actually got that chance of getting the championship the next game itself, and which of them will be catching it by its throat. But we also have to speak about what if there is no champion rush activated. What if a champion rush is activated and no team is actually getting a booyah? That means the overall standing is going to be considered and the team on the top is going to be walking away as the champions of TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup. And all of this is happening on one side. And on the other side, I would like to bring your attention, Crips, to the combinations of characters where teams will be having, right? Now we have a rusher, we have a supporter, we have a grenadier, and also the fourth player as a sniper. This is the new kind of a meta which you are able to see. Previously, it was not the case. Previously, we had 2 rushers, 1 sniper, or probably a supporter who used to also hack like a rusher. But this time around, there's been a lot of changes. So what do you have to say? What are the different characters you're waiting to witness in this tournament?
I think there's gonna be a much more clear distinction now between a rusher and a sniper. Obviously, the role of the rifler is like somewhere in between, so there's like a mix of abilities that this character can use. But up until now, what we've seen, the sniper specifically uses abilities which are built for sniping. Like his passive skills will be full of characters like Maro, which has additional damage with distance. You're gonna have Raphael for the silence. You will also have Moko sometimes to tag people through the glue wall. So those are very clearly sniper related passives. You can even probably have like a Skylar's Riptide Rhythm to break all the glue walls that enemies are hiding behind. Very clearly, okay, I'm gonna stay far, that kind of playstyle. And the abilities you pick in that kind of situation are very, very particular to that. Like if you put a sniper in an up close position, he might just struggle to actually get a couple of finishes.
I mean, I think that is where, they try to change things around when it comes to the close range battles. They're trying to rely on those throwables, and that's why we have seen that most of the time, most of these players try to go with a Beastin as well as somebody like probably Alvaro as one of their secondary characters or a passive character, so that in those close range battles, if given a chance that they have to rely on shotgun or in the SMG, they have these throwables as a backup so that the frontline assaulters are still alive. They get healed up quickly in case they're down, they get revived as well, and they can come forward to tackle the situation.
Exactly. And I'm glad that you brought up the Beastian and the Alvaro, because over the last 2-3 months, this has been very recent, okay? Over the last few months, we've seen the Grenadier role turn into a bit of a support role, because all these Grenadiers, if they have the Beastian and the Alvaro equipped, sure, their throwables are going to be amazing, but then what else do they equip? Sometimes we'll see them equipping Cassie's heal, and that turns them into a hardcore support character. You're the one throwing your glue wall melters for your teammates while your rusher pushes in up close. So that pseudo support role has found a nice place in the meta, and that's a very flexible role, right? Because this guy who's dedicated as the Grenadier, we used to have this particular role back when the 3 grenade limit did not exist. Now with the utility limits in place, this guy has to be a lot more careful. So he can either pick up Steffi's graffiti as like a counter nading measure, or he can even pick up Cassie's healing. A lot of combinations are possible, and these are just the combinations on the top of my head. I would love to see what the players have in store when their creative juices start flowing.
I mean, let's not forget that Nairi has become one of the fan favorites, one of the players' favorites as well in moments when they have to rush in, use those glue walls to heal, especially those grenadiers who are being tagged off by snipers at a distance. So the more we speak about this, the more combinations we'll be able to bring forward. But yes, the professional teams are the better users of all these combinations, and we'll be learning a lot from them. And also the fans out there who are watching back from home, if you guys want to make sure your team learns a thing or two, do not be greedy to be watching this stream alone. Share it among your friends, bring in all those enthus of Free Fire Max so that they can come in over here, enjoy this and learn a thing or two from us as well as our competitive players.
Yeah, and the competitive players have a lot to teach because some of these players have been veterans. They've been competing in the older FFIC versions as well, but some of these names are brand new. And honestly, that's the beauty of Free Fire Max. The accessibility is just so good that a good player can emerge from any corner of the country. And if a band of players just sticks together, grinds it out, they are very likely to reach the upper echelons of the Free Fire Indian circuit.
Yeah, true. And again, as we are speaking about few OGs coming back, right? There are some fan favorite teams. There's Total Gaming, where we did not see Mafia Bala for a brief period of time, and suddenly out of nowhere he comes back into the fray. He prepares himself for the better tomorrow. And we have got Fauzi Ajay. All of these players who are looking forward for this for a really long time are now at their tippity toe. So what do you feel like? Will they be able to catch up to the new meta? Do you think that they will have a bit of, trouble trying to face off these young bloods?
I do think that they will definitely have a lot of trouble. I mean, there's a reason why the careers of most esport pros have a very limited time frame. Like, the older you get, the slower your reflexes get. It's not your fault. It's just how human biology works. A young player will definitely have sharper shooting than you. So the way to beat young player with sharper reflexes, faster aim is with experience and is with your brain power. And I think a team which has a combination of both of these will end up being the supreme team. You spoke about Total Gaming just now, and I still believe that Mafia is like still one of the only players in the country who uses Wukong as his active ability. Almost everybody else has stopped using that, but because he's amazing on it and because he's comfortable on it, he will stick to it. Will that help him, or will that be a bane on his existence? We'll have to see later, because Total Gaming isn't exactly playing in these groups, but we will see them in this tournament for sure.
I mean, it's a good thing that you brought in this point where people tend to stick to their previous characters, not changing to the meta, because they've got something which these youngsters don't have, which money can't buy as well, experience. So they do know that at what terrain, what kind of a ability can be used just to counter those weaknesses, what kind of a passive character you can use just in case the opponents feel that it's just a Wukong, what can they do? So we'll have to wait and watch how these seniors will be bringing in a new character, new face altogether. Now we'll also have to speak about teams like Godlike, right? Because they recently got picked up. Previously they were known as PVS, the youngsters who were dominating that T1 lobby every now and then. So these youngsters, they have so much of pressure over their shoulder, because not only are they representing a big org, they're also on the verge of being tagged off, because their strategy is an open book right now.
Yeah, the strategies are an open book, and the added pressure of being picked up by a bigger esports organization is a lot. I mean, there have been quite a lot of teams that got picked up by bigger orgs only because they qualified for this tournament. Like Godlike Esports is one of them. PBS Gaming tied up with Team Tamilas. So all these big names will have to prove their mettle as we hop into the game, ladies and gentlemen. And I know you guys have been waiting to see some action. So without further ado, let's begin the first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop into Alpine.
The Chinese terrain. This is where things can be a bit challenging for the youngsters, but for those who are looking forward for Alpine to learn it as well, this couldn't be better, as the flight path starting all the way from Snowfall and ending towards the stadium region, dissecting the map to good two equal halves, is just going to respect each and every player as they can fly into the drop locations. Don't go in for any kind of a drop clash, but for teams who are looking forward for a drop clash, who want to make sure that they're known in the lobby, they are going to be looking forward for places like Stadium, Fusion, as well as Base Camp.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping my eye out for any potential drop clashes right off the bat. And obviously, base camp is gonna be very heavily contested. You have DYT and Classy FF landing over there along with GW Manish, and those are just three teams in base camp. One of them is already trying to escape towards docks. You can see that a couple of members of DYT have used the zipline to get towards docks, hoping to get one place to loot by themselves where nobody else will bother them.
Absolutely. And base camp and docks between these two regions is where CFF lies, and that could be a bit of a problem for them. They need to be careful. As we speak about it, we can see one of the players getting taken down, one player getting tagged off. But this time around, it's going to be CFF singing the songs of death as they get one elimination already, and that is going to be the first blood drawn.
Yeah, DYT lose one of their members, but here, take a look at this. Novocaine have arrived on the scene. That's a potential third-party opportunity as Bloody goes down. He's been finished off as well. So CFF, they find yet another player from DYT. Mad Max was just hiding by a tree, hoping that he would not be spotted. Even though CFF have found 2 eliminations, they have lost one of their players to a completely different team and are now aware about the impending third-party situation. This would be a good time to get out of this place, maybe go elsewhere. Even going outside the circle is kind of acceptable in this place, as long as you get access to a vending machine and get your player back online. Because DYT have already done that. DYT have called in their fallen teammate.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is where regrouping with your teammates is going to be a primary objective, and also to find the nearest vending machine or probably a recall tower, or as we call it, revive point. That is where teams will have to be heading forward. And binoculars being used by most of the opponents do bring in a bit of a pressure for the teams who do not have all 4 men standing.
Yeah, with CFF down to 3 men. This is the kind of hybrid character that we were talking about. We just saw that player use Thiva as well. So Thiva has become a very fan favorite, popular character. But elsewhere, you have another fight brewing. Horizon, ladies and gentlemen. It's GWM versus, I believe it was Manish. And in a completely different place, Blueville, you also have Aerobots taking on Team Tycoon. So 2 different fights happening in 2 different places off the map.
Now, this is where Gopu, trying to get that confirmation, will be rushing forward. He does understand that his teammates also need some kind of a backup because Hitman at a distance is getting tagged off. Halim on the other side, he's already used the Tatsuya. And most of these players have got, Nairi as one of their, most of these players have got... I believe... Oh, before I could speak that, Shan, down on his knees. Now TTs are in a bit of a trouble. They get the revivals through as Amin will now be trying to hold the fortress as the push comes in from the side of ARZ.
ARZ up close with those shotguns are doing quite a lot of damage, but Team Tycoons have already retaliated. They also managed to call back their teammates Amin and Hitman. So Team Tycoons are as healthy as a clam, but I can't say the same for Aerobots, who have lost 2 and are looking to somehow get the other 2 back online. They did have plenty of money from what I saw last, but being able to use that money and getting to a place where you are safe enough to recall your teammates, that's a completely different story.
The rush which all of these players were waiting to attain is now in front of their screens as binoculars being used yet again from the side of TTs shows that they are looking forward for another fight. MYS, they are in close vicinity. And the clever ones actually, because they knew the drop locations, they knew that the action might take place over here, and cleverly they've come in to do a third party. Whereas on the other side, GMW as well, they've gotten for a kerfuffle. They can see a player up in the air, but Sovik has no interest in tacking them down midair.
Yeah, and you can see them just escape from this entire area, leaving Vantage all to GWM. God's Omen have escaped towards the bridge, but Sovik seems to be still keen enough to shoot them. That SKS desperately trying to find some flesh that it can sink the bullet into. won't really find anything for now. So GWM have missed their opportunity. They have 0 eliminations to their name, and unfortunately, they also gave away a couple of points to their opponents, which puts them a couple of points behind the rest. But it's still plenty of time left for them to recover. Elsewhere, you have Team Tycoons fighting off against Mystics, and Mystics are doing a lot of work. 2 players already finished off. It's a 3v1 situation now as Gopu is desperate. He's trying to get outside, and outside the zone, he finds the recall point, finds all 3 of his teammates back online. But still, they need to get down to the ground and survive this onslaught, because even MYS are heading towards the vending machine.
I mean, I don't think so they're going to have an issue doing that, because most of those players will now head into the circle and try to get themselves a hard compound from where they can continue their farming. Whereas on the other side, now we have got the side of K98, and they're looking at NG. And 2 big bulls are locking out here, Cribs, and I believe that this is a fight to watch out for. As we can see, Botgot, he's going to be playing a bit on the back lines with nothing but Maro, which is their major character. And I would like to see how well that's going to be turning out, because most of his characters are looking like it's going to be on their tippity toe. And not only that, he's also got one character which most of these players would want to have, that is Forb, who will be taking danking damage outside the blue and get those revivals as well.
Yeah, but like towards the end of this game, when the fighting is more intense, I'm not sure if Ford will be as useful. For now, they've got the combination of Joses and Thiva over here. Struggle, who as rightfully has the title of the Rifler, is also using Steffi's Graffiti Blessing. This could be a nice anti-nading tool when required. But Non-Stop Gaming, they have found their makers. Harsh in the air, almost got shot down. That would have been another elimination from Non-Stop. But it seems like they're quite keen on chasing Manu, already hot on his heels, landing right next to him. He spotted him behind the box. One shot is enough, and the AWM strikes.
Manu, considered as one of the best sniper in the Indian circuit right now, shows us why he's the player to watch out for. And look at how quick he was. As soon as he understood that he's dealt a bit of damage, before the player could even heal himself completely, he goes right into his face at an ample distance, opens that AWM and lands a perfect shot, and immediately falls back. And that's more important. No matter how quick you are on your feet, you need to fall back with your team and make sure that you have all foemen standing.
Yep. Just having as many players as possible alive is going to be the priority for all of these teams now. Take a look at the map, because Aerobots is down towards Blue Will. Mystics is still trying to get their way inside from Fusion. They're even trying to climb north. A lot of these teams will end up clashing with Team Tycoons, because they've already reached the zone, and they will have the ability to gatekeep teams like God's Omen, Mystics, Aerobots. At the same time, GWM seem to be quite safe. They will be able to get into hard compounds without a lot of trouble. And towards the northern side of this entire map, teams like K98 Army captains are just chilling. They have no trouble whatsoever.
Now, this is where I'm kind of concerned for Non-Stop Gaming as well. As you can see, the terrain from which they'll try to make in, it's completely empty. There's no hard compound, so they need to be careful. If somebody comes in to tag them off or trying to gatekeep that part of the circle, then they could be in deep troubles. Whereas God's Women, considered as one of the teams to watch out for in this group, are on the receiving end of things. Even though Kaysil has got an opening or a point for his teammate, now they prioritize the circle, and they make sure that now they have a gatekeeping scenario against the side of Mystic.
Yeah, God's Omen, they're trying to avoid that gatekeeping scenario. They are aware about a potential Team Tycoon just on the inside, so that they don't avoid just because they want to avoid them, they're taking the longer road. They're not going directly into the circle, they're going somewhat north. But are they aware that there is Team Mystics hot on their heels? Yes, they are now. Kishu with the VSS finds one knock onto Kaisel, but Flexo is returning fire. He's hoping to find a knock in return as well. The glue walls keep them alive for the time being, but now on the other end, Team Tycoons have found God's Omen as well. So God's Omen are kind of sandwiched over here between Mystics on the outside, and you also have Team Tycoons on the inside. This is not the kind of sandwich situation you would want to be stuck in. Massive Skylar projectile also launched over
Oh,
there.
no.
Doesn't really do much, but it gives Giash just enough opportunity to find the knock onto Sam, finish him off as well.
Now this is where things can be a bit problematic for the side of Mystics as well, as they make it in. We all knew that God's Omen were trying to build a fortress for themselves, trying to avoid the fight from that of PVS, but this time around, it's been like my enemy's enemy is my friend, and the complete Mystics are left hanging with just one last player who will be trying to evade from this position. Flexo and Legit, they need to be careful. Most of these players have got Thiva, so the revivals can happen quickly. But the bigger problem is, how will they make it inside the circle with so many teams still alive and have got their crosshairs set on them?
Exactly. I mean, at this point, God's Omen are just trying to steal finishes. Soul was down by someone else, but God's Omen steal that finish, and they are trying to stab at their points, even though they know that position-wise they are kind of screwed.
Ooh.
Team Tycoons at one point were the ones who were gatekeeping, but now they are using the mini launch pads to escape. And Aerobots, they were left chasing them, so they also have to run into the zone now. Little do they know that captains have been here for a while, and now finally the captains will wake up and start shooting back at Aerobots.
Aerobots, Sham OP, one of the prime snipers in this lobby. Sad to see that he's still not got an AWM or an M82B. That could be a bit of an advantage for his opponents for a brief period of time. At least until he lays his hands on, in a sniper, deadly sniper like that. But until then, the next circle shift is going to decide the fate for most of these teams, as Aerobots are going to be gifted for their beautiful rotation which they have taken from the western side of the map. Now they may not only make it inside the circle, they can deal with just one team before they think about the rest of the teams in the center of the circle. Non-stop gaming on the other side. It seems like they have gotten some uninvited guests, and so does the side of GWM.
Yeah, they're just kind of using this arsenal as their staging point for the time being. This is probably the safest spot that you can be in right now, unless you get peppered with nades. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. The grenade launcher is doing quite a lot of damage, and Marvel finds the angle onto Sovik. That's a lovely angle that that's a lovely angle that NXT Headhunters have found. And luckily, GWM will be able to get their fallen teammate back up on his feet and use the treatment gun on him as well. But this is a tricky situation to be in, because like both them and Aerobots are kind of in a stare down right now. It's gonna be a game of chicken about who's gonna leave their hard compound first. And let's be honest, Aerobots don't even have that much of a hard compound. It's just a rock.
Absolutely, Aerobots in deep troubles. How will they make their way? I mean, I don't think so they need to make their way anywhere. All they have to do is just make sure that the fortress is so strong that no enemy comes in closer towards them, because they've got good position inside the circle. The topography is also going to be supporting them, because they're going to have that bird's eye view, because there's no stones anywhere nearby. Whereas on the other side, we have also got the side of GWM. Both these teams have got prime positions, and they're going to be the fan favorites in this lobby for sure to get that booyah for themselves.
100%. Meanwhile, this area is getting a little too populated. DYT and Nonstop both just struggling to get inside that compound where CFF are holding. CFF will have to do a lovely job of holding both these teams back, but it seems like a bit too much responsibility. Struggle found, and even Corpse was almost finished off, but Corpse manages to find the knock on. He will not survive. The backup comes through, and CFF, just in the nick of time, revive their teammate. This is the perfect time, because DYT are still knocking on their doors. They're holding DYT outside by a bunch of glue walls and not letting them enter, but DYT are now getting thirded by NXT Headhunters. NXT Headhunters have already used the Steffi's graffiti blessing so that they don't get naded, and they are tossing their explosives all towards DYT. The monster truck is being used as cover. They try to wiggle their way inside the warehouse, but CFF on the high ground are peppering them with their M590s. The shotguns go wild. Wild Fox finds one. Death with the grenade launcher returns fire, and Pain with the M79 is hoping that the splash damage will carry his team through, but it's just simply not going to happen. Meanwhile, captains have an angle onto all of these players, and they are stealing away so many finishes, up at 10 points already.
Now this is where CTP, the captains, are going to be happy that they've got the complete circle under their control, and what they have to do right now is try to make it. I'm so sorry, it's the NXTs on the other side who will also have to make it inside the circle with the captains, whereas it's going to be GWM, who are inside the circle, who have done the deed with the aerobots, and now will look forward to third party the scenario. Marvel on the other side is the last man. He's got to be bleeding it out, as it's got to be captains versus the side of GWM. Both these teams were being silent for a brief period of time now, with 11 eliminations already in their pockets. The captains are looking strong to register the first booyah of this day, as it's got to be GWM trying to do their best, falling back, trying to make sure that they get more control of the circle first rather than taking that fight.
My god, the entire ground is glowing green. The glue wall melters are eating away at the cover of GWM. They're just hoping to get towards the center of that rock, the one place where Nivesh is standing. That's the only safe place, and Nivesh has a lot of problems right now. Avik finds Venom, and that's going to be a 4v3. GWM really need to step up right now and get Nivesh, who's being so elusive right now, still jumping around the corners. The shotguns connect. Bhagwan from the other side with that Dragunov finds a cover fire knock, which Nivesh will definitely capitalize on. They get the res up instantly. The Tiva ability is just so annoying to deal with. Nivesh is doing all this damage, but he just simply cannot find any knocks. Finally, one more shot connects. Sovic comes into the rescue. The Max 7 getting the knock onto Bhagwan puts Avik and Sovic in actually a winnable position. And the flank from Sovic is successful. They beat the captains. They beat one of the more experienced teams in the lobby. And GWM registered the first booyah of the day.
GWM, every single move in the final fight was perfect. As they were looking for the rivals first, they had a little bit of a hot humble for themselves in the name of a rock, and that is how they stuck behind it, made sure that the opponent's blue walls are all being melted at the given point of time. The captains, even though they had a upper hand every now and then, it's the Thiva's ability which was a curse for the side of captains, because GWM continuously went in for the revival, and whenever they got a knock against the captains, they were smart enough to convert that into an elimination, and that became such a big problem for the side of the captains.
Exactly right. Like, you wouldn't expect the players to keep rezzing instantly again and again and again in such a short period of time. I mean, who knew that the Thiva ability could go this wild? That alongside the Nairi and the treatment guns being used while switching your weapons everywhere. It was just insane how GW Manish managed to keep their players alive. That too against such an experienced team like the captains. I mean, captains had the positional advantage, right? They used the glue wall melters to push GW Manish out of cover. And they had control of that one rock when Nivesh was standing. And you already know that Nivesh is a legacied player. Snipers, shotguns, no matter what he's wielding, he is going to absolutely rock that entire place. And he was doing a lot of damage as well. He found a bunch of knocks. But all of that did absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, amongst all these fights, there was one point of time when NXT had a good advantage. They were using grenade launchers as well as grenades to take down players, and Pain's one grenade launcher decimated a complete squad, and that confidence was more than enough for them to, kind of push in to take more fights. And eventually that has rewarded them with so much eliminations that in the overall standing, when we look at these teams, we are bound to see these three teams on the top. That's going to be NXT. Then you have the top two survivors of the lobby, and obviously with the big chunk of 12 points with that booyah, we are expecting to see that GMW to be on the top of the table.
GW Manish definitely on the top of the table. Plenty of eliminations to their name. Even though they might not have the highest number of eliminations, the booyah is going to carry them through to the top. Captains, they were silent in the first entire half of the game. But then, like, the fourth or the fifth circle onwards, they just exploded. Before the final fight even began, these guys had like 12 eliminations. So I would say that's a pretty good scoreline before you even start contesting for the booyah itself. And on top of that, of course, Team Tycoons were active right from the beginning. In fact, I think they were the first team to get like some 5 or 6 eliminations while everybody else was struggling at 1 or 2. So Team Tycoons active right from the beginning, obviously flamed out much before everyone else. But I think it was still a decent start for them, considering it's just game 1.
Absolutely. Now, there was one team which I was kind of disappointed, even though they had good control of the circle, was Aerobots. They made it into the circle at a point where most of these teams were engaging with one another, where they could have come out of their covers and picked up frags. They did not do so. But Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at how the cookie crumbled, because we're going to be looking at the final moments of this game. This was where Captain Bhagwan was trying to do everything possible. The big disadvantage was they had just 3 men standing, whereas GWM had all 4 of them. And look at how quickly they're going for a revive. Noxious and Sobin, both of them down on their knees, and the Noxious comes back on his feet, and so does his teammate. That disadvantage of not having 4 men in the final circle became very heavy for the captains.
Oh, surprisingly, NXT Headhunters are still on top with 20 points. And even though they finished 3rd overall, 12 elimination points gets them the number 1 spot, followed by the captains who had 11 eliminations and a 2nd place finish. GW Manish, even though they got the booyah, had only 8 eliminations. And in the first game itself, in the very first match of TEZ presents Free Fire Max India Cup, we have a 3-way tie. The top 3 teams all have 20 points.
Absolutely, and all thanks to the possession points of Aerobots, or the placement points of Aerobots and CFF Esports, that they will be breathing a sigh of relief to be over there, and also DYT officials, because all these 3 teams have got 6, 5 and 3 eliminations respectively, which is just countable in comparison to what they've achieved previously. But NXT, the 12 eliminations, that ruthlessness which they showed, especially Pain as a grenadier or a bomber as they call it, was exceptional from the moment he started picking up frags.
Absolutely. I mean, that bomber is gonna go the distance. I think all 3 of these teams have immense amount of potential. I mean, I expected that NXT Headhunters will have a lot of eliminations because they put themselves in a spot where they were in the thick of things. They were in the broth of the battle. But GW Manish, they had to struggle a lot in order to just keep themselves alive, find eliminations, and then the booyah as well. These are the statistics of the team that won the booyah, and as you can see, you clearly have distinguished roles over here. Like, for example, their sniper, who I believe is Soban, is gonna use the Maro, the Skylar, and the Raphael, all 3 of them in conjunction with each other to get that long range damage consistently. Meanwhile, Sovik is gonna use the Beastin, the Nairi, and he's also gonna use Cassie's healing bonds in order to keep his teammates alive with all that supportive healing. So yeah, Sobek was also responsible for quite a lot of these heals. All these supportive players, they're just keeping their players alive so that Noxious and Avik can go in and deal all that damage.
And absolutely. Now, we all know that Sovik and Soben have been the flag bearers for now, but let's not forget that Avik and Noxious catalyst roleplay, where they've achieved a minimum amount of damage, but yet were able to register so much eliminations. And let's not forget the assists as well. That is where Noxious is going to be coming out as an MVP for the squad. If not that kind of a support coming in from his side, I don't believe that Sovik and Soben would have picked up so many eliminations. All of this is the team stats on our screens right now in the map of Alpine, and I'm expecting to see some changes from here on, because the game summary is going to give us a clearer picture of what went down throughout the game. How many grenades were used, how many glue walls were destroyed, because that stat is going to be interesting.
Ooh, so the longest distance elimination is only 119 meters. That isn't all that much, which kind of indicates that most of these fights were close range battles, especially when the circle shrunk towards the end. I believe that the longest elimination that you might have seen came from NXT Headhunters when they were on top of the hill, shooting down at teams like God's Omen and GW Manish. A total of 46,500 damage was dealt in this match, 85 knockdowns, but only 66 of them were converted, which kind of tells you that a lot of these players are using Nairi and Tiva to get fast revives on their fallen teammates, get them back up off of their knees and on their feet again.
Absolutely. Now, we are just done with one map, and we are able to see that all the big names are kind of still struggling to make themselves known. Yes, the top 2 teams had one of the most experienced player in the lobby, but I would still say that Manish's team had a different story to recite, because they controlled aggression as soon as they got that arsenal in their control. And they were like, you know what, this is still inside the circle. We don't have to fight for a hard compound. Let's just make sure that nobody comes closer to her, closer to us, and none of her are also going to get knocked down. That was their primary objective, and that paved way for their booyah. And I do believe that sometimes when you stick to the textbook basics, everything will fall in place.
Yeah, the textbook basics being be close enough to your teammates to trade each
Yeah.
other. A lot of people still don't know what trading is. Trading essentially means like if I lose one of my players, my teammate will come in and make sure that the enemy also loses one. Basically sticking together long enough to make sure that even if one of you goes down, the other player manages to get the knock. So sticking together, making sure you back each other up, and reviving each other fast enough has been the fundamental reason why GW Manish managed to walk away with this booyah. Now, while this team focuses on healing and reviving a lot more, I want to see if that is the vibe of the rest of the lobby as well. So far, the meta, at least it seems to be evolving in a direction where everybody is focusing on their own survivability more than trying to get eliminations and trying to make sure that others get eliminated.
Yeah, and again, the kind of resource management you need to carry. Just imagine if Aerobots had got some glue wall melters, they could have completely decimated the side of Manish. GW Manish, because they were kind of using glue walls as a cover through the windows of those arsenals and even the entrance. So probably using a Riptide Rhythm, or probably using a Moko with a sniper, trying to be a bit more aggressive, trying to challenge the side of GW Manish would have given them a bit more of a better result. But as we all know that at a distance, we did have the side of NXT who had an eye on both these teams, and they were waiting for these two to fight it out. So the combination of these three teams, the three-way Mexican standoff, was having more of a tactical advantage for each other rather than trying to go in for a frontal battle.
Exactly. And the team that the funny thing is, the team that actually tried to get the most amount of advantage was Team Tycoons, and they ended up finding nothing. Like, there was a point when they were gatekeeping I believe God's Omen and one more team at the same time. I think it was GW Manish, right? Or was it someone else?
I think it was GW
them, right?
Manish. Yeah,
Yeah, so
Aerobots
GW
and
Manish,
GW
God's Omen, and Aerobots. Yes, three
Yes,
teams. All of them fell victims to Team Tycoons at one point. And Team Tycoons was being very aggressive, right? They had like 6 finishes way before anybody else even had a couple of the finishes on the board. So while those guys were playing hyper aggressively, trying to gatekeep all these teams and create all this trouble, they did not end up getting rewarded for all of their troubles. Sure, they made a bunch of points, and they aren't exactly at the bottom, but considering how active you were and how much of a menace you were, you surely should have been rewarded for the same.
I mean, I believe that is where that conversion comes in, right? It's not only just using your glue wall to, make yourself a cover, but also making sure that you, in that cover, you're able to convert those knocks to eliminations. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first game is already done, where we've got the new champions of a single game. And that's going to be GW Manish, who have acquired 20 points in the first game of Alpine. Now we're going to be heading to game number 2, and this time we're going to be stepping into the deserty islands of Kalahari, where Refinery yet again is going to be a prime spot for those snipers to be holding ground.
Yes, I absolutely love Kalahari. Even though it's a rather old map, even though Solara and Nexterra have been really dominating the newest space, I personally love Kalahari. I'm 100% biased towards it. And I love all the cliffs of Refinery and how you can just get around them. There have been so many intense end games in Kalahari where there's like 3-4 teams all huddled up under and above the same little Refinery platform. All of these teams have the ability to make this game an absolute nail-biter. So let's begin, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 of the first day of TEZ presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 is now live. The plane path, as you can see, goes from Stonebridge all the way up towards Oldhampton. Quite a safe spread of teams so far. I don't see any hard contestants off drop. Is Refinery going to be contested? DYT and K98 Army were both heading towards Refinery, but then DYT went a little towards the southwest. And now they're taking shots at God's Omen. Oh, poor God's Omen. They always seem to be the first team to get into battle.
No.
Oh, but there's also going to be a hard contest towards the maze. Take a look at that. Team Tycoons and GW Manish, the most aggressive team of the previous game and the winner of the Booyah of the previous game. Both of them now duking it out near the maze.
Now, this is where things are going to turn interesting because it's a path for redemption. Let me tell you that, because GW Manish did, kind of steal all those elimination from that of the captains. And not only that, they were also playing a vital role in their elimination. So this time around, we'll have to see which among these teams are going to be walking out fine, as Mystics will be drawing the first blood at a distance. And let's see how those things are going to turn out. DYT continue their assault against the side of K98, and there are two different teams where we were expecting God's Domain to be fighting it out. It seems like K98 and DYT are getting into a kerfuffle.
Oh, DYT, they better run. They've already lost Death and Tanu. Mad Max gets across towards one of the northwestern platforms. Meanwhile, the fight between Team Tycoons and GWM is about to be thirded. Mystics want a piece of the pie, and they've taken away 2 eliminations. They see Soban running away. They know that one of these teams is already on the exit. Now they have a choice. Do they chase that one solo straggler and wipe out the Booyah winners of the previous game? Or do they contest a fully healed and fully ready Team Tycoons and hope that is the bigger piece of the pie? Sovic and Soban in a little bit of trouble. He needs his own feet. Oh no, that was unexpected. Noor came in blazing with that dash.
And I believe that's one of the ways for you to deal with a player who's got a grenade in his hand. Just dash and make sure the glue wall is put up right in front of him, that the grenade bounces back into his face and puts him down. But yes, he's still got 2 of his players running around finding tokens so that it becomes easier for them to go in for the revival. Avik as well as Soban. But the sad part is right now, Soban is going to be under attack and he's going to get taken down. And Avik is going to be falling somewhere close by towards another vending machine. So that becomes easier for him to revive one of his other teammates.
Yeah, it's just a constant battle of get your teammates back online. GW Manish have now become the largest distributor of elimination points in this game because they have lost so many of their players as well. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the game, you have God's Omen falling victims to the captains. The most unlikeliest of the teams to get into a battle are also finding frads. The captain just keep on knocking players off God's Omen again and again, and they keep getting finishes as well. But in Foundation, you have Mystics who are also about to get into a battle against K98 Army. Keep in mind, K98 Army were contesting Refinery at one point. So that means now they've left Refinery and come towards Foundation.
The pocket market being used by Kishu, and immediately he goes in for a launcher. A wise decision if you ask me, because they do understand that they're on the receiving end of things. Even though Sam gets taken down, sit from a distance with that SKS, quick scope ends, making sure that he gives support to Soul, who's able to put down players, all thanks to the VSS in the close range. But what's more important right now is to watch how the opponents are going to recover. 5 eliminations already, Botgot as well as Soul. Both of these players with the sniper are doing the deed, no matter if it's long range or let it be close range.
Mystics might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Even Novocaine is here. K98 Army, they were fighting them at one point, and now they've realized, wait a second, we hear somebody else shooting at our prey. There's a third-party situation going on. Novocaine has arrived. So they are now being extra careful. Just the Cassie healing bonds to get themselves back up at full health. Novocaine don't seem to be in any trouble, but Soul from K98 is heading right in the middle of them with that car. Can he make it across? The vehicle blows up. 2 of the players escape out of that car into this compound. They need to establish a crossfire, but Divine finds that shot. Wait, that's a different battle. That's Aeropods getting into trouble. Soul and Sovic, they both are holding their ground. Botgod down on his knees. It's all up to Harsh. Will he be able to keep his teammates alive? Running away from this entire battle. He knows that he's stuck over there between Nonstop and Novocaine, so he tries to escape. Glue Wall also put up. The Nehri ability just helping him a tiny bit much more to get that Glue Wall strength up and the heals up. But no! Harsh has been found! It's Nonstop who find him and eliminate him.
K98, what have they done? The hopes of their fans, slowly crumbling down. And I hope to see them make a comeback in the next few games, because they are the Wounded Lions right now. Trust me, they are capable of something more. But their aggression is kind of backfiring for them. But let's look at this. There's a different outcome altogether coming in over here. Pain wants to rush in, make sure that he takes down Sheik. A confirmation comes in as well. Immediately Hyper from a distance is going to revive him as well. It's going to be NXT looking forward to annihilate the side of Autobots who are right next to that vending machine, and they know the importance of this as Ash wants to push in, make sure that he reaps benefit of all those hard work by Marvel, who gets taken down and gets finished off. This close range battle is turning out to be ruthless as Harsh is going to be singing the songs of death with that M90, will be registering more than one to give his team the ample amount of eliminations, and NXT, they acquire that region for themselves.
Yeah, but they weren't able to finish off the entirety of that team, so revives are still possible, and still only 2 teams have been eliminated from this competition, so from this game so far. Novocaine also losing a couple of their members, DYT getting into a fight against them. Meanwhile, you've got Team Tycoons going outside the zone, hoping to make a safer rotation away from the captains.
And I do believe that that's a very clever call, right? But also, let's not forget that binoculars are there, UAVs are there. In a map like this, if they get to know that somewhere in the close vicinity, especially outside of the circle, they tend to stick to the walls of the circle and make sure that they cause a lot of trouble. It's going to be rewarding in one way or the other for sure. But captains, look at the way they've stuck very close to the corner of that map, and now they're making it inside the circle, and in the way, they picked up a frag as well.
Yeah, so captains pick up a frag near Mammoth, but take a look at the circle, Arcas. This is such a hard shift towards the south. There's only 2 teams in the circle so far. One of them is DYT, who are trying to capture the sub. Meanwhile, CFF are sitting quietly towards the no-name compound in the southeastern corner of the map. GWM managed to take the northeastern periphery for themselves, will most likely also get command post, but NXT, they have to make their way in from Santa Catrina. Aerobots still going all the way towards Council Hall to get their players back up online. That's going to be a long rotation for them. Non-stop, not too much in danger. They were at Shrines at one point, but they've all just flown back down towards Refinery, so they should be good if they continue holding over here. But take a look at Kishu, still in Oldhampton, still looking to find his fallen teammates. Vikash has been revived and he's gonna land towards Refinery, but he might just fall victim to non-stop gamers. The rest of MYS also just looking to get inside.
I don't know whether this is a wise decision. Just having Vikas at the center of the circle, as Kishu will still be looking around to pick up, more tokens, or probably get to that revive point to, revive his teammates. Whereas on the other side, we were speaking about it, and Encool seems like he's found someone at a distance and in his crosshairs as Vikas. And that's kind of a sad news for them, because a player who just got revived might be on the verge of elimination.
The captains just continue slaying everybody. Third frag for Bhagwan over here. And the captain's solely and utterly in control of the sub. I don't know if they're aware of a potential lurker right underneath them. There is a player of DYT. Noor just hiding, biding his time towards the edge of that circle in a tiny little hut. But Venom uses the grappling gun to get on top of the crane of that sub. And from there, he's going to have vantage point. He's going to be able to look at almost everybody. Perhaps half the map can be just surveilled by this man.
Oh, I like this advantage, which they're trying to acquire above sub, so that they have a bird's eye view. Venom, even he's got a cork. All he's going to do is support his teammate, because Steffi, the Grafty's blessing, is just going to help them for a brief period of time. And let's not forget, the whole of this setup is just to heal the opponent, heal the teammates.
I think he's the only player that I've seen use auto. A lot of players don't use auto. Like, I think he was out of the meta before he even arrived. So rare to see that, but he's going to use that. Meanwhile, take a look at Novocaine. Kandu finds one of the few remaining members of MYS, and MYS have been struggling all day, man. They've just been running around trying to get their members online again, and the moment they find a moment of peace, that solace is taken away from them. Even DYT managed to plug one of their teammates back in online, so no danger for them just yet. most of the teams over here, except for MYS, are relatively healthy. And even MYS, I think their bigger problem is going to become the zone because they aren't in any of the safe spots right now. They're still tanking the blue zone damage, hoping to get enough tokens and revive their teammates.
Now, this is where GWM are going to hold grounds because they do understand that it's all about picking frags. They do understand that all they need is eliminations. They've already got a booyah in one game. And let's see how they're going to be turning the tides, but as of now, we are able to see that Aerobots, a bit on the down ridge, might be in trouble if they're trying to make it out in the open. Because NXT Marshall and Hush, both of them can have a view on these two players. But since they're busy concentrating on TTs and GWM, I think that gives an opportunity for them to slowly make it into the center of the circle.
Novacaine right now just using this ridge as their cover. They're trying to climb up towards the tent areas where already the captains lie in wait, and at the same time even non-stop are towards these tents. Can they take the sub for themselves? The captains just don't want to give up the metal body of the sub. Meanwhile, non-stop underneath them are just playing around the containers. The constant nading from NC is providing a lot of support for captains, even though it's unintentional. The nades are revealing the position, so captains know exactly where the two teams are. And now they've decided that we're just going to maintain our high ground advantage and not let these teams come anywhere close to us. The distance matters more than getting eliminations.
Now, not only that, the circle, they've got 14 seconds and the sub is kind of outside of the circle, right? Now, they have to make sure that they either decide on pouncing of either of these players. And I believe that they're concentrating more on NC right now rather than the non-stop gamers. And that could be a bit in their favor. As Kishu slowly and steadily lurking from below, trying to place himself so that more of the placement points goes into his favor. Whereas non-stop gaming and NC, now they've got an opportunity. They've got 4 players above the sub who might just walk into their crosshairs.
Time to leave. Captain's going to tank a little bit of the zone damage and climb down the sub. From the inside, they're going to use the back entrance, which will take them directly towards their opponents. And I hope that they are ready for this flank because non-stop are aware about the captains leaving the sub, but they actually don't go upstairs towards the stairs. They take the ridges down below. And non-stop, at least for now, they will have the high ground advantage over the captains. The tables have turned. But there is still the constant threat of Novacaine in this area. Unfortunately, captains find the lurking MYS players, and that team will be eliminated.
I mean, they were quick on their feet to get that confirmations as well. But whereas on the other side, we have not stopped gaming, doing havoc against the side of NCs. And the captain have come in over here. A 3-way Mexican standoff. Which among these teams are going to stand their ground? The defensive ones for sure are going to have an upper hand. And look at what's happening on the other side of the map. It's going to be GWM coming in closer, wanting to have a piece of this pie, and joining them is going to be the side of TTs as well. The Tycoons are also over here, so this is going to be a big mess. Whereas on the other side of the map completely are going to be the spectators who are watching all of this struggle. Gets in closer. He knows that there's an opportunity over here for him to pick up some frags. Gopu gets taken down. Gets taken down. The confirmations are all going to go in their favor. NGs are looking unstoppable as they come in closer. It's going to be Ellie. It's going to be Blood 05 who's in deep trouble as Cops put him down as well. And NGs are looking unstoppable right now, living up to their name, picking up frags after frags as Corpse and Anurag, the 2 men standing, will now have to think about making it inside the circle and reviving everybody else as they put every single one down up their feet and under the ground.
Non-stop gaming now under trouble from GWM as GWM also are looking to get inside the zone, but they're being blocked by the glue walls. Avik goes down. Corpse is doing so much. Noxious just trying to keep himself alive, but NXT from the zone will find him, and now NXT Headhunters will have a chance to shine. All these straggling teams with lacking numbers are going to come into the zone, and this is going to be their time to shine. Yet another team falls to the ground, and finally Non-stop have been put out of their misery, but Aerobots have just 1 player left. Will they be able to find Harsh? Aleem is just leaping around, trying to get inside that sniper tower, hoping to get a 1v1 against Divine, but he's being surrounded, and he's going to be pumped to death. What a game. Aerobots fall, and NXT Headhunters, after a valiant effort in Game 1, will finally find the booyah over here.
I mean, what a game it turned out to be, all thanks to that grapple gun, that catalyst for each and every team to acquire those eliminations. I really love that fight, Non-Stop Gaming. The way they rotated around these teams to make sure they find the weaklings first, the supporters first, put down the supporter so that the frontline assaulters are weaker, and then they strike upon them. I mean, I believe that this couldn't be better for Non-Stop Gaming to get themselves on the top of the table.
I swear. I mean, NXT Hunters might have won the Booyah, but I have to give it to Non-Stop. These guys were on fire. They were getting third-partied, fourth-partied so much. Like, their fight against captains was put on pause for a second, because at the same time they were also dealing with the third party from Team Tycoons. And let's be honest, Team Tycoons, they kind of ruined the game for everyone over there, okay? Because they rushed unnecessarily. They had no business rushing over there. They rushed in. NC went down. Non-Stop Gaming found few of the members of Novocaine. They found a few of the members of Team Tycoons. But the point is, Non-Stop survived against both Novocaine as well as Team Tycoon, so they were able to hold them off. The captains, they also were in a bit of trouble because CFF came in to like fifth party on the situation, and CFF were below. They were like under the cliff, so they had to climb up, find a couple of members of the captain, and before the captains went down, somehow Non-Stop Gaming, they were out of that entire area. And given the situation they were in, given the fact that they were fighting like 4 or 5 different teams, they managed to survive way longer than I anticipated, and I'm sure they picked up a bunch of eliminations in that process.
I mean, I just love their mindset. It was all about trying to be, a defensive team amongst all those kerfuffle. They made sure that, they do not get engaged into any kind of fights, wait for the opponents. And once they saw that there was a lot of glue walls being deployed in front of them, I think there was a bit of an advantage for them trying to hold those containers, because I did see one of the players above the containers having a bird's eye view, not being tagged off and telling that, from the eastern side, I see that we have an opportunity to strike. So let's move around. And then that right call made sure they all come in from the eastern side and then start their assault. Now, captains, as soon as they took out Mystics, were hiding below the sub, I really thought that they have a great advantage of pouncing on Non-Stop Gaming. But somehow they were restricted. I don't know what happened in between. They restricted themselves behind that ridge, and that paved path to their demise.
Yeah, and they would have been fine behind that bridge towards the lower side of that entire terrain, but they did not know that there's one more team under them. They did not know that CFF was also present over there, and that's when all the trouble began. If they would have just done a little bit more reconnaissance, they probably could have had a much better time. But let's take a look at the final moments of this game. You have Non-Stop just absolutely demolishing everyone. CFF had no choice, but they had to climb up and also get in the zone, right? But they were taken out by Non-Stop. Crops, he is just on fire this entire game. And then with all that chaos, you have NXT just sitting calmly in the zone. They had potentially the best position in that entire circle, and that best position allows them to get way more eliminations than anybody else.
Wait a minute, Cribs. Look at how many eliminations NG Pros have got for themselves. Just 8 eliminations amongst all that hard work. That means the cleverer team over here was NXT, were inside of the circle, win that sniper tower, using the snipers, reaping benefits of all the hard work which NGs were putting out there, even the captains included.
Exactly right. NG Pros were doing all the heavy lifting. They were doing all the damage, knocking players, but they did not get to convert all those knocks. In fact, I'm pretty sure that some of them might have been stolen by the captains. Some of them might have been stolen by NXT Headhunters. So yeah, they were scammed out of a victory over here. Hey, but at least the silver lining over here is that NG Pros can hold their ground in a very chaotic situation like this. If at all they just find a great position like NXT Headhunters managed to, I'm sure that NG Pros would reap the rewards of that position and get a big booyah game.
Absolutely. Now, Aerobots as well, they've survived for a brief period of time, and that has rewarded them with 9 placement points. I was kind of disappointed to see the side of Team Tycoons being taken for granted at one point of time, because they had 6 eliminations. They were looking strong. It seems like they could have had some more in their favor, but eventually they got caught between all those teams out there. And CFF as well. I somewhere feel that this is the maximum they could have achieved.
Huh. CFF, I can't really say much for them because they were kind of trapped underneath, right? They were desperate to move up.
Exactly.
And they had no choice but to fight against the captains. And in that entire situation, they don't even know whether they're fighting the captains or they're fighting NG pros. Like, in that kind of a situation, you just shoot whoever you see. You just shoot everything that moves. So they were kind of trapped over there. Still, in this kind of a situation, they managed to get away with 11 points. That's not too bad. But Team Tycoons, that team deserves a bit of criticism over here because they dove into the third party willingly. They were in the zone. They did not need to fight over there, but they got greedy and they wanted a bunch of eliminations. So they just jumped right in and kind of ruined the game for a lot of other teams like NG Pros as well. But NXT Headhunters, credit where it's due, using these long range abilities like Maro, Raphael, and Skylar. NXT X Divine was able to get a bunch of eliminations, 3,800 damage. That is a ridiculous amount of damage. Followed with 6 eliminations, he was able to steal all those finishes from a distance while all the teams were just struggling to get inside the zone.
Absolutely, that elimination count was phenomenal, especially Divine's. Argon, right? Arvon has been very less given credits for what it's capable of. All he had to do was just point out and see where the maximum teams were. Since there were 4 to 5 teams at one corner, as soon as they understood, hey man, listen, I feel that most of these players are caught up in that corner, that is where Divine was like, just get me the high grounds, give me the cover, and let me do the rest. And with 6 eliminations by the sniper himself, shows that everything which happened out there was known by one individual in this lobby.
70 eliminations. Wow. In a game that has like 48 something players, 70 eliminations, which kind of tells you that towards the start of the game, there were so many teams who were just running around and reviving their teammates. GW Manish was one of them. They ran around and revived so many of their teammates so many times only to fall again later. So they were the chief distributor of points in this lobby. 86 knocks. Which means 16 of these knocks were not converted into finishes, which is still acceptable considering there were a lot more in the previous game. This time, obviously, the longest elimination distance is slightly higher, 104 meters, most likely coming from X Divine because you saw that these guys were well in the center of the circle and they were taking pot shots at every other team that's moving in from the edges. So that kind of accounts for the 104 meter elimination distance. And 148 glue walls destroyed in that entire skirmish.
I believe 50% of which will account to that final fight which took place right around that sub-region. There were so many glue walls deployed. There were so many glue wall melters which are following up. And let's not forget the dash coming in from the side of Oscar. I did not see many Oscars in this game, but the amount of Oscars I did see were probably used in that final phase of this fight.
Yeah, it's all about timing your abilities and saving them for a moment where it creates the maximum number of impact frags. So, yeah, a lot of these players were holding on to the Oscar's dash. They were holding on to the Tatsuya's dash for a long time, but being able to use it in the right situation without being blocked by enemy counter utility is a whole different ball game. And I believe that some of the members of Nonstop Pros were proficient in that. I'm pretty sure that I saw one of them just escape away from his teammates while they were about to get ambushed by 3 players. So creating that distance between him and 3 of his attackers were, it's one of the things that kept NG Pros alive for quite long.
I mean, amongst all those things, I saw a different character, Otto, right? And we did speak about it. Not a character which is being used. Yeah.
He gives you some information. I mean, he gives you some information, but then if you want information, there's a lot more abilities that you can use. Some people even like the Coda because the movement speed and the information helps you out quite a lot. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that maybe Otto occupies a passive skill slot is somewhat more helpful. You can see that all these players are dying around you. They are marked on your minimap as soon as they die. But then, let's be honest, even if you have that information, what do you do about it? The fact that you're seeing people drop down like flies all around you is going to be a scary prospect. So let's see how these teams deal with a lot of abundance of information and the lack of information in the next game. All those problems are going to be dealt with when we head over to game number 3. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 by TEZ. And this is me, Tanya. Alongside me, it is going to be Lucifer. Hi, Lucifer. How are you doing? And what do you have to say about these two interesting maps already gone through?
Phenomenal games coming through. I think when it all started, we were looking for the best of the best action, and it was, yes, chaotic. Situations turned like when we thought the team's actually winning, getting that booyah for themselves, it turned around. I think in the first game itself, GW Manish, they played phenomenally. Even though the captains were looking powerful, they turned the game, played the patience game similar to what happened with NXT HH.
Well, that's true. And let's talk about the map schedule. Alpine, we have GW Manish taking away the booyah with 20 points, but this 20-point marker has a catch. There was a tie between three teams having 20 points each. Coming towards the next map, which was the map of Kalahari, and finally we get to see one of the teams who took away the booyah. Now, if I had to summarize the two booyahs, I would like to call it old players have the experience, but it was the new player who stole away the spotlight with the fresh energy and amazing performance in the first map of Alpine. But then, as soon as we hit towards the next map, which is on the map of Kalahari, we again realized it was Team NXT Headhunters who brought in best whatever they had, and they claimed the booyah thrown back. And players are ready. We are ready too. With the third map for the day, we are heading for it. It is TEZ presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, and this is going to be the grounds of Purgatory, one of the most interesting map of three islands, one holding a little one together.
I'm excited to see who is going to get the booyah, because from here on, for the Group A match that we have is only 4 more booyahs. After that, we'll get an idea of the top 9 teams and the top 3 about to be eliminated. Let's start things off. It's going to be an even flight path all the way from Marble Works, ending towards the western side, to the eastern side of Ski Lodge. Now, do we have an early on fight? Because I think in early on fights and skirmishes, we saw a mistake. Car 98 especially losing out very early on, Tanya. I hope this time they have a better game, because 2 games consecutively have not gone great for them.
Yeah, Car 98, the team from whom everybody was expecting, are struggling too bad. If we talk about the first map, they got eliminated on 12th position. But here Car 98 are trying to bring in something different. They've got no eliminations as of now. They went for a fist fight. That was something out of the box. But Aerobots will win this duel, getting 1 elimination point into their name. But immediately the trades comes for the speak.
Soul still trying to fight. He's inside a compound, out right now. Sheik spots him, his teammate trying to provide cover fire from a little afar. Soul again back in the compound as soon as he got hit by the shots. Car 98, they've brought the player back. Eliminations now on the rise. Soul has already picked one, knocked another player. He has to look forward to that elimination, and his teammate helps him grab that. And Car 98 from here on, will they keep control of this position? I think yes they will, because the other team, Aerobots, will move in different directions, peel off from this fight, and will say we'll come back later.
Aerobots with 1 elimination points. They've fought against Team Car 98. Sure, they gave whatever they have best, but then realizing that early duels, early elimination is going to bring in nothing strong. GW Manish, now they are on the roll as well, talking about the first map as well as the second one. They did a pretty damn good job by just surviving until top 5 or 6. Crossroads, Car 98 holding the position, and they're sharing the grounds, and it's going to be Aerobots again. They have the information of Hyper holding himself in the small caravan. Is he going to go in? Yes, he caught the pixel perfect view, but why is Soul backing off?
He is a little worried. I think he is waiting for his teammates also have information or angle, and now that they have an opportunity, you can see Soul trying to do his best. The glue wall blocks it, but with the launcher, he's sending it off. Aerobots Hyper somehow trying to survive, but will not. This is a similar situation how the cards turned, Tanya. It was Soul who was surviving alone in the caravan, and it was the n number of players from Aerobots, and Soul started turning around, and from there now Aerobots' Hyper was stuck. But this fight is not only between them. Even right now, DYT, who've lost the player, are fighting against CFF Esports.
DYT, realizing they do not wish to fight, but the car had a blast and all they can do is just survive. The ruins is all they've got the cover for, but Team CFF struggling bad against Team DYT. 2 players down on the knees, one will be immediately eliminated. Ready is eliminated. Sure, they do have numbers enough to revive their teammate, but for now, the players are going from one container to the another to get the perfect information to pick up the fight. But look at Mad Max with the cord. Sure, the damage is a little lesser as compared to other machine guns, but it throws 3 bullets at a time. So once if connected, surely he will be able to buy himself enough time to run away until the other player is just healing.
I thought CFF gave a lot more time to DYT, but similar situation has happened. Only DYT were able to pick one elimination. CFF Esports on the other end, they've been able to get their players back, and now Mad Max, he's been knocked. Now DYT official, they're a little worried. Their players a little spread apart, not very close by, so Mad Max will be confirmed the elimination point in favor of CFF. God's Omen, while this is happening on the other end, they're having a fight with the previous map, Booyah. Can they stop them? Can they get this very early elimination of the team itself with Flexo as a loss? We have to wait and watch as Marvel is taking his shots on Kaisel, and Kaisel is returning it, gets the knock.
He's going to go for a full medikit, and he's going to go with shotgun. But before that, Legit has got some plans with Mag 7. Blue Wall will be able to provide cover, but all the information that UAV has revealed, they have got all the points to just push into the grounds of the other end. God's Omen will be able to get 2 elimination points. Also, the compound ownership. The players no more exist. It's one of the... if you have a look on the total number of teams, there's not even a single team getting eliminated. Arsenal chamber nearby, waiting for it to open, and they are all having a little bit of pause before the actual battle begins.
I think all the teams are a tad bit perplexed in how to continue these fights, because we've been seeing just those early bullet traces, finding those early elimination points, but instantly the revive being kicked in. So teams still haven't found a proper fight as a 4v4, but it seems like DYT Official and Team Tycoons, it breaks out, and DYT Official again in a similar spot of uncertainty as one player's been lost death just around the containers where the bullet shells have been rambling and making sounds. He now faces the sides of Team Tycoons, but Flash gets taken down, and finally Death will be put down and his elimination will also be confirmed.
Team Tycoons, a good elimination. Now they have got the vehicles to just go in for the rotation. They will deny any sort of zone damage. And where are they heading towards? Well, Lumber Mill, obviously no, it's not part of the circle, but they do want to visit a vending machine or collect tokens. Revival is the key. At the end of the day, you want to make sure that all 4 players remain intact, and they are trying to collect tokens and move in towards the circle. But Team Captain on the other side of the map, they are against Team CFF, managed to take 2 eliminations with VSS.
I think a lot of teams are just spread across the map, and while they're even rotating, moving around, they've been caught by different teams, eliminations being grabbed, and instantly they've been kicking the revives. But a center cluster just below Brasilia with GW Manish, and they look forward to if they spot the sides of CFF Esports, which already the captains have done. And while the captains are moving around, one player right in between them was from the side of DYT, which they just instantly picked up. Tanu is on the extremity outside in the zone, taking the damage, getting to the vending machine to bring back his players. While on this end of things, down at Brasilia's compound, it is GWM Manish and NG Pros trying to take control of the compounds.
Well, it's not the center that is making me worry. It's all about the Southern Island. Look at it. There are a total of 4 teams holding the Southern Island. Team Aerobots, Team Titans, and Team CFF ready, going in towards the vending machine to bring in all the players who went down the drain. Now talking about the Western Land, we have K98. Finally, they are not being taken down on position 11 or 12. They are holding on to very nicely. Near to them, they do have Team NC. Might be they are aware about their existence, but there's a thing called they do not want to show their presence or with the threat of getting early elimination. And talking about the circle, 2 islands intact and the water route involved. One of the most interesting sort of a circle if it ends that way.
To wait and watch, and the team most furthest from it is NXTHH. They got the Booyah in the previous game. They're looking forward to playing slow and steady. That's what the approach was in Kalahari as well. Let's see if it works out here in Purgatory. We've been seeing very little team fights. It's just been individual players moving around the map, their eliminations being picked off and confirmed. Other than that, nothing much in terms of a full fight breakout. Even here, NG Pros versus GWM Manish, we thought this could be a big breakout. It did not happen, but it could now, as Novocaine are now crossing the bridge, getting closer to the center of the circle, which control is kept by GWM Manish. But while speaking, it is Team Tycoons versus Aerobots, a 1v1 fight between Hyper and the opponent, but it becomes a 1v2. Tries and finds a knock, but instantly gets countered.
Hyper gave everything that was possible, but then Flash had a better flank strategy. He just hopped out, went in, and Team Tycoons with 5 elimination points, and Armin will be immediately revived. Vending machine is just nearby. On the grounds of Central, they have to make a move. One of the players is already entering the circle through the launch pad, and that is the one who got revived. Realizing no loot, he just went backside and reuniting with his teammate. 12 teams intact even after 9 minutes within the lobby. Now that's huge. So you can totally understand how aggressive is the middle half going to be.
Yeah, I'm worried right now. It's going to be the biggest of chaos. In the previous Kalahari game, we ended up seeing like there were 3 to 4 teams, and it was NG Pros who won that battle, did not get the booyah for themselves. But here, it could be more than that. 6 to 7 teams, and especially on that southern edges, because that's where the cluster was. That's where now the zone closing in will push the teams to get inside the safe zone. Will they be able to be safe in the zone is the biggest question here, Tanya, because this is pushing 12 teams. Even as we get closer to 10 minutes of the game, Team Tycoons right now just sharing the second spot on this game standings with 5 eliminations. Car 98 with 5 themselves, meaning Car 98 also so far have been having a little better game. But Mystic, they still need to pick up, Tanya. They just have a single elimination. 2 previous games have not gone well for them.
Yeah, they haven't. Look at Team Tycoons, made a move towards the mainland, and they have landed safely. Nobody sharing the grounds, at least until our view. I do not spot anyone. Talking about Car 98 once again, they did have 5 elimination points on the map of Kalahari as well, except they had no placement points, due to which they were spotted in the bottom 3. Now, talking about team captains here, they are not able to bag a booyah. They are in the podium for every now and then. We are spotting them in top 3, but without a booyah. Let's see if they are going to convert the podium into the victory. And Team Mystic Esports and to the small shacks near to the shore, near to the riverland, they are playing it as safe as possible. They do not want to show interest, just like every other 12 teams do not wish to interfere with anybody else.
I also think teams now have a clear idea of what's happening around after the first 2 games. But right now, instantly as we speak, there was a little bit of a battle where knocks came from the side of team captains, and their Car 98 find an elimination that they confirm from God's Omen. While all this is happening, Mystic are staying away from it. DYT was Tanu, the last player. He has found an opportunity to revive his teammates. Aerobots, they revived the entirety of the team, but while they're now gliding across the skies around Brasilia, they've been found, they're being knocked, and this revival is not looking like it's working for Aerobots at all.
They are giving away the points which they shouldn't have been given, and we do have the first eliminated team of the lobby. On the map of Purgatory, it's none other than Aerobots. It's none other than CFF. They started off a little bad, but then there was no way they could have survived. Talking about Aerobots again, it is only one player standing right now. Only he was successfully able to bring back his three-man army, but then again they are down. Team captains holding themselves very strongly. They do have a small compound on their name, but non-stop gaming. Now this is a team who can take a strong hold on both the ends, but before that, it's going to be God's Omen against Team Mystic Esports using throwables, glue walls deployed, green, and here we go. Skylar ability also invested, inhalers, and they have been forced to fall back.
Right across the train tracks, this fight, and Kaisel is the first one to fall. This is the captains also acting as this advantage sandwich fight in their favor to find the eliminations in their position. And yes, even Mystics start picking up this advantage, and God's Omen, one last player surviving, taking the vehicle, making a quick run. But Mystic, they're not out of danger. They found 3 eliminations, but right in front of them is the captains. They're outside of the circle, the safe zone. It is going to get big trouble for them. But while this happened, the last player eventually gets eliminated from God's Omen, and that is the second team to be eliminated. We are at 12 minutes of the game, and it is still 10 teams surviving.
team captain also has got a player down on the knees. They should be able to revive it. They have got a good compound on the grounds of Purgatory, and right now it's going to be non-stop gaming. If we talk about their proper angle, they have got one team on the left, GW Manish. They did have a booyah on the very first map. They do take some strong cover fires. They do take some trade games very seriously, and they are just around the corner. Team DYT as well, holding but not involving. Now, Team Tycoons, this is the team who can bring and be the game changer for every other team. They are heading towards non-stop gaming, but non-stop gaming being very strong enough to be able to tackle two fights together. Let's see if that is going to be the case again.
We have to wait and watch, but it seems like launch pads being used by the side of DYT official. Gets spotted by Team Tycoons, and what a shot coming in from Amino. Finds the knock on Mad Max, and now they quickly ramp up this pace of attack. They're getting closer. They did spot one team or one player of DYT official, which means that they were targeting a compound right ahead of them. Do they have the clue of NG Pros? They should be completely ready to fight this off, but right as now, NG Pros are withstanding the push coming in from the side of Team Tycoons. They're not letting them get closer, especially with the melters. They're also denying the glue wall as a blockage, making sure the positions and reveal. A Team Tycoon might suffer here already as Gopu's down, quickly revived without giving away that elimination.
And it's Team Tycoons. They were supposed to bring in the change in their favor, but here they are the victims against Team Captain. Throwables on them, freeze bombs on them, and the players are very low on HP. 11 eliminations for Team Captains, and they are being covered from left, right, center. There's no way that they can escape. Team Captain's Venom is trying to go 1v1 duel against Non-Stop Gaming, and they've pushed in. They are fearless. The tabletop team, Headhunters, has already been eliminated on position number 8. But what happens? Team NG versus Team Captain. That's going to be something severely interesting.
Team Tycoons have also been eliminated. NG Pros right now fighting out with DOT officials, and the captains bang in right at the correct time to put them down one after another, stuck in this flash freeze. It is going to be too tough for them to handle this fight. They have to go 1v1, and that's what they're doing. The captains are now struggling. Struggle from the side of NG Pros is down. Corpse is also down. It's up to Bhagwan. Can he save this team? Nivesh also trying to give his best, and yes, they are, as it comes down to only one last player, Anubhav from NG Pros. The zone closing, and the captains make a quick move, survive, get 15 eliminations of the fight, and the last surviving player going in for a fight. Can he find even a single knock against the lot of the captains? He's still protected by the glue walls, but not for long, as Bhagwan puts him down, and that is the elimination of NG Pros.
4 teams remaining, and now we call it 3. GW Manish, Team Captains, Team Car 98. Finally, we do spot Team K98 in top 3. They all teams are out of the circle, and Team Captains have built in one of the strongest momentum possible. They've got the perfect height advantage, and they're using the throwables, and a good pixel shot connected coming in from Venom. It was a VSS use, monster truck also involved and called for, and let's see what are their plans. They have got the information of both the teams. Are they going to go push, or are they going to wait for them to just push in and they take down? Because numbers advantage right now is in the hands of GWM.
Nivesh pushes up close, trying to act as a distraction, but gets knocked. Now it's the numbers even not looking great. It's only the last 2 members, Bhagwan and Venom, whereas the other end, the numbers are good. Avik, he gets instantly revived. He's back on his legs. He will go for the fight, and they're trying to push up. The rifler again gets taken down. Bhagwan, he put the side of the opponents down, still trying to do the same. The captains and the GW Manish trying their best. Bhagwan with barely any health, 20. He's trying to go for a 1v1, and there it is, the booyah that gets picked up. What a wonderful play coming through, one after another. They keep hitting, fighting, and the captains, they pick it up, and what a way it was. Bhagwan again.
Team Captain broke the curse of the podium and finally are going to bag the booyah in the 3rd map for the day in the very first game. Group A, Team Captains proving their worth time and time again. No matter it is the first booyah or no, but they have been spotted in top 3. and it was treat to the eyes. Actually, if we talk about the numbers, Sam, it was a 2v4 situation where we can clearly say that the numbers will matter at the end of the day, and it's going to be none other than Team GWM taking away the booyah. But somehow Bhagwan stood strong. It is obviously Mr. Jay White, he one of the finest rusher in our country. He outplayed everything possible with the utilities, with the throwables, with everything possible in his way, and its team captains spotted on the booyah board.
I think they'd had enough, Tanya, that they were fighting in the first two games. They were so close in the podium, not getting the booyah. Even the first game should have been theirs. It was GW Manish who took it away. And in the second game as well. But finally, they decided enough is enough. We're going to take action in our own hands and we'll start putting the opponents down. And that's what happened. And what a play coming in, especially from Bhagwan, as you mentioned, right? One of the best, had to put up the best game to get this booyah, to get his team on the tabletop at the end of Group A's match. But we have to wait. There are still 3 more games to watch now, just like the captains did in this game for booyah. Car 98 have also picked up pace. They ended up in the 3rd spot. That is the best that we've seen in their podium finish in this game. Hopefully this continues for them, because a lot of their fans will be looking forward to their qualification into the next week as well.
Yeah, because it's only 9 teams who are going to move ahead, and they have to make sure they perform their best, because if they miss this chance, it's going to be tough for them, because Car 98 team has got a lot of fans who are supporting them, who are watching upon them, and who are also inspired by them to be of their kind, be one of the finest team in the country. And talking about this particular map on the grounds of Purgatory, Southern Island was very highly contested as compared to usual dry run days that we have gone through. It was all about the center of Brasilia, but this time the spread out, no early fights until 10 or 11 minutes, not even a single team elimination. It is already showing that they are well aware of the position that they have to survive if they want to score and be in the top charts of top 5 or 6.
There's one more thing I want to bring in to highlight here, Tanya, is the fight of Team Tycoons. We both accounted that they're going to be the ones who are going to take control of the compounds, get all those eliminations in their favor. Maybe one of the ones who also get the booyah for themselves. But what happened was that fight, NG Pros gave them space so that Team Tycoons, DYT Official and the captains, these 3 fight amongst themselves, and NG Pros were waiting for an opportunity. I think it became a little too more in terms of time that they gave away, because of which the captains were able to get a hold of that position, and from there on, NG Pros, even if they retaliated, you could see they were holding off in rooms. Once they decided to push out, I think the captains had more control of it, and their numbers were also better when NG Pros decided to jump and go for a fight directly on that 1v1 or 2v2 situations, eventually putting them also on a disadvantage, and NG Pros were only survived by one last player, and that was again Bhagwan putting him down. Unfortunate. Team Tycoons, we thought they will do all of this circles and get those eliminations in their favor, because while that fight was about to break out, Tanya, they were the ones with the highest eliminations at around 7 to 8.
And talking about team captains again, they've got the good strategy of creating a sandwich situation and creating a patty for one of the team. They did the same for God's Omen. They created a sandwich situation where Mystic Esports, near to the train tracks I'm talking about, where Mystic Esports, God's Omen being the center, and then they having the upper hand advantage, they were able to shut them down. Again, they went in for the same strategy. They do not involve into the battle, but they are part of it by finally giving some shots at them and turning the table into their favor. But taking away the booyah, Jay Whitey, what did he do for the final shot to bring in booyah in his bag? Let's jump into the action and have an entire replay.
It was so close, right? It was a 2v4 situation, as you did mention. But before it, it was this Car 98 versus GW Manish, where we thought maybe Car 98 could pick things up, but then Bhagwan, he started things off. Venom trying to help him out, and Soban gets put down, and Bhagwan right now in a better advantage. He knows the opponent is right in front of him, and there is what he strikes with the help of Venom. He turns that entire fight, that final fight, in his favor with the help of his teammate Venom, and what a great cover fire even coming in from Venom. That was very crucial for the captains to get themselves the booyah, and a total of 33 points with 21 eliminations and 12 placement, as we always know for the booyah. 33, that is big, and a difference of 13 from Car 98 Army.
Oh, well, this is one of the biggest booyah we have witnessed, at least for the day one of Group A, Game 1. Now heading towards Car 98 Army, the team that was spotted in the lower half of the leaderboard. Instead, I would like to call it in the rock bottom of the leaderboard, are spotted in the podium, which brings in best of the change possible for Team Car 98 Army, 20 points. GW Manish, well, they were supposed to take the booyah. I mean, something did not end up into their favor, and they are holding on to 16 points. Mystic Esports, they played pretty good. They realized they were forced to fall back, and it was God's omen who saved them. I mean, they were the savior angels for them. Otherwise, Captain would have taken them down as well, followed by God's omen. Team Tycoons with 10 points, also NG Pros with 10 points. You did mention about NG Pros that they had 4 elimination points. They did have an upper hand there, but then Captains have had a mentality of swiping everyone against them, and it worked in their favor.
Complete control over there coming through, and hey, it's the man himself, Bhagwan, JYT. With Tatsuya played brilliantly, making sure the shots taken from the side of GWM Manish missed, and made sure at that speed nobody could instantly trace him or tag him or get that damage. But also there was a point, he was only at 9 HP. Could have been a situation where he could have been knocked and he would have needed Venom to help him up. But what did he do? Put the glue walls and then asked Venom also to provide the cover fire. I think in that time there was a brilliant communication coming in between them, which helped them get this booyah and the play with that MVP and 7 eliminations, 2,925 damage and 5 assists, meaning he was a part of 12 eliminations out of the 21 they got.
It was very good. Tatsuya obviously bringing in best of the momentum or moments for them. He created a movement picturization for himself about dodging the bullet and then shooting right in the head. A perfect play style with perfect set of combinations and pet skills as well. Team captains owning the map of Purgatory with 33 total points, having one of the biggest booyah. If we talk about the damage, obviously it matches up to the elimination points because he's already provided 5 total assists to his teammate. But to have a better picture, we will have to jump upon game summary about who was able to procure the highest amount of elimination points with this sort of assist. But right now, this is the game summary about 74 eliminations and 103 total knocks and massive 60,000 and above damage. That's insane.
This was a brilliant game, and I think what we were expecting as well as the time progressed, right? This battle that is going to break out, this fights that we're going to see is going to be brilliant. And that's what happened. That's what cascaded in Game 3 of Purgatory. And so far in all the other previous games, the eliminations were around 60. But here, as teams waited, they kept reviving, getting their teammates back, continuing the fight one after another, gave an opportunity for such a plethora of eliminations and such a big outstanding damage as well. And from here on, Tanya, it's not going to stop. It is going to increase. That's my gut feeling. Because in the first 2 games, we were clearly getting an idea of how teams were trying to get a grasp of how the other teams are playing. Because so far, they've not played. This is their opening game that they're playing in the online qualifiers. And the first 2 games, teams generally need to get the pace of the opponents of how they're playing, where they drop, what do we do in the fights, because all the teams, they're going to be playing all the maps only once, meaning every game is every single map without any repetition.
And the veteran team has definitely rose again on this occasion, and with this we should be bringing up the overall standings about what are the changes, upshifts, downshifts altogether. Headhunters being one of the very consistent teams, getting eliminated on 8th position, might have dropped down. Well, the captains, one of the finest team consistent ones, are spotted on number 1 position with total of 71 points and 1 booyah. They rely more upon elimination points rather placement points. But if you have to talk about the balance, Team NXT Headhunters about balancing the placement and elimination points with 48 points. GW Manish with 44 points.
What a big difference that the captains have already created. Almost close to a 30-point difference. But NG Pros, this could have been their opportunity. If they got themselves the booyah, they could have gotten closer to maybe 50. Unfortunately, they missed. They're only at 15 placement points. Then comes Aerobots. This team somehow has always been playing the surviving game. This map might have not worked in their favor, Game 3 of Purgatory, but there are still 3 more games for them to play. Car 98 Army, they'll be happy that they've jumped to the 6th spot. And with them is Team Team Tycoons, a team that we would have thought would get themselves the booyah with so much information that they had. CFF Esports, one of the first teams to go out on Purgatory. Nonetheless, they're at the 8th spot. DYT official, right at that threshold of 25 total points, and No Kane with a difference of 1 at 24, Mystic with 22, and God's Omen, a team which has not at all had a better day as we have started Group A today on day 1, week 1 matches, and they have to understand they have only 3 more games and they're at single digit, that to 8 points. They're at a difference of almost close to 20 points. That is going to be a big climb that they need to do, Tanya.
Absolutely, they will have to put all in their efforts because it's already 50% down, 50% more to go. And talking about the 50%, I already see 3 teams doing their best. One of which is obviously captains, one of the most dominant ones right now into the scoreboard as well. Headhunters, they have been consistent. Sure, the previous map Purgatory was not as favorable as they predicted or as they attempted, but then it is going to be one more team in the mix of pro players, pro teams who already have a lot of experience. It is none other than GW Manish. They are in top 3, performing very consistently, and they're trying to bring in the best of fights against the veterans.
Right now, when we look at the bottom of the overall standing, that's where more information and fights we would look at the teams, because as you said, 50% of the games are done. We have 3 more games for Group A. Then we do have Group B matches which will start. But for Group A, they have to understand if they're still at the end of those bottom 3, they will not move forward for the week 2 matches, which is going to be an unfortunate elimination after coming in from the in-game qualifiers, fighting with numerous teams out there in India, and now here in this final fight for Group A with 3 games left. And the difference right now, at least for Mystic and No Kane, is of 3 and 1 respectively. So there is still an opportunity for Mystic and No Kane, but God's Omen, they have to do something of a wonder. It has to be a wish that they make in the shooting stars, which has to change their I would say drive to get an opportunity to climb into the top 9. Otherwise, God's Omen, so far they've not shown us a brilliant fight with any of the teams. They've been in unfortunate positions. Here, when we take it in a sandwich between Mystic as well as the captains, and the captains started picking them off. Mystic took advantage. One last player tried to survive, but they had no plan C strategy to get out of from that commotion, and ended up becoming their elimination. Let's see if there is going to be a change, Tanya.
Yeah, there was a lot of choke situation that was spotted over and over time. Talking about God's Omen again, who are the rock bottom of the entire leaderboard. They couldn't perform. They were giving their efforts. If we talk about the entire battles or duels that they have attempted to take, sure, did not end up into their favor. But the drop points, the drop clashes, the rotations, but somehow it's about the duels that they are not able to win. They have to work upon it, and they still do have 3 maps. So if they bring in whatever the changes are required as the learning lesson from the previous 3 maps, they can bring it. But now team captains are already very well set, and they have cemented their position. Even if they have one bad game, I do not see them stumbling down at all.
Yeah, I hands down agree. I think with a difference close to 30 points from even the second position team is going to be too tough. So it's also about teams now understanding that they shouldn't go for a battle right against the side of the captains, because in the first 3 games they've continuously picked points with only 1 single booyah and already have a big difference sitting at 70 points. If they pick up a point, they have to eliminate the team completely. They cannot give them a second chance. If they give them a second chance, then the captains are going to come back. They will fight again. And Bhagwan, what he did now, he's going to continue doing in game 4, 5 and 6. But along with them, again, we end up seeing NG Pros, GW and Manish, who are taking away elimination points in their favor. So teams also have to watch out for these teams who are on the top of that podium, the top 3, who are taking majority of the shares and also surviving. And another team who are playing, I would say, brilliantly in terms of strategy is NXT HH, because they've been playing with patience outside the safe zone. They've been taking their time to travel, and it's been working for them. Let's see if that continues as we jump and move to the next map. This is where another booyah is available, but which is the team that picks up in game 4?
TEZ presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, and this is going to be game number 4, and the map being Nexterra. Intellect Center was supposed to be the highest amount of drop clashes. Let's see if that is going to be the scene today. No, it is not. We do spot 2 teams on the grounds of Mud side who are already engaged, one of which is Team Tycoons. Against them is going to be GW Manish. GW Manish cannot afford to lose this early on because they are strong enough, but they still, if they get eliminated early on, they might be shut down down as well. NG, Team Non-Stop Gaming, they have got a spread out all the way from Zipway towards Rust Town. On the motor roads, we have Team God's Omen, and there's only one team, NXT on the grounds of Intellect Center.
There's already the first blood. GW and Manish, they look forward to eliminating the likes of Team Tycoons. Somehow Gopu OP has made it out, but I'm pretty sure they've spotted. They're jumping around to look forward to this last surviving player, Soban. He's been seen. Noxious, he's also getting closer, and they will spot him out. Lying prone, nothing to do, puts up a glue wall, it'll be breaking, and the spirits of Team Tycoons is done for as Nexterra starts off. Game 4 is not going to be their game, is not going to be a booyah opportunity. Purgatory looked better for Team Tycoons, but what an unfortunate fight that we just saw. But it's going to be a scenario of unfortunate situations. DUIT official facing a similar fate against the likes of Aerobots.
Well, this is one of the fastest paced maps by far. One team already eliminated, one team already losing players one after the other, 3 elimination points already. Where's the 4th one? Dinoculus being invested, and they have to use it to get the information about where is the 4th man. DYT manages to escape the the view of the Dinoculus. Right now, Team NC, they are holding a position with the tuk-tuk, the all reunited Deca Square, and they are safe. They are sharing the grounds with no one. They use the UAV. They got all the information that was needed, and they are busy having the best of the loots. All 4 players are going to reunite on the grounds. It looks so pretty, right? But as soon as more than 2 teams comes here, there's a lot of bloodshed. There's a lot of elimination, and right now what we witnessed for Team Tycoons, it was really, really miserable, because the way they have been trying to perform, and then putting a full stop coming in from GW Manish. We did talk about this team giving hard time to stronger teams, so yeah, they have been having an upper hand there.
God's Omen is on the feed. They have had a fight. Look forward to getting elimination, but right now it is going to be NG Pros. They're trying to stop the captains, the leaderboard toppers. If they do it, this was the fight that broke out in Purgatory. Which the captains won. Is this going to be the non-stop gaming pros who get this advantage? They're getting the eliminations. They get 2. They're going to look forward to the others, but it looks like the player from the captains has decided to back off to get their players back up, revive them, and get them back into this map in Nexterra. But it seems like the captains going out in the open, they get spotted. Bhagwan instantly gets his teammates back into this fight. Is going to be NG Pros and the captains.
They cannot afford to lose their sniper. That Nivesh is much more than needed. He is good with all the weapons for sure. He is a good bomber. He is a good rusher. He is using the sniper as and when needed. Right now, it's a non-stop gaming, also being able to revive 2 of the teammates. Throwables invested, freeze bomb, sure, tanked a little bit of damage. Armored up, there's a shotgun versus a shotgun. It's a pump action versus Mag 7, one after the other. It's going to be glue wall saving each other for a while, but for how long? And it's going to be team captain picking the fight and winning against Anubhav. Bhagwan versus Anubhav, where Bhagwan, I mean, literally, he is showing some godly play today.
Yeah, indeed. Unstoppable. He was the reason that NG Pros never understood what just happened. They were running out in the open thinking the players of the captains made a move. They decided to back off. They're going to be away from the fight. They will go revive their players, but Bhagwan was right there. They did not clear the close-up positions, and Bhagwan found the opening knock. And from there on, one after another, NG Pros have fallen down. Eliminations have been grabbed. Car 98, a fight that happened with God's Omen. Right now, they're trying to convert against them. God's Omen did pick up elimination against Car 98, but is not a team elimination. Therefore, God Omen, they might have a little bit of a tough time. Car 98 now get more as Legit and Yash will be confirmed. That is 4 elimination. Players are looking a little more tougher, as God's Omen might also be another team to be eliminated. But right now, it looks like Novocaine, they've made their entry against the likes of the captains.
Well, team captains losing their one of the finest player. I mean, there is going to be chance of revival, but then NC is trying to approach them while Bhagwan is missing. Let's see if this 3v3 duel is going to end up in the favor of team captains or NC. But before that, we have a fight for Aerobots. It's a triple takedown for Alim with total of 2 elimination on his name, and he will be spotted out of nowhere. DYT Noor 18 will be able to spot him, take him down, and was he confirmed? Ayush will also be taken down. Now this time, they are playing a different set of play. They are taking one elimination points from each and every team. Reunite. Team captains are bringing in some more strategies involved. Double takedown.
Bhagwan on the other end. Name might have changed, but his gameplay has improved to another level, as you rightfully said, Tanya. He is showing a godly performance, and his teammates are helping him out as well. Venom might be knocked, they will help him up, not much to be worried about. But right now, Nova Kane, they're also team right at that threshold, who might maybe eliminated if the likes of Mystics perform really well and they get points. So far, they've been a little stranger on the map. Let's wait and watch of what's going to happen. But captains now going on a fight right close to the likes of Nova Kane. Their positions compromised. Can they find more eliminations? They're already at 6 with 4 on Zap, 2 on Bhagwan.
Circle goes totally southern side, but right now team captain struggling really bad. Again, Bhagwan will be spotted, taken down every single time, and this time Venom is also down on the knees. It's hard time for team captains right now. Nivesh is trying to come as a savior. Will he be able to? Very low on HP. He's using the inhaler, dodging some bullets to go back, but there's one more struggle approaching. That is the player struggle from non-stop gaming. Team captains are being zapped out. And the irony is, Zap is the only player alive. Will he be able to resurrect all the other teammates? But before that, Non-Stop Gaming are trying to pick a fight against NC's man who are trying to use the launch pad up in the open. Obviously, you do not run away showing the back if there is Non-Stop Gaming behind you.
Ayush taking another one, makes his distance away from the side of NG Pros. The team, look at them, how well they decided that, okay, we are going to take ourselves some time, we are going to get back on our feet and then get back to the fight. And what a time for NG Pros to get back towards the Deca Square, towards the mud side. They got an opportunity and the captains are in trouble. The last surviving player, Zap, and they're in the search of where this last surviving player is. Zap is going to take some time, cut away from all the noise, look forward to reviving his teammates and then back into the fight, maybe towards the final fights itself. But for now, NG Pros, what a brilliant comeback they've staged with a total of 8 eliminations, and they're not going to stop from here. They're still waiting to see if they can spot more players in and around, because Nova Kane is also a team who managed to make it out safely without suffering a full team elimination.
And as of now, Team Non-Stop Gaming, they did have 10 points in the previous map. They were spotted in the upper half of the leaderboard, but right now they are looking the dominant one on the map of Nexterra. And to the viewers, Non-Stop Gaming's favorite map is Nexterra. They have been performing pretty strongly or consistently on this particular map of Nexterra. So even if they win it, there's nothing new about it, but they have to bring in the survival instinct until top 3. Deca Square, highly contested. We do spot 2 teams here. It's CFF holding the center since the start of the game. They do not want to get eliminated early. Now that is also a good passive set of style you want to play with, because CFF got eliminated early on in the previous map. So maybe they are compensating for it. They have realized there are only 9 teams remaining and 10 minutes in the lobby. I mean, again, there's a pause of play, or maybe it's the circling or the rotation to get hands upon best of compounds. But Team Aerobots are picking up fight with somebody on the other side of the map or on the edge of the map.
Most of the teams now, they know, as we have hit that 50%, now game 4 has started. They know it's going to be a tough time if they don't start raking up elimination points for themselves, placement points for themselves from this map onwards. It is going to look super tough. But it looks like a final elimination on that last surviving player, Zap, from the captains has been found from the NG Pros. And they get themselves a complete control on the eastern edges as the circle has shifted towards Deca Square. Now they know there's nobody to be worried about towards their eastern edges or outside the zone. They will wait They look forward to information, and there is their next target that they've spotted. The likes of Mystic, a team which is out in the overall standings in the bottom 3. They would want points, but they do not want to go against the likes of NG Pros. When you've already said this is their favorite map, they should be wary about facing against such a mammoth.
Let's see what are they up to, because right now when I spotted one of the players, he had 2 active skills holding on to himself, one of which was Oscar, other of which was A124. He can use it depending upon the situation, if he's going to pick up a close range battle or the long range one. Talking about the current one, it's Coda. Now, Coda also brings in some very interesting facts. You get the information of the opponents, used very rarely, but very wisely used. It's like a immediate information with the close range enemies, and they are trying to play it safe. And Skylar, one of the favorites, spotted Moko nearby. And these days, I'm spotting two pets very often, one of which is obviously Arvin. And everybody wants to be a good bomber in the team, so the Beastin is also pretty common. Right now, we do spot Admin on multiple teammates. Arrow bots using the flame guns, holding the compounds, nobody sharing the grounds. And it's again fight of the rooftop. CFF versus non-stop gaming up against each other. Monster truck will be called and the shotguns will be involved. It's a close range duel, as already mentioned. Glowers will be deployed here there to save them for as long as possible. On the course, player will be revived. No, Abhi will be down on his knees. Struggle is also down. There's a lot of exchange of damages. 3 players of non-stop gaming are struggling hard, and it's only one man remaining. Where is he? Has he run away to revive his entire teammate?
You have to wait and watch. But unfortunate here for the likes of NG Pros. They thought they could take control, but CFF were holding this compound for far too long. But now Aerobots, seeing the commotion, they've decided that maybe they could play a wrench in the works. They're trying their best. While this was happening, Novocaine, they suffer a full team elimination. One player knocked from Aerobots will quickly be brought up. Now that's a third party. That is NXT HH who have spotted them from a little afar. CFF, now they have to understand that there has been shots taken in the same building that they're in, meaning there is another team's presence, and CFF Esports might be in actually big trouble. And you were talking about the last player, NG Manu. He's not gone for a revive, rather just waiting to see if he could find more eliminations, because no player from any team is wary of his position. So he'll buy some time while the teams rotate out from here, get towards the safe zone, and then call in his teammates back in for a fight, which right now is being held the safe zone by Car 98 alone, and the edge being shared by NXT HH in the circle.
Car 98 have got the best compound of the final circle. They have got the rooftop advantage. They've got the information, and also they do have a vending machine in the same compound. CFF finally making a move. They moved outside the compound, which they were holding for quite a while on the grounds of Deca Square. Deca Square being denied of the circle. They're pushing in. Throwables involved. Against them, it's going to be Aerobots as well as DYT. And it's a double takedown with a shotgun and a throwable from Team CFF. 5 eliminations and a good movement of Tatsuya coming in, with which he will be able to deliver one more knock, healing himself up with the inhaler, falling down, and this was something that shouldn't have been part of it. And non-stop gamers Manu will be able to procure 1 elimination points of the 3 players being knocked from CFF, and all 3 down. This is something worst that could have happened. They were safe inside of Deca Square.
CFF, they should have been the ones winning. But unfortunate back-to-back eliminations that they suffer, and also a third party from NG Manu coming through. What a play from NG Pros Manu. He withstands the fight that was happening and now takes a jump right next to NXT HH, but backs off instantly. But he is next to Car 98. Army, it is going to be tough. They've spotted, they've called his teammates back, and now NG Pros, they've maybe done enough to get back into the action. In the meantime, NXT HH, they have to understand there's another set of team getting closer. That's DYT official with NG Pros as well. And NXT HH, they're at the edge. The safe zone is going to shift, and that's why they have to make a move, and they start crawling out of the building. But they have right now an entire height disadvantage, which Car 98 will have an advantage, and they're the ones who are not letting them get outside of that compound.
And we do have a damage king right now within the mix of all 11 players. It's going to be none other than NG Non-Stop Gaming's Manu holding a sniper right now, and he has delivered enough damage up to 4,000 points. And the circle is again going to take a shift where two teams having a good score share. Car 98 as well as Team NXT Headhunters. Struggle has been spotted. Are they going to push in? Are they going to push in is going to be the question. It's going to be KC involved, but they are not. They're not going to push in against Struggle. Non-Stop Gaming getting eliminated on 4th position.
What a move coming in from Car 98. They knew the zone will start shrinking, players will suffer. They all had to do is get into the safe zone themselves. Both Car 98 and NXTHH have done that, but DYT official, they did not have enough space to move ahead because they'd already spotted Car 98 and they jumped right ahead of NXTHH. There's nothing much they could do from here. All players spotted from both Car 98 and NXTHH down to the last two teams. A 4v4 fight. NXTHH, the team with all amounts of patience. Car 98 Army, a team who's made a comeback from Game 3. Who is going to get the booyah is the big question.
It's two top teams right now, all 4 players intact. Height advantage against the non-throwables is something that they can push out Team NXT on the downside. Will they come down? That's going to be a question. But before that, Team NXT is already down off the roof, and it's a duel. Marvel has been spotted, taken down. So is Bot God already eliminated? There is a scope of revival for Marvel, but Soul wouldn't give that sort of an opportunity. 2 players on the rooftop are trying to bring in the best of the chances to take the booyah. Car 98 with 2-man roster alive. Yes, and we have 3 players from NXT Headhunters, 2 with 60%, and we do not believe in this win rate ratio because we have seen the worst happening.
Yep. This is a 2v3. Soul is there. He will try to bring this back. It happened in Game 3, and from there on, Car 98 Army ended up getting the podium at the 3rd spot. Now they have an option of getting a booyah, but the numbers not in their favor. And I really like NXTHH's approach. They're waiting for Car 98 to make a move rather them not doing anything. They've surrounded in all 4 fronts. Payne is on top of the roof in case they move in the other direction. Ursh is helping him out in case somebody spots him from afar. And Divine now slowly backing off as the safe zone has shifted. Slowly the zone itself shrinking, forcing the players of Car 98 to move out. And you can see the throwables being used, making sure that Car 98 do not easily entry out of that compound. And Payne is waiting for the opportunity. Ursh is waiting for it. Divine and Riptide Rhythm coming through to break that glue wall, making sure they don't have any cover other than the compound in this zone shrinking by itself. They have to make a way out, but right now NXTHH, Payne's down. Ursh right now trying to save Soul. He's going and giving his everything to see if there's a booyah left. Ursh spots, now putting 1 down, and that's Soul. With that, NXTHH confirmed this booyah for themselves. What a patience game that they've shown, and it is another one in their name. Brilliant from Kalahari, now to Nexterra. NXTHH get the 2nd booyah.
The most consistent team in the lobby, maintaining the balance of elimination points and placement points, are already managing to get 2 booyahs out of 4 of the day. They have won 50% of the matches, where our other teams just bring it on now. Remaining 2 maps should be played in the best possible way. Talking about 2 teams, Non-Stop Gaming definitely gave in whatever they had best, but then the rush that they came against them did not end up exactly as they were trying to plan in. Talking about Team Car 98. Finally, first 2 maps did not end up in their favor, but talking about the other 2 maps, they are doing it pretty cool. They are in the podium every single time, very, very close to booyah, and this time again. The way they had the advantage, falling off the rooftop, I think that converted something that wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, I think if Car 98 Army had that safe zone move in their favor in the higher ground, maybe it could have been a better opportunity, because NXTHH had a similar situation when the safe zone was moving. They were in the compound, how Car 98's last few players were stuck. And Car 98 did not allow the side of NXTHH to move out from the compound, and that was DYT officials' distraction, which gave an opportunity for NXTHH to take up a fight, clear them off, and then get to another position. But while Car 98 themselves were forced to climb downhill, that's where NXTHH took advantage of it, took control of the position. I think if to give hats off to them of how well they play, the composure coming in from NXTHH has been brilliant so far. And in all the games that we have witnessed, they've been in the top 5. They've They've been getting placement points. They've been getting eliminations. The consistency is on a different level coming in from the side of NXTHS, and it's going to be a tough luck or a fight if you go against them. And especially now, I think it's time for teams to watch out on NXTHS, because however, fighting means that their qualification would not only get confirmed here on day one of the action, it might even cascade out of league stage to the grand finals.
Yeah, let's see about the progression coming in from the side of Headhunters, having 2 maps still waiting for them. But how did they win this particular Booyah? That's something that I would definitely want to relive, because it was a very close duel where they did not have the numbers advantage. Fight started off on the rooftop where they lost one of the players, Marvel, but then they gradually moved down, and one after the another they had to move up in the open area exactly there. Divine as well as Arsh made sure to take down each and every player coming their way, and also taking away the Booyah. Not so massive yet very interesting. Total of 22 points on their name with 10 elimination points and 12 placement points. Car 98 Army following really close with 19 points at NG Pros. The home ground of Nexterra is never bad for them. They are spotted in the podium for sure.
And I think you have to give hats off to NG Pro's Manu, who survived for such a long time and became a problem in the fight between Aerobots and CFF Esports, and took eliminations in his favor as well, taking that advantage while Aerobots and CFF Esports were figuring out of who's still surviving from each other to find that full team vibe. And then when Manu understood he cannot make it across the safe zone, brought Struggle back, and Struggle also tried to survive, but Car 98 had his address and did not allow him to move further along the lines. And if there was an opportunity, maybe there could have been a lot more done from the side of NG Pros, but still consistency from their end as well. But complete shift in terms of momentum coming in from Aerobots. The previous game 3 was not played well, did not work well in their favor. They tried multiple times of reviving their players, but in mid-air, in compounds that they were trying to take, they were getting eliminated one after another. So this 15 points is going to make a big mark for them. Same goes for DYT Official at 13, CFF at 10. The captains only with 8, but not to be worried for their end. Noah Kane at 8. Mystic have taken 7 points. Still the difference that Mystic and Noah Kane have between themselves. God's Omen, another suffering that they are facing. GWM Manish, not something that I'm worried about. And then we jump to the MVP. We were talking about him, Tanya, here. It's none other than NG Manu.
Manu with 6 elimination points and almost 4,000 of damage and only 2 assists. He delivered a lot more than he could with Skylar in his main active ability and Advin as his supportive pet. Talking about his main weapon used, there's nothing but a sniper. A perfect play set, a perfect play style, and the best that he could deliver for his teammates. And he delivered the maximum amount of damage as compared to anyone within the lobby at one point of time. And a non-stop gamer is Manu alongside few other players as well. They are bringing it what they have to, and the map of Nexterra comes to an end with a positive notes for several teams. Let's name it Headhunters. And talking about NXT Headhunters, the Booyah Baggers, we also need to see the stats about how they performed, about which player outshined the other or which was way more supportive or active.
Booyah team stats right in front of your screens. It is going to be the team who got themselves this Booyah, and the second Booyah, it is going to be Ursh, Divine, Pain, and Marvel. And I think you can clearly see, right, we were talking about this, that teams right now balance themselves in terms of information and damage, and that Pet tells that they want a lot in terms of information, and along with that having like Steffi and Alvaro gives an advantage for you in tackling the damage as well as doing more damage. And that is how NXTHH play really well in terms of information, surviving, and doing the damage.
And it has to be Arsh with total of 2 elimination. Now 831 damage is too much for 2 elimination, but he already gave 2 assists and 2 knockdowns. 4 eliminations on the name of NXTX Divine with 300 damage only, and 5 assists to his teammate. He delivered a lot of assistance. Sure, he did get those picks, eliminations, 6 knockdowns on his name. Marvel, definitely you are able to see that he had 0 elimination points, but the amount of support that he provided is massive in terms of his active ability versatility in terms of his aggression and rush. And last but not the least, NXT Pain with 4 elimination, 4 assists and 5 knockdowns with only 166 damage. So we can totally see it is Arsh who delivered a lot of damage and gave those assists with 831 damage with only 2 elimination points.
Big damage dealer, but just like that, we jump to the game summary. It is kind of gone down in this game because we ended up seeing the fights break out and instant team eliminations also happen. It didn't cascade to a lot of revives, and therefore it's at 46,389 total damage. Total eliminations still at par of 70 at 69 eliminations, 85 knocks, same as the previous game, but the longest elimination distance has increased, Tanya, to 130 here in Nexterra.
Yeah, that's great. Glue walls is one of the better choice to get a cover, because talking about Nexterra, you do have multiple compounds, but then by the end of the circle, all you can cover yourself is with those glue walls. But longest elimination distance is 130. I believe this is the highest amongst all 4 game summaries that we have witnessed, and that has to be coming in from Manu, Non-Stop Gaming's Manu, because he was holding himself in a small compound and he jumped out of it and got some elimination as well. But we do have overall game standings about what are the shifts that are going to bring in for team captain as well as GWM, because this game was not for them. But still, number 1 is retained by the captains with a total of 79 points.
Then coming in is NXT HH, and now they close in that gap of around 20 to 30 points that we were talking about. It's just down to 9. Then is NG Pros with a total of 49 points. GW Manish at 48. Car 98 Army at 46. Aerobots at 43, having a tad bit of a better game. DYT Official as well at 38. CFFE Sports at 36. And Novocaine still at that 9th spot with 32 points. They've not been having a great game, but they're right at that threshold, not giving that position away to anybody else. Mystic Esports, just because of the difference. Novocaine, when they ended this game, they were 1 point above the total points that Mystic had gotten, and therefore the difference is still at 3. Then we see at Team Tycoons, who are at 27, their difference is at 5, and God's Omen still in that same position, Tanya. It's been far too long. 4 games, only 2 more. Solara and Bermuda up for action. What do God's Omen do from here on?
Well, coming back to the points between the captains and Team NXT Headhunters, who are the top 2 in the overall standings, and they also possess the highest numbers in terms of scorecard. If we talk about NXT X Headhunters, well, that is the exact room of opportunity that they were able to get. First opportunity stood where team captains got early eliminated, and that is where exactly they knew how to reduce the buffer points, and they managed to do it with now it was massive. It started off with 70 to 44. Now it's 9 points of difference, which should be covered if they want to. But for that, team captains again needs to be getting eliminated early on, and that is a rare case. Sam, we both know about it. Sure, they lost this map of Nexterra, but they are very strong enough. Ladies and gentlemen, team captains ruling and dominating entire day with all 4 maps, and there's next NXT Headhunters performing pretty good as well. Two teams fighting for number 1 position. This is it until 4 maps. Two more maps still remaining. We are going for a short break, so see you on the other side.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. There are 2 more games remaining for this particular group, and so far, teams like
Indeed.
NXT Headhunters and the captains are doing really well. But then again, we kind of expected them to. These guys have been tier 1 teams in the past, and they've done really well for themselves in the past as well. For them to get into a lobby like this, we knew that they're gonna be amazing. But with just 2 games left for this group, the other teams really have to step up now. They must get into the top 8 at the very minimum.
Not only that, Crips, situations have been looking very dire for the table bottomers. I mean, table toppers, they're doing really good. Well, of course, they're having back-to-back booyahs. We could see NXT Headhunters just going in a flow, and then it's just not going in a flow. They're not breaking it either as well. I mean, there was a halt in the middle, but again, they're getting enough amount of eliminations so they can go ahead and sit on that high horse gate again. So, cutting down to the shorter picture, God's Omen, Team Tycoons, Mystic Esports, all of these folks, they need to buckle up and break an ankle, break a leg, do whatever they can do, get eliminations, get position points, and that's how you can have a very nice, decent day 1 adventure.
Yeah, so these guys really need to buckle up at that point, and if they don't, well, then they are gonna be in a lot of trouble. As you know that for just this online phase, the objective isn't to win everything. The objective is to just not lose. The objective is to just stay out of the bottom, and if they can't do that, they're gonna have a lot of trouble making it into the next phase of the tournament, that is the league stage. So for now, the entire focus of all the teams in Group A must be to just stay out of the bottom, and that means all of these teams will have to either avoid early game battles and avoid eliminations, or they will have to ensure that they win every single fight that they get into. Without further ado, let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The 5th match of the day in Solana is about to begin now.
It's a beautiful map where you can have a lot of opportunities to go for the 4th party or the 5th party, because of course you have the skateboards, you have those recline kind of places where you can head forward and find your perfect spot in order to take those fights. So that's one of the places that I want to see whether how much teams are going to be ready for this kind of a battle coming in forward. And TV Tower, surprisingly, nobody's around that place. Because last time I remember many teams were very accurate and they love to go ahead and play in this map, particular towards TV Tower itself.
Yeah, but surprisingly, TV Tower is completely unoccupied. That is prime real estate that a lot of teams will aspire to capture later on, because it offers such a lovely view of the entire map, and the height advantage lets you keep tabs on almost every other team. But for now, there is a conflict brewing, and K98 Army versus Novocaine will be the first battle. K98 Army have already acquired 1 finish, and they might just be looking for more. So Novocaine is in a lot of trouble. Oh my goodness, they don't let anyone escape. They get all 4, and within a matter of seconds, Novocaine is out of this game.
K98K, well, they are looking very confident talking about today's game, the way they have been moving forward as well. All of those fights taken in the Vinili as well, they have been doing so well. Now, the actual question arises here. What are these other 2 teams doing who have recently been knocked all over? Geo and NC. Well, they're not going to be there in this particular map, but next following one, they need to be on point so they can at least redeem what happened in this particular map. So that's one of the things that is going to be on their shoulders. But talking about the table toppers, NXT Headhunters, well, they have been having a really good time. And alongside, the elimination is looking good for now. 1 elimination, they're always looking for more and more treats. And Dinoculus, it has been utilized, but I don't think so they have found anyone in this vicinity just about now.
Yeah, if at all they use the Dinoculus slightly higher, they might have found some members of Non-Stop Gaming, but Struggle is heading straight towards the Hornet's Nest. Now he spots Divine from NXT Headhunters, and they have no idea. He's right behind them. He's got eyes on all 4. And he's going to relay this information to his team. He doesn't want to start shooting just yet. That M60 is not going to be enough to bring down an entire team. And he doesn't have nearly enough backup. So he will just lay easy for now. Pass on this information to his team and tell them that, listen, we might have been trying to go towards TV Tower, but that place is already occupied.
Indeed. The sirens. It's a big warning that, you know what, circle is gonna shrink in real soon. Might as well move forward. The warning signs are all off. And with that said, I believe Car 98, they're up to no good. They want to go ahead and take yet another battle. For now, they have a hot streak, Captain right in front. And Zap, he's still waiting for the right kind of moves. They are trying to run around. Be careful in this entire situation. And this is what the versatility is provided in this particular map. You have the zip lines. You can put in the glue walls. You can stay safe and go in towards a really nice section. But Abhi, for now, looking at the way he's rushing forward in front of Bot God, I don't think so Bot God will have the opportunity to survive the wrath of this team.
Yeah, Sid came in to help Bot God, but he was a little too late. By that time, he was already finished. So Sid just decides to escape from that situation and join his other two teammates, Harsh and Soul, so that they have a better chance of trading frags and staying alive faster. It's a 3v3 battle. Nivesh has been finished off. So now the captains have a realistic opportunity to finish off the other fight. But Zap gets caught by himself out in the open. The glue walls don't save him. And Car 98, they get to the vending machine first. They have called in one more of their players. Meanwhile, captains, they also managed to revive one. They get Nivesh back online, if I'm not wrong. Although I don't think he's going to be landing over here anytime soon. So it's just Bhagwan left. And he has to somehow stay alive. Using the glue wall melters, he's trying to keep tabs on Soul and Hutch, but now he's realized that he will be destroyed. The Scarlet ability goes through, breaks his glue wall. Somehow Bhagwan's still alive. Just using that in a way to go around the corners. No, he's been found. And nothing that can be done about it.
And that's right, Captain Last Man Standing. And he is going for a different adventure altogether. Brings back Abhi. So a couple of players strong is what Captain looks like. Still, again, having the tokens gives you a lot of room and opportunity to buy up items or buy the player directly itself. So that's one of the things that he's going to work around with and moreover find more points. But looking at the way GW Manish team is playing, I mean, I get it. Today's start was a banger. Getting the Booyah was important, but the momentum is quite not that much in their pocket. They still need to go ahead and figure out how good the teams are playing in the other particular maps. And that's the thing about day one. It's about you going ahead and testing how the teams are playing. Moreover, you understanding the kind of drop locations that the opponents love to go ahead and devour. And once you understand that, you can go ahead and do something about it in day 2 or day 3, whenever the entire lobby is going to be tying hands yet again. So it's a good information, but for later.
Yeah, it's good enough. Meanwhile, captains had just called Nivesh back down to the ground a couple of minutes ago. He's going to be found once again. But Bhagwan, he himself was revived literally less than 20 seconds ago. And now he manages to get all his teammates online. So the captains are back to a 4-man squad. But that means
God's work.
That that kind of means that they will be in trouble again because they won't be landing with all their gear. They certainly can't afford the super revives right now. They can only afford the regular ones. So they'll have to get their loot back up all over again. CFF, they are fine, right? I mean, there's nobody really gatekeeping them, no immediate danger in their vicinity. So CFF are doing fine, although I do feel bad for them because they only have 3 finishes. One of their finishes was stolen away. In fact, they were fighting God's Omen, and they were the ones who were supposed to eliminate their entire team, but I believe one of their finishes was stolen away by either the captains or maybe by a completely different team. We will find out later on which one was that.
Well, the elimination part is actually very important. Of course, if you manage to pull off a really big game of per se 14 to 15 eliminations, and then later on you're even securing the position advantage as well, getting the Booyah, then it just sums up to a really nice chunk of points. And you can, don't mark me wrong, you can go ahead and take down multiple teams who are trying to compete for the top spot. But for now, looking at the way CFF is going ahead, I like the confidence at which they're rolling, but unfortunately, Reddy was not ready enough to go ahead and take this battle. He's been eliminated. Abhijay, Bloody, and Wild Fox, these are the 3 players who have the weight on their shoulders against a team who have opened a really good time for them.
He's just looking for an opportunity. He knows where Noxious is. He knows where Soban is. Do they know about the rest? Elsewhere, The remaining members of Mystics also have come back online. But this fight between Classy FF and GW Manish is brewing. Oh my goodness, and it's brewing quite strongly. Sovic uses the track, slides across to safety. Abhijay in hot pursuit, looking to isolate that fight against him. The Trogon and the SMGs won't really help him much. The Bison spray isn't connecting just yet, but with the M590, Abhijay just destroys him, smacks him at, and that's another confirmation for CFF.
That's a really good confirmation coming in. CFF, they're looking strong, they're looking concrete. They need to bring back Ready into the picture, and that's how they can be a four-man Fantastic Four team. But MYS, they're right in front. They have heard all of the conundrum, and all of a sudden, it feels like this can be a invitation for the battle. I can see those therapies coming all across. The HP still not yet gone, but now is the time for the action to brew up. Bloody, what are you doing? The glue wall did come in the nick of the time, but unfortunately, the P90 was all around that glue wall. Gets that one knock alongside the elimination as well. So beautiful start. All of a sudden, it feels like CFF, they had a good start, but now they're regretting it, what happened at that moment.
Unfortunately, they will not be punished hard enough. They should be able to get their teammates back up online as well. So all 40 players in the lobby still alive. Basically, nothing has changed in an entire circle closure. And while some of these teams will be able to get their players back up again, their resources will be dwindling. So this will become harder for them in the late game. Of course, you can always slay your opponents and steal from their loot boxes. Classy FF still camping outside the zone, tanking all that blue damage. Will be able to catch Mortal off guard, and he had no idea that someone could be still out here in the open. But all those gunshots got them exposed to Kar98, and Bot God has dispatched Reddy back to the lobby. So CFF, they get an elimination, but they lose a player in return.
Indeed. And YS on the other end, they're also facing the similar kind of brunt. But they're prepared. One player just knocked. Oh, eliminated as well. Again, they're going to be coming into the picture. So it's going to be real soon, as it's just the third circle. Captain on the other end, they're getting rounded apart. Kar98 right in front. Blue melters thrown at them. And this is not looking a good sight for them to go ahead and compete for this particular fight. Kar98, what are you up to? Did manage to get one knock, but Captain, they're so quick on feet. This is like the second time that they're going toe-to-toe. This might as well be that one opportunity for Captain to go ahead and call in a redemption fight against Kar98.
Yeah, but while these two teams are fighting, all the other teams who were supposed to be in danger, teams like CFF, they've found free entry points into the zone, and they will no longer be gate-kept, all thanks to Captain drawing the attention of Kar98 army. Oh. Bot got found. Nivesh gets the angle. The nades are being thrown into that house so that Harsh can hopefully get to Bot God and get the res. He uses the glue walls. He's taking the revive. Abhi's trying to find an angle, but he just simply cannot. The Cassie heal is helping them all get healthy very, very quickly. The jump pads is used, and Soul, can he actually find enough time to get the heal back up? Captain's found Harsh again, so how much longer can these guys keep on healing, and how much longer can they survive over here? Once again, Captains have done just enough to get the revives up, and Kar98 army also just focusing on surviving now, but they better hurry up because CFF has come knocking on the door.
Oh, they were just sitting there in that compound thinking that they're going to be safe, but they are not safe at all. MYS on the height advantage. CFF, they are the ones being in the sandwich situation. Kar98, they are looking very neat. All intact. And Captain on the other end. It's like a two-edged sword where they have to deal with a couple of teams, to go ahead and enter towards the circle in a better position advantage. So that's one of the places that they need to go ahead and figure out what can be done right about now.
CFF, wait a second. Patient. Meanwhile, NXT Headhunters yeah. And that happened off screen. That's a major team that's out very early. After winning 2 booyahs, I did not expect them to go down this early on. But then again, this area is getting super crowded. Even Team Tycoons have showed up. Mystics finally eliminated. it's about time that they stopped donating frags to their opponents, but they had way too many revives, and finally they've been all caught and dispatched. Even DYT bites the dust. We did not even get to see which one of these teams sent them back packing to the lobby, but I believe it must have been Team Tycoons because they've got 9 eliminations, and we've barely seen them fight on camera now. As soon as they head in towards this compound region, they will be greeted by aerobots, but aerobots are also fighting against non-stop pros at the same time. So this is going to be a 3-way battle.
It is going to be a 3-way battle. And look at CFF, they're for now being rounded apart. Car 98, they're constantly dealing the damage against them. And CFF, are they prepared for this kind of shenanigans? As captains, they're just waiting right across. It can be a big cluster situation where the opponents are going to take up a really nice chunk of this piece. So let's see. What can these teams do in such a situation? I can see already Car 98, they're going all crazy, haywire, getting all of those knocked, and the elimination is imminent. But wait a second, Car 98? They are the ones who've been treated with so much disrespect.
Yeah, but they went down swinging, 9 eliminations to their name. I think Car 98 Army can hold their heads up high, but take a look at this 4-way battle. You've got the non-stop pros just huddled up behind one rock. All the Skylar abilities, making sure that their glue walls don't work. They respond in kind by throwing the glue wall melters on the GW Manish players, but Aerobots have just this one triangular shaped house to their cover. Captains and Aerobots, they're both focusing in every direction. There's also a 5th team in the mix who's trying to take pot shots at literally everybody, but 2 Skylar abilities have been used. At this point, the only thing keeping GW Manish alive is their time turner from Chrono, but even that will expire. All the glue walls that they are deploying are being destroyed by both Aerobots and Captains combined, but Aerobots now have a bigger fish to fry. They've got the non-stop pros rushing upon them. Knocks exchange on either side, 2 glue walls down, but instantly the Oscar dash comes through and all the cover for them has been destroyed. Aerobots instantly wiped out in a matter of seconds, and non-stop pros now have control of this triangle house. Team Typhoon, they also want to take shots at them, but they're in so much trouble.
A lot of trouble, CFF. Unfortunately, they won't be standing out in this 5-man squad battle which was going on for so long. TT on the other end, last man standing. Nino, he's still figuring out what can he do in this nick of time. At least get a couple of eliminations. That's the max that they can get. GW Manish, they are moving in towards the circle. Good covers being provided, but unfortunately, it's Captain just going ahead. Crazy. Manu on the other end. He's also giving a hard time to Captain in order to take them down, isolate them, shut them, shun them, and Enchi on the other end. They are struggling, but the struggle is going to give them a lot of reward. As Captain, they are dropping down like birds, one by one. But 4-man squad, still strong, is what non-stop pros are looking like.
What a lovely split by non-stop pros. They use Corpse and Anubhav to wipe out the remaining members of their opponents in the backlines. Meanwhile, Manu and Struggle move ahead in front of their teammates so that they can get some cover behind that bus. Grenades being popped. I don't think there's any Steffi abilities available for the non-stop pros. They've probably already used it, so these grenades will be quite dangerous. Struggle is down on the ground. Manu, Anubhav, and Crops, they move ahead. Great shots connected onto Sovik, but take a look at Amin. This one sole survivor from Team Typhoon is still keeping the hopes alive. GW Manish, they've secured one more finish. The dash from Anubhav gets the knock onto Sovik. He uses shotgun in return, but Noxious trades him out. It's a 1v1v1. Crops versus Soban versus Amin, and Amin is coming in from behind. Soban has no idea. He might just be able to save the members of Non-Stop from their certain demise. Crops using so many glue walls at once, but the instant dash pops all the glue walls, and he's been found. Soban gets them both. 1v2 clutch from Soban to get his team the booyah.
GW Manish, that one solo survivor, my oh my, that's the way you can go ahead and turn the entire tides around and call in a day with the booyah. What a way. And this is just like the second one coming in from there, and so 12, 24 points earned right there in like 5 maps. So a really good booyah, to be very honest. And not only that, the patience game on Manish, GW Manish, to be very honest, was so damn good, Crips. I mean, imagine it's a 1v1v1 situation, and all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I'm already been shot way too much. Let me just go ahead with those covers, heal up to the max, and then later on engage into the battle. So that's the kind of presence of mind that we could see from this team.
And let's be honest, Team Tycoons, these guys have played Spoilsport for way too many teams, way too many times. Even in Kalahari, we saw Team Typhoons rush in first, but they were the first ones to die. And in the process of doing so, they ruined the game for Non-Stop Pros. This happened in Kalahari. This happens again over here. I mean, Non-Stop Pros had such a big advantage, and they were almost about to win their battle against GW Manish. But once again, one sole survivor from Team Typhoons, he comes in, ruins the match for everybody. He actually first targets GW Manish, but that guy just panics and he just puts up like multiple glue walls to cover himself. And then Saban, he kept himself alive just by staying alive over there. He was able to make sure that whatever players are left from Team Typhoons and Non-Stop Gaming, they end up fighting each other first. All he did was just cocooned himself in a bunch of glue walls, and he got the booyah. It is incredible how many times Team Typhoons have ruined the match for Non-Stop Pros.
Well, not gonna lie, he did make a cocoon and then emerged like a beautiful butterfly. Getting the booyah was important for them, and this is the second one. The first one was Alpine, and the second being Solara. So this is a really good start for them. Day one has been super good for Group A, especially these two teams, which is NXT Headhunters alongside GW Manish. They have been on point and they're reading the opponent so well. And I believe that that was a very calculated risk being taken. Forming a cocoon, of course, it's one of the key details to how you can avoid all the conundrum. Specifically, if you have the entertainment CEO right in front of you, then you cannot do anything in that situation. But give or take, he took his bet. He knew all of the major big guns have been utilized in the previous battle itself. Now the other two are just trying to focus on who is going to get the booyah. So that's how he just calculated all of the moves and received it. So overall, good read onto the opponents alongside the situational awareness. So I'm hoping that these teams, they can start showcasing more of their colors, because right now it's like 4 colors, and I just want to go ahead and see a really nice rainbow.
Yeah, you want to see all the teams do well consistently, but so far, out of the 5 games that we've seen so far, we've seen 2 double booyahs, we've seen 2 winners repeat each other's successes. GW Manish and NXT Headhunters, these guys have been phenomenal all day. And let's be honest, this was like one rare bad game for NXT Headhunters when they were one of the first 3 or 4 teams to be eliminated. So the consistency has been kind of lacking for them, but they will more than make up for it with their booyahs and eliminations overall. And again, like we said, the objective for today is to just stay out of the bottom 4. As long as you're able to do that, I think you should be golden.
That's true, and I believe most of the teams have already figured out what needs to be done in order to not be at the bottom 4. But certain teams, they're still getting themselves activated. But again, situations have been so weird, right? Whenever you come to the part where Solara comes into the picture, there's like so many fast rotations coming in. I do understand that it also gives you the room and the opportunity to provide yourself the cover when you're trying to traverse from one corner to the other. But at the end of the day, it's about how good of a fight you can take from the previous one and finish it off as soon as possible. But for all of those things, in order to relive and understand what happened in the final few seconds, let's just tune into it and understand what kind of a atmosphere was provided from all of these players.
So there you have it. That's the Oscar dash from Anubhav. It exposed Non-Stop Pros for almost the entirety of the game. Krops, he survived at 1 HP, dips into the blue zone, and he manages to somehow stay alive for just a second longer. But then unfortunately, he gets to fight that one dude from Team Tycoons, somehow stays alive, just scraping past that battle. But unfortunately, by that time, GW Manish have already recovered, and he's already on top of Krops, ready to shoot him down when Krops is like at 1 HP. So that's GW Manish getting 11 eliminations in this match with a 23-pointer game. NG Pros, having survived that entire gauntlet of teams aiming down at them, have 12 eliminations. Of course, the MVP of this game is none other than Soban, getting his team that lovely booyah. He's supposed to be a sniper. Take a look at his abilities. He's got Rafael, he's got Skylar, he's got Maro and Moko. There's no way this guy should have been able to win a battle up close. And he does it all with the woodpecker, up against people who are using M590s.
Well, for sure, but overall, a really nice initiative coming in from his end. And Subhan, like you mentioned, he was active till the very end, stayed calm and composed. So being a sniper, getting all of these things done is no joke. It's a really nice initiative coming in, and it just showcases that GW Manish's team is just filled with all of these versatile players who can go ahead and deliver whenever the team needs them most. Yeah, overall, the other contributions coming in as well. Moreover, the kind of plays that all of these players could go ahead and establish since the beginning, getting eliminations after eliminations. There's only one person, Avik, who has provided the support, but he hasn't received that much of appreciation when it comes to elimination assists or knockdowns, but the others have done handful.
Yeah, I'm actually also surprised by the abilities that Avik is using. Like, I think he's like the only person in the entire server who's using Ford and Nikita at the same time. Those abilities, in my opinion, became redundant in 2023. So he might be lacking damage because of those abilities. However, what he lacks over here has been more than made up for by Sovik. What a guy. More than 1,000 damage by just this person alone. And only 67 eliminations in this game with 87 knocks, which means that a lot of these teams, while they're getting knocked, they just were unable to get the finishes as well.
I mean, that's completely understandable. Moreover, look at the way the glue walls have been destroyed as well. 195 to be precise. I mean, in the previous one, it was around 180s or something, and now the numbers are increasing. It's the kind of importance that you need glue walls in order to go ahead and provide the cover. I understand artificial covers can be provided. There can be some trees or a rock where you can huddle across, but at the end of the day, you need the glue walls in order to keep moving forward and pressing according to the needs of the situation. Longest elimination distance being 109, and that's the entire game summary of Solara. It was a really good map, but overall, if you talk about the standings, then the captains are the ones who are leading the charge.
Yeah, and even though NXT Headhunters and GW Manish have 2 booyahs each, captains with only 1 booyah have been able to outshine almost everybody thanks to their consistency. 38 placement points. That's way more than anybody else. The only team who has that many placement points is GW Manish. But then take a look at their eliminations. 58 in just 5 games? That's ridiculous, man. Within the first 6 games, within the first day itself, they're about to cross the 100-point mark. And that's no easy feat. NXT Headhunters and Manish 73 and 71 points each. That's respectable. Even NG Pros, without having any booyahs, have 70 points. My concern is for Godzoman, Mystic Esports, Noah Kane, and DYT Official, because these 4 teams are towards the bottom. Now, Godzoman, they have a lot of pressure on them because they were just recently signed by this big organization. They're supposed to be a promising team. They're supposed to be a tier 1 contender, and yet they're struggling a lot. If they don't even manage to make it into the top 8, it will be problematic because there's only 1 game left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the last game for this group. It's gonna be on the OG map. It's on Bermuda.
Oh, beautiful map where teams are going to plan about their mere existence till the very end. And trust me on this one when I say it, Crips, that teams are going to stay in till the very end. They are going to be alive. They want those points, specifically the teams that you mentioned. They want to survive for a longer time. P can be one of the places where these teams can go ahead and form themselves a really nice spot. Stay there, stay intact, because most of the times the circle is always centric.
Yeah, and even if the circle isn't exactly in the center, it's somewhat easier to predict the zones on Bermuda as opposed to the newer maps like Solara and Alpine and Nexterra. Teams have had way more practice on Bermuda since the last 5 or something years. So the early fights, once again, no surprise over here, happen at peak. It's NXT Headhunters. They also have a couple of members of Team Tycoons. They also have some CFF players who've actually spread out across Mars Electric, Pochinok, and Peak.
Oh my. Hitman, what are you doing? He's like, even I want a piece of the pie. He's rushing forward towards the peak. But at this spot, there are like 3 players, 3 teams already stacked up way too close. Can be a complete elimination, or it can be that one player will somehow run away by the skin of his teeth and stay alive to bring back the other 3 players as well. So this is one of the places where most of the fights do start, and it has already started. Aleem, he has already been taken down, eliminated completely. Hyper, Sheik, way too low of HP. Sham, it's him and only him who can provide the support that the team needs. But Hyper, look at him. He's coming back into the picture. HP coming all the way up. And Aleem, he's back into the picture yet again. The revival is coming through. And that's the kind of space that the teams are giving them to breathe. And once you give the breather in the game of Free Fire Max, then just agree to disagree that these players are going to be back online.
Yeah, they definitely will be. So you gotta finish them off while you can. Even if one of their teammates escapes and manages to get the res on the others, it's fine because you would have secured those points. And right now, these teams need the points desperately. Novacaine and Godzoman once again in a lot of trouble. Novacaine will be eliminated entirely. Godzoman down to just 1 player. And these guys have been struggling all throughout.
It's a hard time.
GW Manish also suffering from losses, but they still have majority of their players up, so they're not in complete danger just yet.
Oh, the launch pads. It provides a lot of FOV, a lot of view. And what was Shoban doing? His legs exposed and he's been shot. That's right. You cannot do all of those things. GW Manish, all of a sudden, they're feeling the heat. 1 player already eliminated. 3 of them still alive, and they will somehow manage to bring that 1 player back into the picture. But again, the advantage currently seems to be a really nice section where Ado bots were looking concrete, but all of a sudden they're also facing the wrath of CFF.
Yeah, Aerobots earlier lost a couple of their players to NXT Headhunters. Now they are facing the wrath of CFF. The flames consume Sheik. And the moment he's killed off, Sham OP will be able to get him back online. Elsewhere, Godzoman also find the opportunity to revive 2 more of their players. So both GW Manish and Godzoman now at 3 members each. But take a look at Mystics. They haven't really had the best time in this entire server. But MYS finally might just be able to make something work. Mortal almost got a knock, but Struggle and Manu just destroy them. The Bisons and the Max 7s are absolutely phenomenal in their hands.
That was not at all a good fight. MYS, they were completely blindsided, not knowing the information onto where the opponents are going to be, and the connections of the shots, that did not come through. But on the other end, Kar98, they're on to some really good start. 1 player knocked and eliminated as well. GW Manish, yet again, facing the brunt of a couple of teams. Like, they're not getting a space to breathe onto what's happening around them. Sovik, he's prone. Can Soul figure out? Soul, he's trying to hunt that 1 player and he spots him. That 1 place where he thought he's going to be the most safe has already been exposed. And there comes a double elimination coming in. Kar98, 3 eliminations strong. And they're looking like they will have a really good time in this particular map. It's the OG map, and I know for a fact that they have practiced this for so long.
Yeah, so Catalusa seems to be in complete control of Kar98 army right now. Godzoman managed to get all... No, not all their players. They just keep dying again and again.
Peekaboo.
Meanwhile, Captains and Non-Stop Pros, they are fighting each other. 2 of the top teams in this lobby now in contention. And these guys are fighting in the tricky areas of Shipyard. Meanwhile, Non-Stop Pros, Crops loses his life. Thanks to Bhagwan, he's been finished off. But Abhi has also been finished off. So now it's practically a 3v3 between these 2 teams. Wait a second though. Why are they beefing with Godzoman now? Non-Stop Pros just escaped a fight against Captains, but now they are losing players to not just Captains but also to Godzoman. So this is a little weird right now because Godzoman is just getting caught in the crossfire. This isn't even their fight to begin with.
That's the kind of unlucky situation is what they're going through with Grips. And if this thing happens for a really long time, then they might have that one drawback of confidence that we usually say. Shots fired, Bhagwan. He needs to run away, skedaddle, and he did manage to do that. Tatsuya on point, and Bhagwan, well, he just wants to last for a longer time. But there's a follow-up coming in. The mine was on point above. He should have had the experience of all of these things coming forward, but it's all right. He understood it a bit too late, but Bhagwan, he's been taken care of. Zap on the other end, he is way too far from all of this action. So again, bringing back the players will be a key factor, and that's what he did.
NXT Headhunters now towards Vimasakti Strip are looking for an opportunity to get a knock onto the Car 98 army guys who've been in control of this valley since quite a long time now. Meanwhile, just take a look at the amount of finishes Non-Stop Pros have. They're at 14. The Steffi ability, it can save you from grenades, but it won't save you from Skylar wall breakers. I don't even think that was a Skylar break. That was just bullets destroying their glue walls. Yeah. Just bullets. So both the teams have used up their Steffi abilities. Now they will be vulnerable to nades.
Oh my god, Divine. It's all onto your shoulders. I mean, come on. The height advantage looks so clean. And on textbook, I would say that NXT Headhunters, they have the opportunity to go ahead and trail all of the players who are trying to escape this current situation. Divine, what are you doing? He's taking a fight. The Skylar ability used so far away from the actual action.
Yeah, that's okay. As long as NXT Headhunters can keep control of Vimasakti Strip, they wouldn't really mind losing a couple of players or losing their opportunities. I don't think they're losing anything though, because Harsh has just managed to get that finish onto Nivesh. Oh, poor captains. They were just starting to build up their economy, just starting to get their money, and now they will be forced to spend some of it and get Nivesh back up. NXT Headhunters on top of the peak. Zap needs to get away. He uses the launch pad, but he just cannot get away in time, and Zap will be found.
I would say Zap to death. My man could not hit the button to release. He was, what, 0.1 second away from hitting that button, but the way 3 players just bounced right at him, well, he's going to remember that till the very end. DYT on the other end, I could just see them just sneaking past the underneath. I mean, I understand that the southeast corner looks really nice and good, but you need to understand this one factor, that players need to be found, they need to be eliminated, and that's how you can get the confidence rolling. And that's one of the things that is missing from this team since a really long time.
One thing that's not missing for Non-Stop Pros are numbers. They are at 16 eliminations already. Are you serious? The team that won the Booyah last game had 12. They're at 16 in the second circle. Brother, these guys are on a roll, and they've got Godzoman in their crosshairs. And it's not just Godzoman. Who are they even taking pot shots at? Aerobots? They're so far away. Aerobots are still a whole POI away. They're just making their way across from Plantation. They've just barely entered Graveyard, and Non-Stop Pros want nobody to take control of the northern section. And they've given Godzoman such a hard time, man. They took away 2 of their members once again, forcing them to reinvest all their creds into just reinvesting, into just recalling their teammates. Meanwhile, if you take a look at that map, Observatory is still under contention because DYT is in a little bit of trouble. They also have a couple of members of Godzoman coming towards them. Meanwhile, even Car 98 army is heading in that direction. So even DYT, all their players might just get activated right now, quote unquote. Oh my god, the circle hard shift towards the west. All these teams are screwed. Team Tycoons and NXT Headhunters, they both need to hurry.
They need to. NXT Headhunters, the only one way that they can head fast is to take the battle first against EP, and then that's the way they can keep moving forward. They're taking a couple of shots, but unfortunately it did not hit the Woodpecker. Well, I completely understand high damage can be dealt with it, but unfortunately nothing of that could be seen. There's an easy way to get out of the situation, And NXT Headhunters, they want to take it slow. They want to take their own time, understand where the opponents are coming from, and that's how they head towards the circle. But this is another place where we could see DYT going ahead and doing the heavy lifting. They need those points. They need those eliminations. So far, just 3, and Bhagwan is right in front. So they need to go ahead and seize this opportunity in order to take those table toppers underneath them.
My goodness, Non-Stop Pros are just laying it into Aerobots. They just managed to knock Shake as well. Now, luckily, he's behind cover, so Shake can be revived. But NG Pros are just farming on Aerobots. I don't think they know that Captains are also right beside them, because Captains actually took a much longer route around the northern periphery of the circle, and then they're looking to enter. Aerobots escape right across Graveyard. They get into the circle way before everyone else, leaving NXT Divine to chase their own demons. But NXT Headhunters, these guys are in trouble. They're up against God's Omen, but God's Omen are just not fighting back. 0 elimination so far. They did not even shoot back at X Divine. They're just giving them all these frags for free. And now they've found Captains. Finally, 2 Titans going up against each other. Captains will lose one more player. Nivesh also out. But one of their players has already been stuck into the vending machine, so Captains only technically lose 1 at a time. Meanwhile, Aerobots, they were just destroyed. What on earth just happened? They got destroyed in seconds. All 3 of them were alive up until now.
They were, but unfortunately the height advantage just was taken away from them. Now looking at the way NXT Headhunters, they are trying to move inside the circle. They're looking pretty concrete, HP way too low, and Flash all of a sudden, he's turning all of the odds against this situation where NXT Headhunters wanted to do something better, but unfortunately they won't be able to do it for a longer time. One player already knocked, consider that couple of them. And the other 2, what kind of support can they provide? Wait, God's Omen, what are you doing on top of the billboard? I mean, I get it. You're looking at the action. It looks really good, but go ahead, take some shots. You need those elimination points. Else, it's going to be a bad time yet again.
Yeah, and God's Omen are down to their last man, so they're just hoping that nobody will look at them. But every other team is struggling to get inside the zone from the southern side. NXT Headhunters and Captains are struggling. Meanwhile, towards the top end, towards the northern side, you've got Non-Stop Pros. And looks like they've got themselves a lovely edge along this mountain, so they can take a look at Car 98 Army as well. Car 98 Army attempting to gatekeep the last member of God's Omen and the remainder of Team Tycoons. Will they be able to find any of these stragglers? Do they even know that that last guy from God's Omen is right behind them? He's just using them as piggyback,
no
but
idea.
Bot finds him.
They might have no idea, but yeah, he has been found. God's Omen completely eliminated, nullified. Harsh on the other end. He's been taking the big brunt force attack. So far, so good. They're still surviving. 7 eliminations strong. Damage King being Manu yet again. This sniper is unstoppable. Non-stop gamers.
22.
Yeah, 22. These are pros for a reason, Crips. I believe they have already squeezed the maximum out of this map. Maximum, I'm saying.
Not yet. Absolutely not yet. Take a look at their inventory. They've got 10 glue walls maxed out. So many heals. They've even got airdrop exclusive weaponry. All the snipers and all the long range weaponry. They're just farming damage. And it's not just Manu. The only other team who can come close to them in terms of finishes is Car 98 Army, and they're on the complete opposite end of the circle, so they don't even have an opportunity to shoot back at anyone. Oh, never mind. Forget about Car 98 Army shooting back. They're getting shot at by Non-Stop Pros. They take the monster trucks and get deeper towards the center of the circle. Manu once again finds Harsh. They are just indiscriminate. They will shoot at anyone and everyone. Up close and personal, Manu finds that finish. Meanwhile, DYT, they've got a good amount of control over this part of Observatory in this particular building, but NG Pros are knocking on the doorsteps. The glue wall melters deployed indoors, and even the Steffi ability has been deployed. But can Mad Max actually rain fire upon them from top? They've called in destroyed monster trucks on the roof, so this can act as temporary cover. Team Tycoons will be found. Their last straggler eliminated by CFF. But CFF also go down, so both these teams, they end up ruining each other's games.
Non-Stop Pros, they're looking super solid at this point of time. DYT on the other end, height advantage being capitalized left, back, and center. And they're taking shots. They're not worried about anything. Even though there's one knock coming through, but there's an instant revival thanks to Tiva. So that's the kind of situation that they're creating. Car 98, they're going to be forcing themselves out first, and that's how they can do something about the situation. But Soul, he's going to be nullified. Bot God on the other end, he's been taking care of DYT. It's a two-team battle all of a sudden. An NG, one player knocked. He's going to be revived 50-50% right about now. The Blue Wall mentors, they have been thrown, tossed right at the feet of Noor.
Yeah, but DYT, they lost their opportunity the moment they figured out that the other team has died. They could have moved in and not given NG Pros the risk of reviving their players. Look at the angle that Noor 18 has found. Those are some chonky shotgun shots that he's connecting onto Krups and Manu. But Manu has been knocked, and Noor 18, he's found the doorway to go in and flank Anubhav and Krups hiding behind the glue walls, hoping to find this isolated battle against Noor. But Noor has now the backup of Mad Max. Somehow, the NG Pros have turned this fight around. Mad Max has been forced to go back towards the lower trenches. Meanwhile, Noor 18, he's just hiding and biding his time. It's a 2v4 battle. How on earth have the NG Pros have turned this around? They find Noor 18. They know he's alone over here. They're throwing the freeze bombs at him. The Cassie heal will help him stay alive for just a little bit longer, but he's got no trading potential. His teammate literally cannot help him at this point, so he's kind of trapped. He's on island, and Struggle will now find Mad Max. The shotguns once again pumping his guts full of lead, and about to finish him off, leaving it all in the capable hands of Noor 18. His name means light in a certain language, but can he be the light for his team? Can he expunge them from the darkness? No, he cannot. NG Pros get a massive booyah. They had 22 eliminations before that final fight even began, and I'm pretty sure these guys have crossed not just the 30-point marker, they're on the verge of breaching a 40 bomb.
It was a moth to fire situation there, Crips. And the entire place, like you mentioned, why DYT moved from that corner was because of the circle. The moment the circle started moving, they were in a hurry to go ahead and capitalize. They did not take the time to go ahead and understand what will happen next. From which direction will Non-Stop Pros move forward? So that's the kind of awareness that they could not showcase at the last battle. Noor, he tried his level best. He was hitting his shots, but again, one knock against 3 players. That's an impossible feat to even go ahead and accomplish unless you're like the glue wall expert to go ahead and keep throwing in the glue walls and getting the knocks left, back, and center. So that's one of the places that he could not do much. And overall, the team support was not at all there. So yes, a really, really good way to go ahead and call it a day. The booyah was amazing. And Group A, all of a sudden, has come to an end.
Group A, my goodness, what a roller coaster journey. I mean, we've seen some incredible booyahs. We've seen some very nice rotation from the likes of NXT Headhunters and from the side of GW Manish. They were just manipulating teams into fighting each other. In fact, a lot of these teams were also able to manipulate Team Tycoons into doing the dirty work for them. But in that last game, Non-Stop Pros went berserk. They had one booyah before, and they were like, okay, sure, we are getting all these finishes, we can get into the circle, but what if we turn up the heat right from the beginning? And they knew exactly how to farm around that northern part of Bermuda. Shipyard, Graveyard, these guys were absolutely rolling over any team that stood in their way in that entire region.
And not only that, I could see a lot of action coming in from Car 98 as well. But again, they could not seal the day. They could not seal the entire moment, which was tossed right at them. And multiple teams were coming into the picture to take the fight. Again, 2-person standing against a team which have like healthy 4-4 players. It's tough to go ahead and isolate them or fight against them. But if they stuck together, it would have been a much better situation in regards with how they went split and then thought about, at least getting one elimination point from both the ends. So that's a place where they were struggling a lot, and I'm hoping that they understand what kind of mistakes they did today. But overall, the final moments where we can understand how the circle changed the entire trajectory of Death Wish getting the entire booyah, but ultimately it was Non-Stop Pros who received this booyah.
Non-Stop Pros, 30 eliminations, 12 booyah points, 40 bomber from this team. in the very first group, on the very first day of TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup, we have a 40 bomb from a team that nobody predicted to win.
That's right.
What a way to put yourselves on the board and grab the attention of the entire country, claiming loudly that this is a team that you cannot underestimate.
You just cannot. And this is not the end. I believe for a fact that once we head towards the team stats, right, we'll understand what kind of situation was created there. Yet again, this man being the MVP. Oh my goodness. It's like a starter pack. You have Skylar, you have the isolated shots, the absolute killer instinct in you. Manu, he has over 5.3k damage on his names, 9 total elimination, but the amount of support he has provided for his team is just massive.
Bro, if this is what you call support, then I don't even know what the rest of the team is capable of with all the rushers and all those actual supports included, because this sniper was just on fire. 5,300 damage? Is this a joke? I mean, we've seen games where the entire lobby does 47,000 damage in total. You're telling me this man managed to contribute 11% of that? Bruh, that is just nuts.
Yep, overall a really good game coming in, and it's like a really good end to the entire segment of Group A, and in such a way. 42 bomber alongside the statistics as well is going to scream out loud. I can see even Struggle going ahead and bringing in Beast on, which is one of the best pets for throwing all the projectiles for a further distance. Now comes the time for the entire all right, numbers to showcase. Numbers are pretty much
see that tells
nice
you
and
how
dandy.
good
13 assists.
13 assists, and I'm pretty sure that this damage is not 326, it's like 3260. Like, we know that Manu has 5,000 damage, and that's how good he is. He got so much damage, we literally cannot fit that many digits into this screen. That's how good he is. He's gonna make us add a whole new digit and change this entire screen so that he can fit that much damage into this. Sheesh! That's a ridiculous game from NG Pros. I mean, we knew they were good. They were aggressive right from the get-go, but this good? Oh boy. All the other teams in the league stage, they better watch out, because you're definitely seeing this team in the league stage.
League stage for sure. 42 points is no joke, and the way they have just moved forward, steam rolling through, that is also another thing to go ahead and devour. 127 meters. This again was shot by Manu itself. I could see it in the tiny bit of a pop-up which we could see in the earlier fight itself, right at the word get-go. Total goo walls destroyed. This time it's around 109. It's very less. I completely understand. But the way the entire teams are surviving till the end, this is what Bermuda brings on board, and it's lovely to see the team have even the survivable skills that they need in order to stay till the very end.
There's something wrong. Total damage 44,000 just does not add up. One player alone has like 5,300. If my math is right, and it isn't quite right very often, but you're telling me this one guy was able to do majority of the damage and nobody else could even come close to him?
One team.
Brother, there's something there.
One
team alone had so much. There's definitely something fishy. And they've actually overtaken the captains. Captains were at like, what, 98 points before the start of this game. They needed 2 points to get over the 100-point marker, and NG Pros skyrocket above them.
A beautiful game coming in from their end, and this is the kind of statistics that they wanted since day one itself, and day one for them is already over. Group A, a beautiful performance, all-rounder performance coming in from their end. So 112 total points. This is a lovely cutoff that they're already provided. It's like a benchmark for Group B, Group C, Group D to go ahead and showcase how much that they can go ahead and bring on the table.
My goodness. Take a look at that. I mean, Non-Stop Pros did not really have a booyah before this, and they were still doing quite well. But now with like more than 30 finishes in just one game and this booyah, they've climbed up to the top. And that means that Aerobots managed to scrape through by a tiny margin. They're at 56 points. The top
Yep.
9 teams have made it to the second week. And that unfortunately means that Nova Kane, Mystic Esports, and God's Omen will not be able to qualify for the next stage. Their journey will come to an end in the TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. But a massive congratulations to all these teams who were in the top 9. We look forward to seeing you again.
Well, hard work always pays out, Crips. It always pays out. God's Omen, they needed good Omen at the end, but they could not get it. They could not squeeze. I mean, I get it. You're sitting right on top of the post. I'm still pissed at that fact that you're sitting on top of the best possible vantageous point and still not taking your shots. Why? Because you're the last man standing. And what would that mean? I mean, this is the final map. At least go ahead and get a couple of elimination points. You might as well be Manu. Might as well be that one person who's creating the difference, making like so much damage onto the opponent that the opponents are thinking that, you know what, let's just put down our weapons. Let's just not fight. Let's just call it a day. And then let's see in the final overall standings whether we are qualifying or not. So that's the kind of mindset that you need to go ahead and showcase. And that's one thing that was missing from all of these 3 teams, specifically from God's Omen. So I'm hoping that they're going to be prepared for the next following tournament or for the next following bout, because this one was clearly not good.
Yeah, tough luck for God's Omen. Even for Mystic Esports, they were playing Revive Simulator 2025 because they were just running from vending machine to revive point to all these places, and they're just trying to get their teammates back up online. And we see them revive again and again and again, and then they lose the players also just as quickly. Novocaine, have to give credit where it's due. They at least did not play that Revive Simulator game. They were still fighting back. They were still shooting back. They had some damage. Unfortunately, every time they started a fight, they could not end at end time, and they would get third-partied. So the journey for these teams is over for the time being. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more Free Fire action in store for you. The Group B matches will also start very soon, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break.
So
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये चोरी करे लो अभी पहला। वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की, तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केडी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें करूँ पैक, मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है, फोन पे पाउडर है, उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ। मैं ना देता रैम को ना फोन, चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे फ्री फायर। लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में, और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मिड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि अब चोरी करे लो अभी पहले। वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की, तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केडी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें, करो पुश रैंक मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है, फोन पे पाउडर है, उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए। फोन भी बदल देंगे फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में। और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई। हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो, हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना भाई। जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
Bad on my peak, but I was a peak. Lip and a ज्ञान में अगर ये मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटरी में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा, कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रेको है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया किसको पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है। हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर हैं। मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल। मैं एलजी यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ। मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो, अच्छी सिखाते हो, तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए। और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की। सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको एक सिंसियर प्रोफेसर की तरह दिखूंगा और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर। फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था। एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्ज़ाम्स आके रुक गई, तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की, स्टॉर्म, AK और अर्पित। तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी, मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया। सो इट इज़ बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो, गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो।
कभी मिलो आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं। इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट। दो पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो, वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं। यहाँ पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है। हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं, मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं, रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं। इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो, ब्रदरहुड कह लो, बॉन्डिंग कह लो, कुछ भी कह लो। वो कहते हैं ना, ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर।
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम पीजी स्टॉर्म है। मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ।
स्टॉर्म जो है ना वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है, इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो।
प्रीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे। एक राउंड में प्रीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्रीसर को नॉक किया था। फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है।
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल। मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करते हैं।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया, मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था।
और इसलिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशन में अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है कि कोई रश कर रहा है या ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है तो वो दे नहीं पाता। गेम में बेसिकली अर्पित और स्टॉर्म ये दोनों रशर है, क्लोज रेंज फाइट्स के एक्सपर्ट है और वो हमेशा आगे भागते हैं। मैं स्नाइपर हूँ और इन गेम लीडर हूँ तो मैं सबसे पीछे रहता हूँ। उन दोनों और मेरे बीच में रहता है एके, जो कि एक फ्रैगर है और एक असल्टर है। स्टॉर्म और एके जाते हैं रश करने के लिए, फिर क्या हो जाते हैं दोनों नॉकडाउन।
स्टॉर्म तो बोलता रहता था कि भाई तू आगे चल, मैं तेरे पीछे कवर देने के लिए हूँ।
और मुझे और अर्पित को जाना पड़ता है रिवाइव करने। नॉर्मली जब कैजुअल मैचेस खेलते हैं तो एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने में से लोग ऊपर नहीं आते। यही लोग प्रोफेशनल मैचेस खेलने जाते हैं, कोई क्रूशियल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के गेम प्ले को इतना ज़्यादा समझते हैं कि बोलना भी नहीं पड़ता है और एक दूसरे को असिस्ट मिल जाता है। धीरे धीरे व्हाट्सएप के नंबर एक्सचेंज हुए, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट हुआ और फिर हमारा एक टाइम था कि रात को 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है।
रूटीन बन गया हमारा कि 9 बजे है तो अपन गेम में आना है। स्क्वाड पे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैसेजेस आना स्टार्ट हो जाता था कि भाई आ जाओ।
सुबह से लेके शाम तक 9 बजे का वेट करते थे, बिकॉज सभी लोग उसी टाइम पे ऑनलाइन आते थे और उसी टाइम पे खेलते थे।
और अगर मैं लेट हो गया हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को फ़ोन पे फ़ोन आ रहे, सर कहाँ हो, 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है, स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। उस टाइम पे बॉन्डिंग ऐसी थी ना कि अगर कोई मुझको बोल जाता है ना तो दे आर बी लाइक सर आप जवाब नहीं दोगे, आप क्यों अपना मुंह खराब करोगे, हम बैठे हैं ना आपकी ओर से। एक टाइम था जब स्ट्रीम पे बिल्कुल वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेट हो गया था मैं। इन लोगों ने फ़ोन करके बोला कि सर आप
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Crips, and joining me is gonna be Lucifer. We just witnessed an amazing set of matches for Group A. Now we're gonna be inviting Group B into the lobby. We'll throw those teams into the server and see what happens when they brawl.
It's going to be interesting, Crips, to witness the opening week Group A games in such a fashion, with yes dominating teams in action, the other teams also who got eliminated, unfortunate for them. But that same case is going to repeat here in Group B as we start off match 2. 6 games for all these Group B teams. They will go under those turmoils again. And one more thing that they have to be wary about is those 6 games. It is going to be one map each. It is not going to repeat, meaning your fate of whatever happened in the previous game has to be reset, and that mindset should change each and every game. Otherwise, you could be eliminated.
Exactly, and we saw like a little bit of that mind shift change in the entire Group A as well. We saw how teams started out by feeling out the lobby, and then towards the end, NG Pros were just absolutely dominating everyone. So that was all the things in Group A. But let's see what's gonna happen in Group B. For everyone who's just joining us now, let me remind you once again about this entire event. We've already finished the in-game FFC qualifiers on 13th of July. Today is the first day of the online qualifiers. We'll also have some matches tomorrow, and then some on the next weekend as well on 2nd and 3rd August. The teams that perform well will make it to the league stage. For 4 weekends, they will be playing in the league stage. And then the top 8 teams from there will move on to an additional class squad mode where they have the chance to earn more money. And from there, we will move on to the grand finals, which will be happening on 27th and 28th of September.
This is a long format for all the teams and their respective players, and also it gives us time to get the best out of all the 48 right now that we have. In the next week we'll be down to 36. By the completion of that next week, when we walk into the league stage, we'll be at 18. To give a little more info about this, we'll be jumping into the format explainer, walking all through from the FFC in-game qualifiers, where we had numerous teams, and now we are down to the best of the best that the nation has at 48 in strength, fighting out on this week 1 in 2 days, that is 26th of July and 27th, with 6 games each in the 4 groups they're divided into. And from here on, we only get the best of 36 in the week 2 matches.
Yeah, and then in the week 2, these teams will again be divided into the groups. They will be playing again, and only the best of the best will get to the league stage. Now, of course, the league stage is also divided into 2 parts. One is Clash Squad, and the other one is the Battle Royale format.
The league stage has a 4-week window, on which week 1 and week 2 will be of coming at the best 12 top, and from there on, from week 3 onwards, 2 teams get qualified into the grand finals, which will happen on the 6th and the 7th September, and also on the first day of week 4. But the last day of week 4, which is 14th September, 6 teams make it to the grand finals, bringing the 12 best in the BR mode.
Yep, and out of those 12 best teams, the top 8 from the overall standings in week 2 will also get a chance to compete in the class squad mode. This is gonna be almost like an entirely different thing. Unrelated to the BR, these guys will get the opportunity to get a lot more money on the line by competing in the class squad mode. And once we do that, the grand finals will come around. The top 8 teams will compete on 27th of September in the class squad finals, and these will be all best of 3s and best of 5s. And then on the next day, on 28th of September, we'll have the Battle Royale finale, where the top 12 teams will compete with the Champion Rush condition.
It is going to be interesting to see how this Champion Rush will give an opportunity or a window for the teams to get their booyahs and win the championship title of FFMIC. Let's see if that will happen, but for that to happen, the condition is they need to reach 80 points in the 10 games that they have, and once they reached 80, they get the Champion Rush activated, and the immediate next game or any other next game, they have to get the booyah to become the champions of Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. And what are they fighting for here, Crips? It's the big prize pool of 1 crore rupees, which is split into Battle Royale and Clash Squad, 80 lakhs and 20 lakhs respectively.
Yes, and just by virtue of making it to the grand finals, you will get a small part of this prize pool. This entire 80 lakh prize pool of the Battle Royale format will be divided between 12 teams. The number 1 team taking half of the money, they will take 40 lakhs. And then even the minimum prize over here is going to be 50,000 rupees for the teams in the Battle Royale format. And obviously, there's going to be an ascending amount of money. The higher you place, the more money you end up getting.
I'm looking forward to which those themes are going to be now. As we spoke about the format in its entirety, now we are down to the prize pool. All of us are a tad bit more familiar. Now they have to start weaning their eyes towards the big prizes, because as you rightfully said, right, no teams even in the league stage get any part or parcel of the prize share. Only once you make it into the grand finals, and all the way from the first, which is the champion, gets 40 lakhs, and as you said, in the 11th and 12th as well, they get 50,000. So all from 1 to 12 you get prizes. But there is one more, which is the MVP, which we've been seeing, Crips, is the 50,000 INR that an individual player will be walking away with.
Yup. And that individual player will walk away with a separate prize of his own, no matter what his team gets or how his team performs. So consistency is going to be key over here. So while 80 lakhs have been dedicated to the Battle Royale prize pool, another 20 lakhs will be dedicated to the Clash Squad mode. Champion takes away 10 lakhs, the runner-up gets 4 lakhs, the second runner-up gets 2 lakhs, and in this way, every team that makes it into this stage will get some or the other amount of money. Basically, the top 8 teams not only have a chance to get something out of the BR prize pool, but they will also be able to grab something out of the Clash Squad prize pool. So there's a lot of money at stake over here.
It's the most interesting as we see, Crips, if a team, right, backs the champion in the BR mode as well as here in the Clash Squad mode, that is a total of 50 lakhs out of the 1 crore prize pool, meaning half of it goes to the champion team. But how will they do it is on the point system, especially in the BR mode. So elimination, we've been talking about it and everybody knows 1 elimination point per elimination. But it's about the booyah. 12 points is what they get in terms of placement if they get that first position in any of the games, and that is very crucial, especially in these online qualifiers and league stages. To stay on the top, you need to be getting those booyahs.
Yeah, you need to be getting those booyahs because each booyah gets you 12 points. Second place gets you 9 points, and that way it's gonna reduce down to 1 point every position you fall, and obviously one elimination gets you 1 point. Although the teams will have to use very unique abilities to get as many points as possible. Each player only gets to have one active skill, and no other player in his team can use that same skill. So every player needs to have a different active ability. So far, we've seen majority of the players pick up Skylar, Steffi, Tatsuya, and Oscar. I want to see if anything new is thrown into the mix.
One or another player in the mix had Koda as well, so we'll see if there are more coming in, as you rightfully said. But this was all about the tournament information of how players would have to plan ahead and fight. But it's about the group right now that we are looking at. It is Group B, which starts off with Legend Esports, then NG Silver Eagle, Phoenix Esports, Oligarchs, Revenant X Spark, RNX Esports, Vice Nation, Urban Sky Esports, Ultra Instinct, AS Esports, Team Blaze X15 and Team Hind. These 12 teams are right now going to battle out in Group B. Their match starts now, 6 games. Crips, who is going to walk ahead into the next week is the question.
Yes, and getting ahead into the next week is the only thing these teams need to focus on. Of course, some of these teams have reputations to maintain. So teams like Phoenix Esports and Revenant X Spark, who've been ruling over the Tier 1 circuit of Indian Free Fire, they will have to maintain their reputation by topping the leaderboard. But all you need to do is just stay out of the bottom 3. As long as you can get into the top 8 or the top 9, you should be fine. You will be able to continue ahead in the tournament.
Yeah, I think majority of the teams here have to only think about that. Like, they always are about the threshold of being in the top 9 and do not, even in the last game, make a small mistake which can give away a single point. And if you have questions of who your favorite teams are playing with, starting off with Legend Esports, we have Legend, Tenzo, Cham, and Iri. And on the NG Silver Eagle end, we have Jod, Ayush, Somi, and Lex O.
Yep. Phoenix Esports, you guys are familiar with this team. It's Godfather, Jat7, Shubham, and Gabbar. obviously not the villain. Oligarchs have Mowgli, Sledger, Django, and Achus. Revenant X-Park now recently signed roster. A lot of expectations have been placed upon them. KD God, Sahil, Black, and Luis. These guys will have to live up to their name.
RNX Esports as well, along with them. That's a lineup to look forward to. And next coming in is going to be Vice Nation with Deku Noob, Inferno, Nova, and Unstoppable. With Urban Sky Esports, we have Ego, Ashes, Brownie, Ishan, Ultra Instinct, represented by Patlu, Power, Tiger, and Swaroop. AS Esports has Upper, Ronak, Match 603, and Ziggy.
Yep, Team Blaze X15. Obviously, their captain is Blaze X15. That's who the player is named after. That's who the team is named after, rather. Daksh, Blackie, and Leader are also in this team. And last but not the least, Team Hind. Again, a renowned name in the Indian Free Fire space, consisting of Jaguar, Abhay, Karma, and Sid. They will also be one prime candidate that a lot of players will want to look at. Abhay, in particular, has been around for ages, and he is looked up to by a lot of players. Let's see if he can live up to his name and he can stomp on this lobby as he's expected to.
Just like how we saw in Group A, right, Crips, we had phenomenal performances from expected teams and maybe even surpassing certain limits. Those expectations would be from teams such as Team Hind, Revenant X-Park, RNX Esports, Oligarchs, all these teams, and everybody, their fans will be looking forward their best foot forward. Majority of the elimination points right from the get-go, get themselves the booyah, maybe get all of it, because so far we've seen 2 booyahs from some respective teams in Group A matches, which hopefully cascades here as well in Group B. That is the expectation, but what are the maps they're going to be playing in? That is what we are looking at, and from there on they'll build their thought process of which is their best map, which is going to be a map that they're a little unfamiliar with as we jump into it, and also who would be the team they had to contest, because right from the get-go, just like we saw in Group A, Crips, teams take some time in at least the first or the second map, and from 3 they go all in.
Oh, the map order has been changed this time. We're going to be starting off with Nexterra, and then we head into Bermuda. Alpine and Purgatory will come in after that, followed by Kalahari and Solara.
Just like we said,
that's gonna be
6 games. And it is going to not repeat. It's going to be interesting, Crips. I want to see of what happens from here on, because as we said, it is randomized. Now, starting things off with Nexterra, the intellectual land of map where we see teams figuring things out. Yes, we kind of would hint on a couple of teams who would be confident on it, but because it's starting out as the first map, it could be a little unfamiliar in terms of teams knowing what others would do and strategize upon it.
Yeah, let's see what these teams come up with, because I think Nexterra and Bermuda will be somewhat conservative in terms of fighting and in terms of all the action. Most of the teams, even in Group A, we saw that in the first few games itself, they don't try to go out of their way to hunt somebody down or go out of their way to pick up a fight when they can just hang back and look for a third-party opportunity. But then as the games progressed towards like the 3rd or the 4th match, we started seeing that the teams were participating a lot more in third parties. In the 4th or 5th circle, they were all just jumping in together and having these 4-way battles. So the lobby became more and more intense. And then towards the end of the Group A games, we saw that a team went on absolute just demolishing spree. They got like 30 finishes in that last game. So that was intense. And I'm assuming something similar will happen over here as well, where the top tier teams will start off slow, but then as they get accustomed to the level of the lobby, they will start showing why they can be absolute pub stompers.
I hands down agree with you, especially after witnessing NG Pros doing that towards the end of it. Expectation is similar, and as well they were talent predictions, right? And there you did mention about Revenant X-Park. Are you going to still hold on to that? They're going to completely dominate the lobby as we start things off in game 1?
I do believe that Revenant X-Park are going to be one of the most dominant teams, but then again, we kind of experienced that in Group A as well, right? Sure, the teams who ended up dominating were no surprises, but my prediction for that group was Car 98 Army. I was wrong. K98 Army did well, but they didn't like absolutely dominate. On the other hand, NXT Headhunters, I expected them also to do well. They got 2 booyahs, but I did not think that NG Pros could outfrag them. So there's still a lot of surprises left, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. If we could predict everything, if we could see everything coming, it would become boring. Some surprises are nice.
I think it would put us a point where all the viewers watching us will be like, hey, game 1, this is the team that's going to get a booyah, game 2. And by the end of it, that's what's happening. And every viewer is like, okay, just let us know what's going to happen in the results. We'll come back for the results, and we do not want it that way at all. And I think a lot of teams have been throwing those curveballs. Like, for example, right, all of us thought Team Tycoons might have found a lot more booyahs very early on, but towards the end, once they understood that the likes of Mistake, Novocaine are all getting eliminated, they took up the opportunity and managed to qualify, and those teams did not make it through. But here in Group B, who are those teams who make it through and who miss out? We'll get a hint as we start things off on Game 1, that is Nexterra.
Nexterra coming up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And keep in mind that the map order is going to be randomized all the time. So last time we started off on a rather odd map. This time we are starting off on Nexterra. Up next after this will be Bermuda, which was the last game of Group A, but that has been randomized. So yeah, these teams will have to be on their toes. So pretty standard flight path, starting off at Decker Square, going up to an Intellect Center. Plazaria and Boxing Gym have been abandoned. Nobody over there. That's interesting. I do see a potential drop clash in Zipway, but Hind have gone towards Mortar Ruins instead of dropping down towards Zipway. And that team will be facing off against Ultra Instinct. These both teams landed in different POIs, but there is only a tiny amount of space between them and zip lines alongside it, so they can close in the distance. Mayank has already lost his life, but Lexos managed to get one, so they're both evened out now. Both the teams get 1 finish each.
Revenant X Park on the other end, right at the get-go, they've found 2 and chasing for a lot more. Luis, he spotted Upper as he's crossed the terrain, but he's not stopping. He wants to chase him because he knows those are the end limits and he should get that elimination for free. Gets his knock. That is another elimination to make it 3 for Revenant X Park right from the start. It seemingly is right from the talents that they know this is a team that should dominate. Hey, no surprises still that some other team cannot come. They should. But as we were talking about this, back on the action against Ultra Instinct and Silver Eagles.
Yeah, the Silver Eagles will have to soar high. Can they beat the instinctual predators? Somi suffers a knock. On the other hand, you have a completely different battle. It's Legends versus Oligarchs happening at the same time, but Ultra Instinct seems to be making short work of the Silver Eagles. Their wings clipped, their flight cut in half, and Ultra Instincts have 3 finishes already. The last one, the last straggler, seems to have made it away from this place, so I guess the Silver Eagles will live to fight another day. And Mayank managed to revive his fallen teammates as well. But Lexos gets found again. And this time he falls victims to Vesh. So that's 2 teams that they're donating their frags to.
Yeah, I think it's a frag lobby so far. However, not a full team elimination. AS Esports as well with the likes on Revenant X Park fight. It was the last one survivor who's still not revived his teammates. On the other end, NG Silver Eagles, they did revive thankfully in time. Because Lexos, if he was taken down before the revive, the entire team would have been eliminated and it could have been a very early elimination, especially in Game 1 for Group B and not a side that anybody would have wanted. Last player from AS Esports. Is it right what I'm watching? No, it's going to be RNX with the likes of X15 that they are having a clash right as of now. And it's going to be RNX finding a knock. Should be confirming that elimination also in their favor. But they also have a knock which they have to be worried about.
X15 versus RNX. I guess it's all about the X factor here, isn't it? Blaze almost went down. And not in a blaze of glory at that. He took way too much damage, but will be found. Sohan puts him out of his misery, and that's the 2nd finish for RNX. The remainder of X15 members, they seem to be getting away from the Plazaria area. But Ninja, he's up on top. He should be able to keep eyes on everyone. He knows where Ayush is. Votao in a 1v1. Will this actually remain a 1v1 or will he get back up? Oh my god, look at Sohan. He almost got finished off, but he's getting healed up with the treatment gun. Can someone actually go in and res him? It's going to be very difficult to even get to him since he's on such high ground. Yes, they managed to get him back up. But Daksh will be finished off instead, and X15 suffer more losses. RNX carry on. Ayush trying to make the risky crossover, and that's a treacherous gap. He will find his maker. 4th finish for RNX, and X15 down to just 1 player.
What a play coming in from RNX to hold their position, to get their player back up, even with X15 trying to annoy one of their players one after another. They survived to tell the tale further, but is it going to be the same case as Oligarchs right now going against, taking picks as they want to eliminate UE? One after another, cover as well. But Ashuz, he's down for now, as the entirety of UE are playing together in a compound. Sledger close by to cover his teammate. For how long, although Achuz is already down. Mowgli has been knocked, will quickly revive. Mending right
nice.
over there quickly gets him back as well. And they are back to be 4 men.
Oligarchs versus UE. This fight just doesn't seem to end, but Mowgli and Sledger go down. Could this finally be the end? Achuz is landing away from his team, and that should keep them going for the time being. But UE seem to suffer no consequences whatsoever. Django still keen on hanging around. He's got 2 snipers which he can potentially use to avenge his fallen teammates, but at this point he's just risking his own life because there's no trade potential.
Yeah, Django's too far from this. He's going to make a run, but it looks like Urban Sky Esports, they're on the chase for it. 4 eliminations is what they found. They want a little more. The 4th elimination is the revive elimination, and therefore Django is able to make a quick getaway of it. While this is happening, RNX and Revenant X Spark are having a fight. Same going for Silver Eagles and PNX, on which PNX are picking up elimination points for themselves.
Oh, they just don't seem to want Django. They don't want to let him go. Oligarchs jump upon him, and they realize that, wait a second, these guys are in danger. So Oligarchs go back. RNX, they were hot on their heels, but it seems like they've got Pleasarea to themselves for the time being, and Oligarchs will find just a tiny amount of peace in Turbine. But elsewhere, just towards the south of Grav Labs, you have a choose from Oligarchs who is all alone. He might just be able to third party between this battle of RNTX and X15, but that seems like a long shot at this point.
It is going to be tough. Riders now hit list as well activated. X15 Ayush. Revenant X Spark. They've taken it all, but still 1 player surviving in the mix. Previously, it was the other way around. Revenant X Spark were able to push the players back. They were the ones also to get the early 3 eliminations, all of them standing. But this time, it's only 1 player in the mix of things. And he has to make a quick getaway. But for now, he's hiding right next to the vending machine, I guess. In the same position of the likes of X15. Oh, he's on the rooftop, not next to the vending machine. And that's Wolvin. And it seems like they have an idea about it here, Crips.
Uh-oh. Ishan, he finds a choose. Oh my goodness, poor a choose. He was sticking towards the beaches, man. He wasn't even anywhere close to the landmass. Just on the shorelines. He was hoping nobody would find him. At least his teammate brings him back. So, poor a choose can finally rejoin his teammates. But this battle between Phoenix Esports and Legend, it's taking too long. I'm afraid that if they keep dragging this fight on for longer, they might just get third-partied.
Yeah. Very soon, though. For now, it's also a battle a little ahead with the Legend Esports, who should be now trying to pick up a fight against PNX. But a little further away, as we was talking about it, there is even Silver Eagles and AS Esports. And he's just said, this is not just one, there's another one. It's RNX. They're getting closer, and now Sohan spots. He's getting faster, closer to them. Has Oscar ability if needed. And Legend, he's all the first one to fall. Legend is the next to fall. Instant cleanup coming in from RNX without even giving a chance for Legend Esports over there.
Absolutely no chance. The Legends will go down, and not in history this time. Meanwhile, Phoenix Esports versus RNX. This could be yet another tight battle. The healing drone deployed will keep them tip-top, but the nade could be big! Oh my god, Godfather just eats a chunk of damage. The shrapnel going ham. They are quick to heal each other on that first floor, but this staircase is heavily guarded. They will have to batter the glue walls ahead. Almost a one-way glue wall as they can see their feet, and the M590 is going berserk. RNX are getting almost every single knock, and it's just down to Godfather. Can he keep himself alive? Nope. He will be shot down just like his son. And yeah, that's why you shouldn't deal with the gangsters. That's a Sopranos and a Godfather reference. I'm still...
vibe, Crips.
Yes. Sorry, I got a little too lost in my Hollywood action, but Shubham running right past Legend, and he just locked himself out of the action with that glue wall. Oh my lord. Legend Esports will be like, who is this guy? And they pass on the information to Champ, but he still gets the knock on him. Wait a second. Shubham did not even get that knock. Somebody from far away put a sniper shot onto that guy, and Shubham just stole that finish away. So that's one free finish for him while he's just struggling to stay alive. There's so much pressure. He's getting shot from outside by Silver Eagle, and inside the compound, he has to face Legends. If Shubham can somehow escape and get Silver Eagle and Legend to fight each other, that would be like the ultimate Giga Chad move. He
still
finds
trying
one more.
Oh my god! Shubham is looking unstoppable at this point, and he cleans way for him, and now he's going further away. While Silver Eagles, they're figuring out where is that player who caused all that commotion, knocking players, grabbing those elimination for himself, and he's nowhere to be found. He quickly makes his way away, but he's backed up. I think he went to grab a couple of medkits to heal himself up and then call his teammates in, also get some tokens, and that's Godfather revived for PNX.
Yeah, so PNX will be fine. They're still up at 2-man, and I think they're safe enough to call the rest of their teammates in also. But LE, my goodness, these guys had the most terrible luck. They were almost taken down by one single player who himself was running for his life. Meanwhile, this could be a nice brawl. 4v3 RNTX. Just glue walling and getting into the zone. Bull went down already. Lewis almost bit the dust, but they make it across. They get inside. Treatment guns used to get Lewis back up at full health, knowing that X15 could pounce on them at any moment. But they are not the only ones over here, because Blaze, Oligarch, all of these guys are extremely close to Revenant X-Pac, and even Ultra Instinct is now flying in. 4 houses and 4 unruly neighbors. This is gonna become one bad neighborhood.
Too many players in one set of land here in Nexterra. Revenant X-Pac, thankful to their savior Wolvin. X15, a similar situation. But on the other end, X15 right now, their eyes set on Oligarchs, grabbing those eliminations, pushing it to 6. But right next to them is also another team. AS in the meantime, they're avenging those early eliminations that happened from the side of Revenant X-Pac, but they're not stopping. Revenant X-Pac, they answer back and eliminate the whole squad of AS Esports.
That's gonna be one of the first teams to bite the dust. AS Esports down and out. Even Phoenix Esports can't really survive for that much longer. That being said, though, somehow Champ from Legends is like still alive. So that's something. I mean, he's been playing hide and seek from the entire lobby this entire time. RNX up at 12 frags, X15 at 7, tied up with US. Silver Eagles up at 3, but look at that full send in. They're flying into this area, and down goes another team. The Oligarchs have been beheaded.
What a play coming in from X15. They've played together, stuck together, irrespective of players getting knocked, but their move, their team fight that they take, Crips, they're really wonderful. They've been talking together, the communication impeccable. But right now, it seems like Vaish, they're getting closer, and X15 should have that information that somebody used the launch pad to get closer. But X15 seem like they are a tad bit stuck in a tough and a hard place, as there's Ultra Instinct as well at the arsenal.
Yeah, and Ultra Instinct is surprisingly in the zone, so X15 need to take that arsenal for themselves. And I'm sure whatever this is, we'll get through it. Just a quick little tech pause, ladies and gentlemen. It almost seems like a race. 3, 2, 1, and the battle is about to begin once again. And the moment it unpauses, sheesh! What did we miss?
Whoa.
Team Hind is out.
That's gonna hurt. A lot of expectations on Team Hind here as we start. Vaish, the last player, gets eliminated, and with that, X15 are at 9 total eliminations, moving closer to the Arsenal where Ultra Instinct is, but right ahead of them is even Urban Sky. So there could be a warfare of 3 different teams, but it looks like X15 are charging, not even giving Ultra Instinct time to react. They're trying to find a knock, and yes, they find the first opener, and it's going to be Blaze himself, and now putting players down one after another with the help of Ayush. They clean ship of the Arsenal, and Ultra Instinct are no more here.
And they still seem to be in control of the Arsenal. RNX and Silver Eagles just sharing the walls. If only they could find a way inside. Oh, look at that. They're using the glue walls for elevation and peeking over the roof of this house.
NG Silver Eagle. Just like the Eagles, watching in all directions for information. And now the safe zone is shifting, meaning they have the advantage because they're in the forefront of it. And right next to them, behind the walls, is RNX. 5 teams still here. Melters being used to deny Silver Eagle's smooth movement. But on the other end, a quick launch pad. And Blaze, they're the ones who get inside the safe zone first. And Daksh finally joins them. And Revenant, X-Sparks, last player being eliminated. We are down to the top 4.
Top 4 teams racing to get the booyah, but UE in a bit of trouble as RNX pumped their guts with the shotguns. And in a matter of seconds, they are out.
The highest, 19 eliminations. We saw a big elimination spree coming in the last game of Group A, but starting it right out of the gate. As we said, expectations are high for these big name teams, and RNX rightfully want to do that. X15's Blackie on the other end, trying to fend off the likes of Silver Eagles. It's up to a 1v1 Blackie versus Somi, but the entirety of RNX is here. The first one falls, and the last one with Silver Eagles going down. A big booyah to start things off. RNX, what a game coming in from their end. Complete control, not letting any team go against them or put them down. With all their 4 players standing, a big booyah, they bag game 1.
What a game for RNX. That was absolutely insane. These guys have been on fire throughout the game, and they were actually hunting down teams quite proactively. The fact that they managed to keep all their players alive up until the very end, healthy enough to deal with the entire chaos of the map, that is insane from RNX.
I think phenomenal stuff here, Crips. From RNX, I think to an extent even from X15, but once they took that launchpad and made the jump, and even NG Silver Eagles immediately jumped, did not give X15 to kind of stabilize in their position, to get control of things, and from there on, it just kind of faltered. X15 couldn't get complete control, but RNX, I think you have to give kudos to them. Even though the zone was shrinking, they used melters one after another, forcing Eagles to go away first as soon as possible, and followed up Urban Sky Esports. They got closer, and RNX, as soon as they understood it's only one squad right close to them, they put their foot down, clear them off, and then move to the final few eliminations that they had to grab.
Yeah, that was actually really cool from not just RNX, but also to some extent from Urban Sky. I mean, they were in a difficult situation, let's be honest, but they could not handle the heat. Eventually, they all crumbled. Rather than succumbing to the pressure, I think they would be able to do much better in the next game, because here they were kind of screwed in like a position sense. Maybe they did not move towards the center quickly enough, but their performance was decent enough. I do have a lot of expectations from them as we move into the next game of Bermuda as well. Another team that I would like to draw attention towards is going to be Silver Eagles, because they were using glue walls to get elevation and find angles onto all the other teams, especially when they know that the team that they're sharing a compound with won't let them enter indoors. So they just built a mini compound for themselves outside.
Smart move. That's what they did over there. But unfortunate their luck, I would say, that the zone had to shift away from them. Otherwise, I think it could have been a really brilliant battle between Silver Eagles versus RNX if you could have seen it. But you could see clearly they were trying to hold off the side of X15 in that arsenal, which they knew the position about. The zone then shifting. But I think even the early eliminations such as PNX that we saw, Legend Esports, even them trying for so far along, you have to give it to Shubham from PNX. The way he fought, fended them off outside in the shrink zone while tanking the damage, and even ended up taking almost 2 players and then reviving one of his player back again to get to an action. But before we decipher all of this that happened, let's jump into the final shot of how RNX managed to get this booyah for themselves, and a brilliant one indeed.
And here you can see the brilliance of them, because Silver Eagles and X15, these guys had no choice but to finish off this fight as quickly as possible in this little corner. So they're busy just beating each other up. And then RNX, who was actually enjoyed a nice little area for themselves where no other team was pressuring them, had the luxury of moving in when they want, and they moved in when their opponents were at their most vulnerable. 21 eliminations in the first game itself, along with 12 booyah points, dropping a 30 bomb in game 1.
Big game. But right next to them is even Blaze X15 with total of 23 points. A difference of 10 might hurt them now, but there are still 5 more games. NG Silver Eagle, they have a total of 16 points. They could have had more, but that fight that happened with X15, and it was a forced fight because they had to get to a safer spot. Urban Sky Esports, we spoke about their fight against RNX. Ultra Instinct, I feel bad for them. They were the ones in the circle, they were the ones who had the control of Arsenal, but how X15 charged against them did not even give Ultra Instinct an opportunity.
Yeah, I do have to give credit where it's due to Silver Eagles and Urban Sky. Both of them played really well. Even Ultra Instinct, for that matter, just keeping themselves alive in the arsenal, that was great. But now let's take a look at the MVP of this game. He's using Alvaro Awakened along with Beaston, clearly the role of a support player. He's also using Olivia for all the heals possible. Did 3,600 damage, 12 assists, and now you can clearly see that he's like a proper support player, right? His assists are more than his eliminations. That really speaks a lot about the kind of role he plays for his team. And I think he was also a major contributor to why his teammates were alive for so long. The training potential is just absolutely spot on from Ronit.
Brilliantly done from his end, but it's not just him, it's his teammates, Wota, Ninja, and Sohan. All of them played together. And I think there were very few instances, if we had to talk about it, that maybe one of their players was down and then they had to revive. But otherwise, there was no similar situation that was happening with Koda, Skylar, that they had played brilliantly. Ronit, majority part of the eliminations as well as the assist with a total of 20 that he was a part of. And then comes in Wota with 6 eliminations of his own and 10 assists, and then other of his teammates Ninja and Sohan, who also have assists, but Sohan has 7 each in eliminations as well as assists.
That's good. 3,000 damage across the board almost for 2 of these players, and then everyone else about 2,000. That's a major number drop right there. 75 total elimination, but almost 97 knocks. That kind of indicates that there were, 23 unfinished players who were down on their knees and they just could not be finished off. That's a major loss of points for almost everybody involved.
As soon as the groups change here, Crips, there's a big change and shift in the numbers that we are seeing in the game summary. This we reached at our game 3 on Group A. It was not game number 1. And here in Group B, game 1 itself, looking at how players played, and there was one resilience that the teams had, that they are not going to be the first few to be eliminated, but still unfortunately teams such as Team Hind, Oligarchs, PNX got eliminated super early, barely taking a single elimination or 3 at max. So that's going to hurt them after this game 1, but we do expect a comeback, and that's happened. Even Car 98 Army in Group A, early on when they started, it was not a great show for them, but after that they were in the top 5, then they started ending up in the podiums, just a short of a booyah, but they're in the week 2 and they will be soon getting the booyahs hopefully, and right now that's what we expect here from Group B.
Yeah, so far the games have only begun for Group B. Most of these teams are still feeling the lay of the land. They're still trying to feel out the lobby. Hopefully in Bermuda they'll get a much better chance of doing so, as we know that Bermuda is the comfort map for majority of the players. Nexterra isn't exactly the newest map, but there can still be some amount of discomfort. In Bermuda though, we'll get a good understanding of where exactly these teams stand, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin the second game of this group without any further ado.
Game number 2 of FFMIC 2025 Bermuda for Group B. RNX, we saw them get their booyah, but right now, Revenant X Spark, do they have an opportunity? They started off strong going towards Sentosa. That's where the flight started. It is going to be ending at Shipyard all the way north. AS Esports, similar, close by to Sentosa. They're going to be dropping at Mars Electric, but it looks like Urban Sky Esports and Vice Nation, they're very close to each other, hinting an early on battle between the two.
Oh, if there is an early on battle between these two teams, this could be beneficial to a lot of other teams. Like, imagine if RNX goes down. That's the winner of the previous game, and they're already down on their knees. Two of their players suffering massive losses. So unfinished off. Vota doesn't stand a chance. Ninja tries to find the angle. He does get one knock. Finished off as well. The Akimbo helping him to some extent, but the Bison flick! That's insane! How on earth did he survive that? And he sees Tenzo coming from the other side, using the glue walls to his advantage, but can't keep himself alive for that much longer. And they fall like flies. It's just Ronith now.
Quick getaway from Ronith. Get to a vending. Get one of his player back. Collect tokens in that journey. And a wise decision, especially from a team very early on, to be eliminated after getting a booyah, not the likes of it. But brilliant play coming in from the side of Legends. They held their position, took control of Peak, and pushed the likes of RNX. But on the other end, it is Phoenix fighting with Oligarchs, already giving away an elimination. Now Godfather trying to exchange that if possible with Django.
Oh my god, he's trying to snipe him down midair. The Godfather has wings. Shubham also managed to get Jart online again. So PNX recovering to some extent. They have all their members recovered again. No finishes for them just yet. But then again, they did not outright brawl with Oligarchs. They just lost one player. Although we do have a new eliminations leader, and it's going to be Ego. Lexos. He knows where Sid is. He's trying to chase down Sid, but guess who comes in for backup? Abhay shoots him from behind. And now Team Hind have him isolated over here. Can they finish off Lexos before backup arrives? Abhay sees the other two. And that's gonna be the panic button. Sid down. Jaguar and Abhay have to establish a crossfire of some sort. He uses the dash. Lexos down. Closes in the distance with Jod, but Jod flicks around with the shotgun. Abhay falls to his knees. The XM8 versus M590. There's no way the XM8 wins in that kind of a situation. And Silver Eagles, they are soaring above everyone else once again. 3 knocks to their name, and one of the fan favorites, Team Hind, is on the verge of elimination.
There's been hit list as well activated. Coming in from RNX. You said the fan favorites right now. Quickly going in for a revive. Good call, not going in against a head-on fight for an early elimination. But PNX, after an initial loss of players, they've revived and found the likes of Urban Sky Esports. But instantly after getting that elimination, they also revived their player. So this fight is not going to be prolonged. And then we can really see an approach coming in from all teams, right? That if that fight is working for them, they stay. Otherwise, their main intention so far is survival. And as soon as they understand the lot of the team is together, they decide to disappear from that position, move further away as far as possible, and then retreat back into the safe zone later down the line.
Yeah, that's going to be the long game strategy. It requires a lot of planning, requires less resistance. And speaking of resistance, UE will probably be gatekept by Phoenix Esports now. This area has always been a treacherous area to fight in. But do UE realize exactly how much trouble they're in? Phoenix Esports haven't really showed themselves, but now they have. Ego, the current elimination leader, looks for more. Meanwhile, RNTX in another part of the map have completely eliminated the Eagles. So, yeah, Legends are out.
We were just commending the side of Legend of how they fought, held off, played.
You cursed them.
With the blink of an eye, when we are looking at another team, they're done for. And now Oligarchs trying to do that on the side of X15. They've knocked majority of them.
Yeah. All these players going down left, right, and center. And Oligarchs is the new eliminations leader now, stealing that title away from UE Ego. He is responsible for the elimination of X15. But this fight is just dragging on for too long. The zone is way past both of them. How much longer will Phoenix Esports gatekeep UE over here? I mean, I hope some of them have Ford equipped.
Yeah, fingers crossed. When it started, it clearly felt like, okay, Phoenix is not giving any opportunity for Urban Sky to make it inside the circle. And we were talking about that. Certain teams try to. Tried Rhythm used to try and break the glue wall. But it's key on propped up one after another, and Ego instantly backs off. I think Phoenix should cut this fight, back off. But it seems like they're using launch pads to get closer to the likes of Urban Sky. Godfather is already there, trying to get some information, and it seems like they also have an idea. But it's the first set of bullets that hit, and Ego instantly tries to run away. But Godfather, as the information was relayed, they put him down. But Ego also, who decided to take the launch pad and make a run for it, it did not work in his favor.
Uh-oh. And Godfather, that risk doesn't pay off. But this fight is just dragging on for way too long. I mean, at this point, all the teams are just losing all their resources. And sure, you can probably revive Godfather again, but then Brownie goes down. So this is a lose-lose battle for both these teams. Meanwhile, Revenant X Spark have eliminated Team AS as well. Imagine, man, 3 teams have been eliminated, but this battle is just still dragging on. And finally, Phoenix Esports decide to cut their losses, and they're like, we are out of here. We are down to our last 4 or 5 heal kits, so we can't afford to tank any more damage. Second circle about to close in like 20 odd seconds. At this point, there's not much you can do.
Quick
I
jump,
hope they don't
but
land
are
into
they
the process
making
of
a
being in.
mistake?
Yeah, same. I mean,
they're so
I hope
close.
they don't land in someone else's process.
This we were talking about this. If teams kind of try fighting for far too long, it could become a situation where third parties could happen. But this is also a situation if you stay out in the zone for far too long, eventually when you enter the circle, you will be faced with the other teams who are trying to gatekeep. But for now, trying to gatekeep, Oligarchs try to get closer to Ultra Instinct, but rather just let that player fall down. Ultra Instinct grab that elimination instantly. And Oligarchs, they want to get closer, get to this higher compound, higher elevation, take that height advantage, but no says Ultra Instinct, and they are firing every pellet of the bullet. Achoo's spotted a little down low. They find the knock as well. Can they find that elimination? Django gone a little in the other direction, and Tiger taking control of the roof and his teammates to follow.
Oh, looks like these guys are not shying away from a fight. Ultra Instincts want to take down the Oligarchs. Down with the higher class. Slender. He's going to be the first point of contact, but Django has been spotted. They kind of realize that Django might be alone. They can choose to focus him if they want, but they would much rather have him isolated and turn this fight into a 4v3 rather. Mowgli takes just a tiny amount of damage from that freeze bomb. Not too much danger just yet, but Patlu, this guy can make a difference. He's got the height advantage, and he knows that the Oligarchs are trying to get across the other side. They see the jump pads. Can he snipe them down midair? Achoo's lands on his feet, lands on his knees, and Patlu intercepts them as soon as they make landfall.
Mowgli, he's the only one over there. Patlu has completely weaned the likes of Oligarchs to just mere 1. The same height position that Ultra Instincts had, Oligarchs thought they could take it. Now Swaroop right on the tail. But will he survive? They're letting him go. Mowgli is making a quick run of this. He's trying to see as far as possible that he can head to and not get in the likes or the sights of Ultra Instinct, because so phenomenally, especially kudos going to Patlu, of how well he knocked them one after another.
Ooh, let's take a look at the zone. It's hard shifting towards the northeast. Keratin and whatever is left of Peak is currently in the zone, but I'm kind of expecting a hard shift again once more. You've got Revenant X Spark just on the periphery of Cape Town. Even Ultra Instinct are now making their rotation from Sentosa all the way till here. I mean, imagine what kind of a lengthy journey they've had. And as we expected, there is a hard shift more towards the northeastern side of the circle, and this time right over Keratin. So Silver Eagles, they still have the northeastern area to themselves. They should be fine. Team Hind will have to get inside, but they will face quite a lot of resistance coming in from that side. Phoenix Esports, they're flying in, but Shubham and Gabbar get shot down midair. RNX using some anti-air strats.
Phoenix has been fatal throughout. Unfortunately, nothing's worked for them from the time they decided to fight out in the zone. On the other end, right now, Mowgli's elimination also gets confirmed for RNX. Now, Mowgli, before going down, he did revive his players. Therefore, they will be back. They're looking forward to getting their loot, munition, utils, and then back on the fight. RNX have a hit list on them. They quickly use the Avon, and they do get a hint of one player who is close, but he instantly turned away. PNX Godfather, was he the last one? I think there's still one more from their end. Urban Sky on the other end, they still made it into the circle, but right now it's going to be Ultra Instinct versus Silver Eagles. You know, quick flash freeze, trying to do damage, props up the glue wall, spots the players crossing, tossing nades across. Is it going to be enough? All three stuck in one spot. Nade going in, this should find the damage that was necessary.
They are trying to just get the angles, get the knocks, but it's not happening. The freeze bombs now working against them. And look at Zombie, dashes dive through. Yuno saves himself with a glue wall, and now Ultra Instinct is the one that's trapped inside. It's a complete switcheroo. Silver Eagles were trapped first, but now Ultra Instinct find themselves in a corner. But look at Yuno! What did he just do? A 1v3 clutch, and the Eagles have been shot down.
What did Yuno just do? Pump those shotgun shells and it's done. His teammate, he's still getting closer. I thought maybe Tiger could come as the savior, but Ultra Instinct, you know, an entire team wiped over there. What a play coming in, an elimination that Silver Eagles never thought of.
Silver Eagles have been painted black, their wings clipped, and after a phenomenal game 1, game 2 doesn't seem to be that lucrative for them. But take a look at Revenant X Spark. What a lovely hold they've established over this compound. They've even got an extra monster truck just in case the zone forces them out of this compound and into the open. Glue wall melters and Skylar abilities used. They really want to just keep UE at bay. Luis from up top gets the knock onto his shot, finishes them off, but the others have made their way over towards this border wall. They are freezing the entire ground. Hell itself will freeze over. And now finally Luis leaps into the action, uses the Tatsuya dash to create some cover and get another angle to shoot at his enemies. But all of Revenant X Spark is chasing down UE. Ashes just alive and running. Can he actually make it across? Can he get to safety? He might just have to go into the zone, but he's been found. And KD God lands the final nail in the coffin.
Urban Sky eliminated. What a game and hold of the compound from Revenant X Spark, but it's not stopping KD God. One more knock. Riptide Rhythm used to break the glue wall, spotting the other players who are getting a revive. And Sahil making a run for this close-up action. They get a knock again, using the glue melter to force Revenant X Spark to back off, but Sahil is not. He should support, but he's rushing here to get those elimination. Lewis gets closer, but he also gets taken down. It's only KD God. What is happening here? Things have turned around while Revenant X Spark thought they are going to win that fight. Now they're completely vanquished. It's only KD God and Ultra Instinct still stand the fight and the test of time.
Ultra Instinct reduced down to a two-man lineup. This was a counterintuitive push for both these teams. Mutually assured destruction. 2 versus 1 situation, but KD God is still focusing heavily on Ultra Instincts towards the center of the circle though. Team Hind have captured the area for themselves and they are in a tug of war against RNX. Who controls the center? Who controls the heart of the battle? It's Watao using the dash. But tries to trade him out, but Jaguar will find yet another knock. Sid holding off the entirety of Ultra Instinct by himself while the other 3 of his players are just using him as bait. Sid makes it across. Tiny amount of damage taken, but now the rest of his teammates have found enough time to heal up. Abai goes down, but I think he should be quickly brought back up on his feet. Swaroop, can he hold on? He's alone over here, and they've been completely vanquished. Team Hind find everybody from their opponent team, and it's just KD God now. Trapped in a 1v3, he's done more than enough to get his team to second place. But Booyah seems inevitable. It seems like Team Hind will definitely take it away. It's only a matter of time before KD God is hunted down.
They got close here, but the Booyah still goes in favor of Team Hind. What a play coming in from there, and KD God tried his best. He brought it almost to a 1v2, but the quick trade coming there, Crips, made this a game for Team Hind. An instant switcheroo from game 1 to game 2. And there was so much expectation as we spoke about. An early elimination in game 1, but game 2, they strike hard, they strike like thunder, and they get themselves the Booyah in game 2.
What a lovely Booyah from Team Hind. A redemption game for them. Game 1 wasn't exactly impressive, but game 2 certainly seems to be favoring them a lot more. And it's all because they were able to control the center of the circle. They managed to keep RNX away. They managed to, they didn't do much to RNTX, but they knew that RNTX has been weakened down to a one-man roster, so they didn't really pay much attention. They were able to prioritize their targets really well and just control the battle really well.
Yeah, I think Team Hind, initially we saw a skirmish again where some of the players were getting knocked, eliminated, and we thought, wait, again it's happening. But they stable themselves. Then from there they revived their players, and from there on I think a stable footing gave them an opportunity to go forward, get those eliminations, get control at the edges of the circle, and from there on just kept pushing and getting these eliminations. And even the fight with RNX, right, where it was getting a little closer, and on the other end Ultra Instinct, they actually got it a little tougher, where Swaroop almost brought it to another 1v2 situation, but eventually getting that number advantage. Even till the end, Team Hind kept that ongoing, and I think similar situation was what RNX did in the first game. So Team Hind hinting on that game in that number advantage is the reason they get the Booyah, and confidently pushing against the likes. Once they have information, they have this game 2 under wraps.
Exactly. You control the flow of the information, you control the heart of the battlefield, and you are almost always guaranteed a Booyah. Team Hind displaying great objectivity over here in target prioritization were able to secure this Booyah. And even though the first game wasn't exactly great, I'm sure that they will more than make up for it with this Booyah and plenty of eliminations. Obviously, we haven't really seen some outright crazy stuff like a 20 elimination, 30 elimination game, but we will take a look at that final battle because it was indeed really impressive.
I thought there was a slight hint of Booyah being changed from one team to another. There was a hint which did happen in the battle of Group A. This is where Hind versus RNX happened. But Hind were very quick and they were isolating the players of RNX, and instantly Ultra Instinct, they thought they could have had an opportunity. They did target one of the players, Jaguar, Sid, not Jaguar, but then they got a knock on Abai. But as soon as they got that knock, the players from Hind, they didn't back off, rather they pushed forward and instantly cleared that player off. But KD got here, he almost brought it down, but instant trade on that knock was the reason Team Hind got this final blow and got the Booyah for themselves with a total of 26 points, 14 being eliminations.
14 eliminations is very respectable. Revenant X Park also enjoy a high elimination game courtesy of controlling that only compound that was in the circle. So since they have all the hard cover to themselves, they can then make the lives of Urban Sky hell teams like Ultra Instincts also were forced to fight everybody else in the open because there's just simply nowhere else left to go. RNX Esports had a really nice start to the game where they were getting a bunch of eliminations in the first 2 circles, but after that, they kind of just dwindled down and finished the game with only 13 points. Let's take a look at who the MVP for this game is going to be. I'm guessing it's obviously some player from Team Hind, but we need to see which one of them did most of the heavy lifting. And it is none other than Luis. Of course, not exactly a surprise since Luis has been around in the Indian Free Fire circuit for quite some time. The way he was using those Tatsuya dashes to reposition himself, get an advantage and get a different angle to attack his enemies from, he was just breaking their ankles, man. He was forcing them to reposition and put their glue walls up in directions where they did not even expect to be attacked from.
And I think if not for Team Hind, Revenant X Spark should have been the Booyah team here. But unfortunate with that fight against Ultra Instinct. You couldn't call Ultra Instinct and do something over there. They were just, they controlled it so well. I don't know how to even put picture over there to make a proper understanding of what went down. But before we decipher that, let's get back to this. The Booyah team stats. And what a game coming in from Karma, Sid, Jaguar, as well as Abai. Brilliant use of the active skills, and we spoke about the Tatsuya from Sid, quick on his heels, Jaguar getting that info for his teammates, and on top of that, Jaguar with the eliminations as well, 5, and Abai playing for assist and getting 8.
Wow, look at these numbers. 3,300 damage on Karma, but still only 3 eliminations. Yeah, now you know why he has so many assists. Most of those eliminations were probably stolen away from them because he's got 6 knockdowns. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to convert more than half of them. But then you take a look at Abai. 3 knockdowns, 3 eliminations. Now there's a man who can finish what he started.
Game summary tells us the same story, Crips, that these teams are gunning and looking forward to eliminations, knocks at all costs. And we spoke about the PNX versus the Urban Sky fight. It went for so long. They were getting eliminations, they were reviving players, getting eliminations, and that is the reason we end up seeing total 91 knocks and then a total of 70 eliminations. Damage, yes, a little bit told down to 46,000, but still great so far that we've seen. Longest elimination distance at 110, but total glue walls destroyed. I think a lot did not happen with just glue walls. It happened with just rifles, with players using SMGs and fighting gun on.
Yeah, not too many abilities used this time around. They just break the glue walls in the good old ways. Obviously, ability usage can be optimized later on as well, but as of now, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the first 2 games. Nexterra and Bermuda out of the picture. Up next, we have Alpine coming up. But before we jump into Alpine, you can take a look at the overall standings and notice how close everybody is. RNX Esports, by virtue of having the most eliminations, enjoy the top spot right now with 46 points. But then, Revenant X Spark and Ultra Instincts are quite close to each other. In fact, they have the exact same eliminations. Team Hind quite behind them, 29 points. Even though they have a Booyah, they're not in the top 3, and that's a bit of a surprise. But for Phoenix Esports, a team of their caliber, a tier 1 team like that was expected to do a lot more. They're still lurking around at the bottom 4. That is rather unexpected. Now, I would really expect Team Phoenix Esports to step up. If they don't, that would be a big disappointment.
And I think the fight that they were taking, right, when we look at that overall standing, Urban Sky is looking better in the overall standing compared to Phoenix. Phoenix are at the brink of that elimination with just 9 total points. That's a single digit. But along with them, even we end up seeing AS Esports, Vice Nation. Now, this tells us that if this continues, this was, yes, just 2 games, but you cannot hint completely on that. I think in Group A, this told us that 2 games do not justify what's going to come forward in the next games, which did happen in the next few in Group A. So starting off Game 3, we'll get a hint of what's going to happen, but it'll all be unfolded after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire India, Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. And it is day one, Group B right now. 2 maps are already down and many more to follow. This is me, Tanya. Alongside me, it is Azora. How are you feeling about the first 2 maps for the day?
Tanya, first 2 maps were really good. I mean, I was hoping some really nice action coming in from both the ends, and that's what happened. In both the maps, they could showcase us the right amount of action, the right amount of being passive, alongside the active mindset towards the very end. RNTX, the way they have been playing it till the end, I understand, I do get it. The previous map was not that lucky for them, but overall, they did manage to squeeze in some really good elimination points alongside the positional advantage as well. So, Tanya, overall, Group B is looking more promising than Group A, is what I can say.
Well, I see it more competitive because the way the scorecard is placed by far, it's only RNX who has crossed the 46 marker, exact 46 points, and then comes Revenant, Ultra. They all are still in their 30s, coming up to one more team, which is Silver Eagle. I mean, they're giving it all their best shot. They are surviving until then, but still they are not into the podium. They are spotted in 5. So somewhere they need to bring in more of elimination, not just try to survive until the final circle, or maybe make a move early on, not until the end.
Well, you spoke about the silver team. I mean, I do understand that they were most of the time trying to, pitch in the shots where you can reach in towards the survivability of it. But then you could see that perfect 2v3 situation coming in. Ultra Instincts, they are not at all budging out from any fight. And not only that particular fight, it was another segment where RNTX was also bouncing at them, and they just made them think about their chances, think about their second guessing their thoughts, and every single thing was out there. But we already finished Nexterra, Bermuda. Now it's time for Alpine, which will be one of the best maps for teams to showcase how well or how versatile they are.
Yes, because the Alpine map brings in a lot of importance to the rotation because map is quite vast and it's very beautiful as well. It has spring, it has autumn, it has got snowfall, and apart from beauty, all you have to do is bring in some very super duper clean actions. I'm talking about action. It is RNTX Park which is bringing in. There's a thing that I would want to bring in from my part. RNTX Park got a position 2 in the very first map of the very first map. Actually, they could have gone for a booyah. They got a little over ambitious after just getting first knock, and then they were taken down. Sure, they got hold on second position, but now, ladies and gentlemen, whatever happened has happened. 2 more maps for the day, and it is going to be map of Alpine, the 3rd map for the day. And let's see how are the spread outs going to be, ladies and gentlemen. The players are all set and ready to enter the beautiful map within the circuit of 6 maps, and this is Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 presented by TEZ.
A lot of fun time for all of these teams to go ahead and decide on to which section they're going to choose for now. I can see the flight path. It's helping a lot of teams to go across from one direction to the other. Southwest being one of the perfect place for Blueville alongside River Moth for teams to go ahead and call in the early rotation. So Rye is close by, Stadium as well. So all of these places can be much more better for teams to go ahead and have a good time, get those loots. But I know for a fact that Militia is being one of the places where teams are going to enter down and instantly call in a fight.
Calling a fight? Well, I already see one of the player getting knocked coming in from Team AS Esports. No confirmation yet, but he has managed to trade that player out and immediately going in as a savior, trying to support, but crossing the container, trying to reach in, and other player from AS Esports will be spotted. He's down as well. He's trying to get one more trade. It is RNX Esports. They are trying to bring in the best what they did in the very first map of Group B, and he's surviving. No confirmation yet. They're baiting him out by not eliminating him entirely. And here comes Ninja all the way through flank. Revival has been done, and there comes an elimination point for Matrix.
Well, so far so good. They are trying to enter into no man's territory, but Ziggy, what was that thought process in his head? Upper on the other end, he is going to give that support that is needed, but here's the thing, RNX, they're not ready for all of the shenanigans being pulled in, but look at the way Wuta is just waiting for all of the teams to pounce in towards the corner. He's just holding there, patiently waiting for at least one player to be spotted in. Moreover, here's the thing. He has that perfect ability to go ahead and spot where the opponents are going to sit as well, thanks to Koda. So, Wota, what can you do?
Well, what can he do? There's a long run for it. Let's see what is he up to. Team RNX on the grounds of Malaysia. There's a player. There's an entire team pushing in. Team AS Esports against them. Matrix will be spotted, taken down, and it's going to be Upper trying to take the duel, saving his teammate, and there's no room of opportunity. Sure, there's a revival machine, vending machine just around the corner, and RNX win this duel entirely clearly, but sure, revives were made on time, so there's no team elimination. I really like the way the teams are fighting these days. As soon as they realize that they are about to get eliminated, they pick up the fight near to the vending machine to get the advantage of revivals.
That's true, but at the end of the day, it's again them trying to go for the loot simulation and then somehow possibly get those weapons that they desire a lot and take the fight against RNX. This time it's not going to be that easy of a fight. They need to go ahead and showcase what they're made of. On the other end, Ultra Instinct, these folks out there are so darn good with fights that I cannot even say anything. It is US right in front of them, and US couple of players who are already surviving. They're crouching, staying hidden, thinking that there might be this one ability coming in from Koda that if you stand, you might get noticed, and that's the reason he's just sitting there. Most probably proning will be a much better opportunity, and stay hidden is just the ideology right now.
On the other side of the map though, Team Hind over here picking up fights near to the dog will be able to immediately knock an opponent. Will he be able to confirm it? Surely he does. This is going to be none other than one team SE. Let's see what are they going to bring in this time. And there's only one player. I believe he was the player who was supposed to save other teammates on elimination, but he got eliminated. But Ultra Instinct using the flame gun, trying to push in the compound, which is already having a very good hold. They'll climb through every barrier that has been created, and there's a team elimination. It's going to be entire squad wipe for Legend Esports under 5 minutes of the lobby.
Oh, that was too quick. That was way too quick. I mean, they did not even get the chance to go for a proper footing. Nonetheless, no elimination points. 0 is what they secure. Positional advantage is not going to be there for them, and that's one of the things that they are not going to like the most.
Oligarchs, a team all the way from Kerala right now, and one of the compounds trying to pick up fight against Wesh Nation. They have got the good information about where the player is, what they are up to. Talking about Django in particular, he is on the tower. He's getting all the information, trying to relay it to other teammates who are on the lower side. Noah also on the rooftop has the information of the upper grounds. Let's see what is it going to end up to, because they both have the information about how many players are standing where, but they do not want to engage into any sort of fight. It's very early on the grounds of Snowfall.
Well, indeed. Deku Noob. Right around the vicinity. And Django, he's been spotted. He's currently chained. Somehow surviving by the skin of his teeth. There is a big player coming right behind him. Unstoppable. And he is going to be unstoppable with all of his shots coming in from the M590. And that's one of the big things. You hit once, you get the second shot for free. And unstoppable. What is it going to look like? Oligarchs right in front, and this fight needs to get over as soon as possible as multiple teams are swarming right across the vicinity. It's a lovely real estate. Not going to lie, I'm going to really call him a realtor and tell that I need at least one house right about here. It's beautiful. It has snow. It has lovely patches. Every single thing is on point. But the only one thing that they need to be worried about is Oligarchs. They're really good whenever it comes to the confident gameplay that they're providing, and there you go. Shot's been fired. There is yet another try coming in from Unstoppable that he wants to skedaddle away from this section, but Oligarchs, Django, look at him. He just comes back and instantly he's dropping bombs on all of these players. It's just a pistol, but the pistol was so dangerous that they had to vacate from the place.
And we talked about it that they do not want to pick up any fight. West nations are trying to take it as slow as possible, but there's one more player standing around the corner. It's going to be AS Esports. He was surviving until the vending machine or wherever he wanted to be. He does have an SMG around him, and Godfather, he is aware about his positioning. He's trying to push in, both low on HP. Also, they're fighting off the zone, and Gabbar will take down, and with that, Team AS Esports is also eliminated. 10 teams within the lobby and a long time to take the circle shift. Oligarchs and RNX. This is going to be one of the most interesting fights. Two strong teams are up against each other. UAV has already relayed all the required information about how to initiate any sort of battle that would end up in their favor.
Vota right in front. Achus. He's choosing his fights right. He did dash in his way through the entire fight, but Mowgli in the middle of all of that. Couple of knocks are coming through, but it's on the opposite side. Oligarchs, they're not looking good all of a sudden. And this is not the right scene for them. Django, I hope he's going to get unchained real soon. He just has a micro Uzi to his favor, and I don't think so he can go ahead and land all of his shots. Last man standing, not a good sight at all, and RNX right at their throat. But Oligarchs, in the middle of all of that, Shubham has just eased the pain on them. They have been eliminated. For now, you won't see this team in Alpine.
Alpine map is bringing in an early elimination squad as compared to several other maps. Now let's see who's next, because within every 2 to 3 minutes we are seeing a squad wipe. Just around the corner, there's going to be West Nation this time against Team PNX and the Phoenix. And see, there was nothing that he could have done. He was spotted. He was tanking zone damage, and then there are Team Phoenix is gatekeeping pretty clean. Sure, the player is revived for now. 4 elimination points already. Glue wall melters already invested to get the position at least to enter the compound, but there is no room or space to allow them to enter. By the way, for now, it's going to be Vota who is the damage king until now, and who is going to take up the next space. KC very wisely used, and they are healing up, prepping up. Freeze bombs again used by Votas. Sending it in. Deku spotted, taken down. Ayush also down on one more pain on their way. UI interfering this battle.
Oh my god, the HP way too low. RNX, are they prepared for this one? You know, we have seen him. He's called the Clutch Lord, literally for the likes of Ultra Instincts. And if this thing continues for a longer time, then RNX, they're going to be wiped clean. Vota has been taken down. He's down on his knees, calling in for help. Sohan on the other end, he's trying to keep the entire team intact, and he might as well get the opportunity to do that. Patlu, he was caught with his hands down, and he could not do much there in that situation. RNX back with the third person as well. Couple of players revived. And Tiger, what's he doing sitting up there thinking that he's the king of the hill? He needs to support his team. But for now, every single ability is going to be thrown right at him. Riptide, whether it be his cover, his glue wall, every single thing is going to be perished away. Tiger, last man standing, the grace, the support, the hope of Ultra Instinct. And he has taken Sohan down. That was a really nice move coming in from his end, and premature from the likes of RNX.
Well, using a launch pad to take down one player, and it did not end up exactly as he was wanting to. And again, the player still holding the hill. That he is, there's nobody denying him. At least the push also coming in from the side of RNX player Sohan. He was decimated by him. He's still holding him. He's having enough health kits to treat himself and pick up a fight. But on the course, there's one more team who just got eliminated. It's going to be Ultra Instincts.
Oh, one more ticket to redemption. Sohan back into the picture. Ninja. And this entire team, RNX, they're looking so confident, Tanya. And this is the kind of confidence that you need in a battle per se. Blaze, they are right there around the corner, and right in front of them, RNTX. We have seen them perform in the previous game itself, in the previous map. And if the way they're going to continue, Daksh is always going to be nullified. He's away from the wolf. He's away from the pack. And that's the mistake you should never make in front of this team, RNTX.
RNTX, a squad strong team. A trio is also surviving within a good compound within the circle. Team X15 can hold on to as long as possible. But what is happening here? If you have a look, it's going to be Urban Sky Esports trying to deliver a lot of damage to RNX, but it is going to turn other way around. Both of them fighting the zone damage, also fighting against each other. It might end up to lose-lose battle, but somehow either of the team is going to procure the elimination points, but RNX has a better plan. Just exit with the launch pad. We do not need to fight you. We do not want to be in the zone. We are doing pretty good. They are the dominant one as of now. They have got the maximum number of elimination points, but do they have the numbers? Nope. And here comes the end from Revenant XR.
Oh my god, RNX, that one move, thinking that they can enter towards the circle, that faded away real soon. RNTX, they are into a different battle altogether, calling in the support as well. The revival is coming through. Even though he has Thiva, he doesn't want to use it just about now. He's going to take it slow. Revival coming in. RNTX, couple of players, and they're just shooting in every single bullet. It's down the drain as the player is still alive. It's Ayush. What can he do for the team? It's a 1v2 that he needs to clutch out. And he has the right weapon for it. M590. Close range, lethal. Absolutely lethal. It can demolish any single person who's right in front of him. And that's the kind of play Ayush just wants to go ahead and play it very secure. And Lewis on the other end, he got the MVP tag for the previous one. And this time around, it's Ayush who's trying to spin the needle. He's that one single needle in the haystack who RNTX is trying to pick. But Ayush, he's so smart. He just does not want to give away the point so easily.
He is trying to get 1 point. He's flaming through the glue walls. If they are nearby, they will tank a lot of damage, and then just one connection of shotgun should be able to give him elimination point. RNTX denying this fight, just moving ahead, and they have to move ahead.
Still outside the circle, KD God. What can he do, Ayush, from the other end? He's taking all of the shots in, has to go in for the heal as well. A lot of task on his shoulder, but he gets taken down, KD God. KD God, watch your back, else you're going to be taken down yet again. I can see Team Hind in the nearby vicinity and Jaguar. He's just out there trying to lunge and leap in towards the circle. Ayush, he has somehow made his way through. Just imagine that one person who was trying to, defend his life for so long, defend the team's grace as well to get the position point, has finally emerged out like a phoenix from the ashes.
And there was no way he was going to survive that. I mean, it was
No
a
way.
1v2 situation. He did have glue walls to protect himself. Two players tried to enter it, rush through it, use any and everything. Glue wall mentors, breaking the glue walls, but still, he survives. And two players from RNTX get eliminated. And now we are sure. Now we have got handy 4 teams right on the screen. Team Silver Eagles, Team RNX, Team Urban Sky Esports, and Team Hind. Team Hind having only one player. I believe they are not going to show their position angle until the end to have the position points until top 2. Maybe Team RNX versus Team Phoenix versus Team Silver Eagles up against each other, 4 versus 4.
Oh my god. Seems like a very dicey situation. So far, PNX feels like they're going to be the one who's a perfect tikkie for the entire sandwich. Godfather, Jat, Shubham, and Gabbar. These 4 just fighting it out. There are like so many melters being placed right at their feet, at their doorstep, in order to go ahead and get the entire team to flush out. And that's what is going to happen. Jaguar, he thought that he can be the smart lad out there. Finally crouched right behind the tree, but unfortunately, he was wide open. Could not find the perfect cover there. Now looking at the way US is trying to move in, I'm hoping that Urban Sky can somehow manage to get at least a container or 2. They have called in a weapon. They have called in a vehicle as well. But how far can it go for them?
Right now, Team Phoenix Esports are going to have a bad struggle positioning because they are going to be the patty between the breads, between the buns, both way. Even if they try to just peek a pixel out, if not one team, other team might put them to a full stop. So they are taking as long as possible. They're waiting somebody to actually close in and have that sort of a fight. They do not need to move out. Circle is in their favor. They are in the dead center of the circle, and throwables being introduced. Now this might bring in some change.
Yes, Silver Eagles, they're not at all a good neighbor. PNX, on the other end, somehow they're managing to stay in that one boot camp. And it's not enough. It cannot facilitate 4 people. And Even if it can, then it cannot facilitate the entirety of the teams. And Godfather, he's been punished for his sins, instantly revived thanks to Thiva. And that's the kind of support that the team is providing. Now the circle has shifted. All the eyes on this one team, which is Urban Sky, because the other two are going to be competing in order to enter towards the circle. And this is the one thing that they were waiting for since a really long time. God bless that they have received such a nice circle. And from there on, Skylar ability is coming right upon them. Shubham, he's been taken down. Gabbar and Godfather, these are the two players remaining for PNX. But SC, they have something better. Silver Eagles, they've picked apart PNX players one by one. Godfather, last man standing. But how is he alive?
He managed to somehow move in. And he's still surviving. Talking about Team Urban Sky Esports versus Team Silver Eagles, 4 versus 4. Silver Eagles are doing a very good job using all the glue wall melters, freeze bombs, and all the throwables introduced. Glue walls will be able to provide a little bit of cover, but Mayank will be spotted, taken down. He's down on the knees. It's a 1v2 situation. Urban Sky Esports are only got one player to play, and they're 2 against him. Let's see if they're going to push in. Talking about it now, it's all equalized. 1 versus 1 versus 1.
That's right, but it's a 1v2 situation. Ishan, what can he do for the team? Urban Sky, they have to call in an urban legend. He somehow needs to clutch it out, but it's Godfather who's going to stay till the very end. PNX, the last hope, is still surviving. And here's the thing. Silver Eagles, they thought the job is done, but it's not. Last man standing, what can Godfather do? He can clutch it out for the team. He has showcased the individual brilliance as well. Looking at the way he has a Trojan, but no, he could not face a wrath of couple of players just rounding him apart and just tearing him piece by piece.
Silver Eagles brought in something that I was least expecting. In midst of 2 players, he made sure to revive his teammate, and that is what brought the change. Congratulations to Team Silver Eagles to winning this booyah on their name, on the leaderboard, and on the map of Alpine. Sure, the number of teams were very less as compared to other maps, but still surviving in such a small circle with 3 teams just around the corner took a lot of courage. And talking about Silver Eagles, they were able to take down Team Phoenix early on, and it was only 1 player. Then gradually they had to take care of, and they made it possible. That one particular revive Azora brought the best required changes.
Most of the time, it has been the case. It has been that difference that every single time you need a man count in order to win battles. And you can rely on each other. That's the kind of confidence team provide. And that's what happened in the overall fight. So kudos to the team, the way they just stuck together. And even though the situations were looking way too apart, like I get it that Godfather is right behind. He can take down that one player willy-nilly anything given time. But somehow he managed to give in that revival. And that was very important for the entire game to convert as a booyah. So overall, a really good game coming in. And Silver Eagles, previously they could not do much. Ultra Instinct were going ham at them, but I can see the kind of potential that this team also has to go ahead and showcase and get those elimination points alongside keep a better situation for getting the position advantage as well. So 12 points received from there, and thereon it's all of their hard work, their eliminations that they can forge till the end. So kudos to them. I hope that they can keep the momentum till the very end, because this is a really nice move and this was a very confident start for them, is what I can say.
Yeah, it was a good start for them, and I believe in the previous map as well, they secured total of 24 points. So if they are able to get these sort of 20 plus points every map, they should be spotted or maybe at least qualify towards the league stages. But we should be again checking through how they went through 1v2 situation. Sure, numbers advantage was there, and Lexo going in with the sniper shot, and Silver Eagles were taken down. And I have to wait for that exact revival point where I was not expecting. I also called it out loud. It's a 1v1v1 because there was no business that he could have revived it, but he did, and Booyah was bagged very clearly.
Oh, 13 eliminations. One more than the placement point. Overall, it's a really nice contribution coming in. 25 total points. Silver Eagles, every single player smiling out there, and they will be happy that they have somehow managed to change the entire course of action. RNX on the other end, good amount of eliminations coming in from their end, 14 total. And so the amount of wrath that they are already having in the entirety of the map, or per se in this lobby, Group B, it's really good. And impeccable nonetheless. RNX, if they keep up the similar kind of pace, they'll always beat the others by just one criteria, that is the elimination points that they have secured. Ultra Instinct as well on the other end, 12 total eliminations coming from their end, 3 placement points. Phoenix Esports, they have not been able to go ahead and get the right amount of damage being dealt upon the opponent. So that's one of the places where they need to understand. Oligarchs, previous game was good, but this time they could not do much. And Wesh Nation, I thought that they were up to something good, but turns out to be completely opposite.
Yeah, and talking about all 12 teams, out of which 3 are already very well renowned and only 1 is spotted, which is our team RNX. And for now, we are going to talk about the MVP for the game of Alpine. 6 eliminations, 3,530 damage with 1 assist. Talking about his ability, Moko. Well, the positioning was way more important. Also, Skyler being there and sniper in his hand. He did the perfect cover fire, long range battle working in his favor. And it's going to be Lexo taking away the MVP title on the map of Alpine.
You know, Rafael has been like the standard starter pack for every single player who wants to go ahead and keep sniping out the opponents. And this is like the mix of providing the support and being the, I would say, sniper at the bare minimum. So that's the kind of support that he has been providing, and it is so far really, really good. Overall, you can look at the way even Mayank was providing the support, and Lexo, he was also being so on point. We could talk about Somi as well, Jod. All 4 of them, they were just sticking by together. And that's the kind of number 1 rule in Free Fire Max. To go ahead and get the booyah, you have to stick together. And that's how you can accomplish such a tough fleet.
And they have managed to pull all the triggers to retain their position, to gain their position, and to qualify towards the next phase. And talking about all active abilities, A124 for sure, denying all the active skills of the other side. So he is a close range player. With that, he only managed to get 1 elimination. But adding up to it, he has 5 assists. On the other side, we have player Lexo, the MVP for the map, who has 6 eliminations and 3,500 and above sort of damage. But we have to talk about Somi. 3 eliminations, 3 assists, 3 knockdowns, and coming towards Jord 18, he has got 5 assists, 5 knockdowns. Sure, he couldn't convert those, but 3 elimination points on his name. We should also be looking about the game summary, Ozora.
Right, game summary is screaming one thing very clear, that is, it's not a sniper-friendly map. It's very close quarter, it's very close range, and alongside the amount of glue walls that have been deployed is 181. And total damage, we have seen some really nice heart-pounding action, but this time around it's just 48,834. So overall, the teams have, managed to go ahead and get those knocks, which is around 94. But elimination part is one of the places where multiple teams were falling short. I was expecting and hoping in the starting of few minutes itself to see a lot of carnage, a lot of chaos, which we did see, but the team eliminations came in very slow. It was like paying for an EMI with installments.
Well, talking about the team elimination, I believe under 10 minutes we had 3 teams already getting eliminated. So for the final circle, all they had to do was make sure that all 4 players remain intact, and that is exactly what Silver Eagles did, Team Phoenix did. But then at the end of the day, when circle starts to shrink in and you have to make sure that you are the first one to be saved, and they start pushing in, and there were a lot of utilities, throwables involved, and then obviously blazing guns. So at the end of the day, with 2 men remaining, it was not a 1v1, revival on point. And it's not such an easy decision. While you have 2 players on both the corner, you make sure to revive your teammate. It was a risky thing, but he made it possible.
Well, true. And with that said, Alpine is already done. Let's see what's up next because I'm very interested to see the upcoming one. We have seen teams going ahead and getting multiple, eliminations coming in this one. Alongside the revivals are also there. So Purgatory being one of the maps where I'm gonna love to see how teams are gonna plan on to heading towards which island because they're like 4 islands in this map, including Moat House. Okay, don't exclude that.
Well, I call it island within the island. I mean, mainland having a small, tiny bit of island, but there are teams who definitely go towards Moat House if you want to play it safe. Let's see if there's any team within this group B who is wanting to play safe. And talking about Purgatory, there's no hard compound by the end of the circle. All you got to do is bag as many glue walls as possible, maximum number of glue walls, because that is the only cover that is going to provide you to at least survive or at least move out of any sort of fight which you're not interested in or you're not forced in.
I just love the fights whenever it comes to the open grounds. Every single one of them just looking at each other. You have glue walls, and the other one is saying, "No, I don't have glue walls. Do you have any glue walls? Okay, it's all right. Let's just go ahead and call in a monster truck and provide the artificial cover." So that's one of the major ideologies that all of these teams go ahead and swing by. So I'm hoping that this time around they're going to be prepared for Purgatory. Purgatory being one of the most crucial maps where it's like a make or break situation. You either gain confidence to keep moving ahead, or you just cling on to one of the poles, just like the Garfield on my t-shirt.
Well, talking about Purgatory, it can be a long range match map where you can go for snipers. It can be a close range duel where you have to make sure that you use those
Yeah.
SMGs. And Nikita was being spotted there. Like it helps you reload
True.
it pretty quickly. So it was a very interesting fact. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this is TEZ presenting Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 on the map of Purgatory, and there are 3 different islands. The most particular circle for the final one, I would want to see water routes involved. Will the gods of circle fulfill my wish or no? But talking about flight trajectory, Azora, it looks very clean.
Oh, it's very clean. Dissecting from the west side to the east side. Ski Lodge being one of the perfect resorts for players to go ahead and have some fun. But we all know what happens in the map of Free Fire Max. There's no relaxation. There's always getting more and more elimination. So that's one of the things that all of the teams are going to be relying on. And Basilia being one of the places where I can see AS already landing forward. But again, if you are at the center of the circle, then might as well go ahead and hold down all the opponents who are going to come from all the 4 directions. That's about right. Moat House also could have been a really nice spot for players to go, but okay, it's ignored. Sahel? Sahel?
Whoa.
Sahil just ignored the fact that there's a player right in front of him, and he's like, you know what? Let me just head forward. I need the weapon first. You later. So priority was right, but at the wrong time.
Talking about the circle here, it's 2 islands. Southern Island has totally been denied by the circle, and Southern Island has got 2 teams, RNTX and X15. On the Western Island, we spot total of 4 teams having Silver Eagles. There's one more team, Ultra Instincts, and then comes Team Hind, and we also have Team Urban Sky. On the Moat House, the team who wants to make it as slow as possible, it's going to be Wesh Esports. Not looking forward to go ahead play. And one of my favorite drop points is going to be Ski Lodge. They are all safe, nobody's sharing the ground, and it's one of the slowest map by far. Not getting to see a lot of eliminations. Yeah, sure, 1 or 2, but the players have been revived.
Oh. And they're very quick to go ahead and deal with the opponents. They do not like sharing. That's the thing that they're going ahead and showcasing. Okay, Ashes. What a lovely way to take down Jaguar, but unfortunately, he's also stuck in the similar crossfire. Ishan has been brought back into the picture, but he doesn't have the tokens. He needs, at the minimum, 400 to at least call in 1 player. So, yeah, he's running for his life alongside his teammates as well.
He has to make sure he remains with his teammates, because we did see that one of the player trying to stay alive until the end to revive his teammates is the one who is cornered by 4 different players and getting eliminated. For now, AS Esports with 1 elimination points, Oligarchs just around the corner, and Team Hind with 4 elimination points. This Brasilia fights always brings in a lot of interest, because there's a rainbow color happening, but right now there's no rainbow. It's all red. AS Esports Ziggy is down on his knees. Will the team be supportive enough to go ahead and revive him right on time? Oligarchs wouldn't want to wait it. They want to confirm this elimination points, and Team AS Esports with 1 loss of player.
All relaxed, AS. They're not ready for what's coming next. Oligarchs right in front. Oh, the launch pad. That's a very wise and smart decision. As Mowgli's also taking all of the shots onto the opponents. AS, they're just running away for their life. Doesn't matter whether they have really good weaponry or not. They've even plunged themselves onto the zip line. Hence, it just showcases how hard they want to run away from this fight. Django on the other end. This man is very interesting. I want to see how well he can go ahead and play in this map as well. I mean, the previous one was not that good for him, but this one for sure can be a really nice opportunity for him to showcase what he's made of.
For now, Phoenix Esports, they have been on the top of the leaderboard for quite a while. Right now, also with 2 elimination points, they are running in the open. 2-2 will be the split they are having. Ultra Instinct just around the corner. Patlu with XM8 trying to get some pick against Team Hind Sid. Well, we will be going ahead, getting a player down. But before that, I would like to address there's a team elimination. Silver Eagle, the team that we talked about the most in the map of Alpine, is down and eliminated on 12th position. How upsetting any different map can bring in.
Oh, you know, Swaroop, one by one they're getting lined up. Hind, they were all prepared for this kind of a rotation coming in. Launchpad, sometimes it just seems to be a very odd decision being taken. Ultra Instinct, quick to lose couple of players, Patlu and Tiger being the last 2 players standing. And we have seen Tiger is not good at dealing with confrontation whenever it comes to such situation. Patlu solo HP, and he still manages to run away. Okay, I spoke too soon. And there's another knock coming in. Patlu being eliminated as well. Tiger running away for his dear life and for the teammates as well, as he's the last hope who can save the entire grace of the team. RNX, they're all set for yet another fight. Blade X15 right in front. And Vota, he is aware of the whereabouts.
With that information, is he going to push in? Is he going to stand here? Well, with no loot at all, Blackie will be spotted, and only a pistol in his hand. He will be put to sleep. For now, Team RNX heading towards the warehouse, where Ayush is having a woodpecker in his hand, and for close range, he does have a UMP to work out with, and it's going to be 1 for team elimination. Now that was pretty quick. Or RNX will continue to take this duel, and 1 player down from X15 and 4 elimination points for RNX.
RNX, what's up with them? In the previous tournament, they were looking pretty shy whenever it comes to the fights, and later on now I can look at them, they're like, you know what, we have prepared for this one, we want to go ahead and showcase what we're made of, and really good confrontations whenever it comes to those fights. They are initiating them and finishing them as soon as possible, hence not allowing the others to even understand onto what's going on or where it is happening.
Well, what is happening? What will happen? The first question comes in from the circle. Where is it going to take a shift? And RNX still in the blue zone. Circle took a drastic shift, isn't it? It went all the way towards northern side, and all the teams are denied.
And the ones who are going to rotate in from the southern side, it is a hard time for them, as they have to go through many teams in order to reach into the circle. Talk about RNX itself, RNTX right beside them. They're just gatekeeping. If they get gatekept hard, then I don't think so they will have a really good opportunity to even squeeze in more elimination in this particular map. And it's a purge, is what I can say. RNTX, they're on a hot streak. 8 eliminations. They're looking super strong. And all of those fights that they've taken, it's not against a weakling. It's all against some tier 1 teams as well. So overall, they have showcased that they are made of metal. They're made of every single thing that can avoid taking more damage. So let's just see how well can this entire team land in towards a circle, whether they're going to be scratched or not.
Whether they are going to get scratched or not, well, that question is going to last a little too while, because we do have 10 total of teams within the lobby. And talking about team X15, they are left with 2 players only. 10 minutes are almost going to strike in, and the circle is again going to shift in. But before that, we only have 10 teams to play. Oligarchs trying to bring this with whatever they have. They're one of the pro teams to qualify through Indian qualifier shows, but they've got a lot of experience. We do not get to see that sort of a play. If we talk about entirely group, I'm seeing more of other teams, newly added teams who are performing pretty well as compared to renowned names. Oligarchs versus Phoenix is going to be the fight. Warehouse between the long range compound throwables did deliver a little bit of damage, but then treatment gun is going to be used, and they're going to get full of HP.
Yep. We have a lot of doctors in one team, and that's helping them a lot in order to get back the HP. Hence, not using the medkits. That's a really good opportunity for them to go ahead and shine. Phoenix, so far, they haven't had the golden opportunity to shut down a tier 1 team. And now is the time for them to go ahead and showcase that these folks who are called the underdogs can go ahead and take down any team in front of them. Karma on the other end, well, he's called the highest damage player. He's playing his cards right. He's taking long range action, and he's like the perfect sniper that you need in a team.
And he is doing his best with the current supportive play that he's providing, with the long range effect where the rushers are going in, where the riflers are also rushing in, and he is trying to just deliver the damage enough. As soon as the touch in, the player gets eliminated. But for now, it's all the way through the warehouse window where all the damage has been delivered to Team Phoenix. Player will be revived. Sure, there's no chance of the player getting eliminated, but it is use of resources, health kit on one side, and it's going to be ammo on the other side. And this is play of patience. They're waiting for the right time about where and when to pick up fight in which direction. On the other side of the map, though, it's going to be RNTX KD God. Now this time they're cutting in. The got an entire elimination of the team. Ultra Instincts.
Our next, they're not at all stopping. They don't want to budge away from this fight. It's against 2 gods now. And I don't want to say it's David or Goliath, because I know for a fact that it just takes 1 rock in order to go ahead and shut down the Goliath. KD God on the other end, he was supposed to provide this entire scoping mechanism for the team and given the information, but unfortunately it's RNX who's trying to play it so low-key. RNX taking a backseat for now, allowing RNTX to move forward, and that's the mistake that they've already made. Sahil getting that nade splash damage onto Ninja. That's a really good knock coming in, and this is the entirety of the team trying to save what is lost. Sahil, he's been taken down, but for how long can this team go ahead and fight the situation out? RNX way too low on HP. There are some trades coming in left, back, and center, but the manpower advantage was for the likes of RNX, but unfortunately it's RNTX who have been taken out from the word go. Ninja was the only person who was taken down. The others, they did get knocked, but instant revival was the key to win this fight. RNX, they're prepared for getting the booyah in this particular map, is what I believe.
13 elimination points already, 3 men standing, and now again picking up another fight where Veronica will be spotted down on his knees. He is being given heal gun, but will he be able to survive that? No, Sohan will also be spotted and taken down. It's all down to Vota. He should be avoiding fight. He should be trying to go back and revive his teammate, but will he get the opportunity? X15 with a 4-man roster just pushing against him, and there's no way he can survive this.
Oh no. Last one standing, Vota. Player right in front of him. Dark shots fired, and Vota, unfortunately, he is all in ashes. Back to the lobby. Blaze, my oh my. They were like that one question which comes in as a curveball, and RNX, they were not at all prepared for this. Little did they know, they were just waiting for the entire fight to go out in flames. And once that happens, once RNX thinks that they can enter towards the circle and be all relaxed, that's when they just shined at the rare moment. So, Blaze, what a way to shut down your arch nemesis. And oligarchs, they're still inside the circle. Now is the time for them to go ahead and take yet another compound. It's completely clean. PNX right in front of them. And this is not looking good. And talking about not good, Hind is also in the similar kind of a pattern. One player knocked and eliminated. The others, what can they do? Wesh, this time around, they are planning for something different. They wanted to take the compound where I can see Phoenix already having all of those 4 players, and it is going to be an impossible task for them to go ahead and accomplish. Might as well find some artificial covers, but in the middle of all of that, Ayush and yet another player which is unstoppable, they have been taken down. Revival needs to be given right about now, else it's going to be a full-fledged push coming in. Ishan on the other end, he's also taking a big blunt force attack coming in. And Hind, they're also taking some bit of a action coming in, but how well can they convert this entire situation? Last man standing, Karma.
Karma holding himself 17th, and right now if we talk about the circle, everybody wants to play edge to edge. Nobody wants to be in the center of the circle because there's no compound. This is exactly what we both were talking about, that you need to have that sort of blue walls. 11 in the possession of Mowgli as of now. Oligarchs holding this warehouse, zone prediction right on time, and gatekeeping as well. AS Esports might turn into victims of oligarchs because they have managed to get those pixel shots connected through the warehouse. A lot of damage delivered, but not even a single knock. That wasn't supposed to happen. 4 players just moving around the corner and Team Him getting eliminated on the other side. But what about here? Not even a single knock.
Oh, that's right. But there was one knock. Instant revival was about to happen, but Matrix is still down. He needs help, and the team is providing them. All 4 of them AS. They're trying to move in one step at a time, else they're going to be blown into smithereens, and that's one thing that they do not want. The games have not been that good for the likes of AS, and they would somehow want to go ahead and call it a day with a really good point, but I don't think so they will have that opportunity. One side Vesh, the other side Oligarchs. On the front, there's Phoenix. Every single spot they move, they're going to be taken down. And there goes the entire team. AS, last man standing. What can they do? There was another player, another team in the middle of all of the action who has been eliminated.
Matrix holding himself up with the cover of the blue wall, healing himself to the fullest. Now it's going to be Rare Esports who went all the way to Moat House to be in the dead center with no hard compound, just some haystacks to give them hard cover. How throwables will be introduced, and they will have to make a move either on the back end or on the front side. But if we talk about the back end, there's going to be a zone shrinking, and Noah will be spotted, taken down, and Trogon will also be used. A lot of throwables. Deku, the last man standing for Whoa, Deku before going got some knocks with the grenade launcher.
Oligarchs. There were some grenade launchers, but Oligarchs, last man standing. This is not looking good for them. And Urban Sky, all of a sudden, they're prevailing victorious. Oligarchs, they've been completely wiped clean. Phoenix right in front, and they're looking very strong wherever it comes to the position advantage as well. Glue walls right in front, but there are players being confronted. Left back and center, Gabbar. He's trying his level best, but there's one player who's already long gone. Dekun being the last man standing, and he could not do much for his team. Phoenix! Of all the teams, Phoenix! They kept their cool, they kept their calm, and they're going to keep the Booyah as well in the corner.
Phoenix Esports, Jat, Godfather, Shubham, Gabbar ended with a Booyah in their name, with 3 players still standing tall, out and loud in mix of 3 teams, which was incredibly good and also looked a little impossible. They did impossible possible, and they have been consistent one in the Group B as well. In terms of elimination points, they are a little greedy. They want to make sure they have amount of elimination points as compared to placement points, but this is exactly working for them. So if it is working, then why need to make any change? This is the exact strategy coming in from the side of Phoenix Esports.
Well, I mean, I have no words for the way the last round has literally gone through. The circle was looking so jam-packed, so many players, and somehow they're finding that one cover behind the haystack. How Phoenix of all teams just going ahead and keeping that calmness in them. They thought that let's just go ahead, take the fight at the very end, not now, at the end. And how many ever eliminations that they could secure at that point of time, they did as well. That one window of opportunity that was converted so many times has been one of the really good parts that I can say about this team. So overall, a really nice game coming in from there. And moreover, Oligarchs, my oh my, what happened to them was completely, shell-shocked. I was baffled at the way 3 players just got instantly knocked in like 1.5 seconds, and the last man standing was just thinking that, okay, I just have to survive. Let me just survive. And the moment he thought about, let me survive, he's like, I don't know, can I survive? And that's what happened with him.
Well, we also would want to see about Phoenix Sports. How did they end up with having Booyah in their name? We will go through the final shot about exactly which sort of a play worked in their favor. In the center, they managed to eliminate Vesh Esports. After that, Oligarchs lost 2 players with that grenade launcher coming in from Vesh Nations. And then there was no scope of revival because he managed to make sure that he confirms those eliminations. Coming next to which, we ends Deku pushing in the open. There's no way around that he could have done anything. It was a 1v3 situation, and he was put to sleep. With that, it was a clean Booyah coming in from the side of Phoenix Esports.
Well, Deku, that noob needs to be scratched. This man did God's work. My oh my. He was the sole reason why Oligarchs were having so many problems in the final round where they wanted to enter towards the circle. But Phoenix Esports, talking about their Booyah, they have converted some really nice opportunities, 8 eliminations. They have fallen shy. They could have converted double digits, but yet again, they were not that Deku noob that they could go ahead and seize the moment and opportunity. So 20 total points to them. Wesh Nation, all thanks to one man, they have received total 18 points. RNX, they have also performed some really good plays. 13 eliminations coming from their end, and that's the part where they're very proud of. Their kill department is amazing, but whenever it comes to their placement points, it's all right.
Coming towards the map MVP on the grounds of Purgatory, it has to be Team Phoenix's Gubber with 4 elimination points and 1300 worth of damage with 2 assists. 90 being used, Evron being used, and it was a long-range weapon also being introduced. And talking about the active skills, it was much more than important. The dash being introduced here by Oscar to get that aggression as needed by the team.
Yeah, and that's how things can change, right? You having some iron will in order to keep your glue walls for a longer time, to keep moving in towards the circle, and that's what helped them a lot in order to secure the compounds right in front of Oligarchs, as Oligarchs were all over the floor. They were getting those knocks, they were getting a lot of punishments being dealt upon the opponents as well, and the moment they just removed their eyes from them, Phoenix were like, you know what? It's our opportunity to go ahead and keep punching in more and more shots and waiting till the end in order to get the Booyah.
Well, these are the Booyah stats. Jart using Steffi and Evron. Coming towards Gabbar, Nairi and Evron again. Talking about Godfather using Beeston and Alvaro. On the other side, we have to talk about Shubham as well, the healer of the team, the support player of the team, using Cassie to give those extra HPs just around the corner. 1 elimination point for Jart, 4 points for Gabbar, 1 for Godfather, and 2 for Shubham. We wouldn't call it a very humongous sort of a Booyah, but it was a very interesting play set that they brought into the circuit.
Passive, but at the same time rewarding enough to give you 12 points. And that's how you need to be. It shouldn't be like, okay, fine, we need to go ahead and get more and more elimination points and then later on think about securing towards the Booyah. No, if you get the opportunity, seize the day.
seize the day, and they have managed to seize the booyah. And if we talk about the entire game summary, there were a total of 70 eliminations, so there were a lot of revival eliminations as well. 91 knocks, sure they couldn't confirm, and 46,596 worth of damage. The longest elimination distance is 131 meters, and glue walls being used on the grounds of Purgatory, well, that's massive. 170, and you have to rely upon the cover on the map of Purgatory. So yeah, they could be exceeding up to 200 as well as the time progresses.
All right. So at one point of time, we're going to look at the amount of glue walls a player is holding, and it's always going to be the max numbers. So overall, it has been a really good game, but let's just go ahead and focus on what happened in all of these maps. 4 games done and dusted. Let's look at the overall statistics and understand which team is leading and which team is at the brink of being eliminated. What? Oligarchs?
Whoa.
Pinch me. I need to be alive.
That's equally shocking for me, but they do have 2 more maps remaining. Let's hope they bring in something that is needed to upshift themselves, because the buffer is only 3 points for Vash Nation, and I'm afraid that we are comparing Oligarchs with any other team as of now, having a lot of experience, being the veterans. But let's talk about the top of the leaderboard as well. RNX Esports nailing it. 80 total points, out of which 54 elimination points. Now, if we compare, Revenant Esports is 3 points plus to total elimination points. You can see RNX Esports are crazily performing for elimination points, and that is working for them.
Already hitting the half century, which is super important whenever it comes to the department of fragging potential. RNX, they are lethal, Tanya, and I'm just hoping that they can go ahead and keep this kind of a performance throughout the day. I hope they do not exhaust themselves, because reaching and getting those elimination points are vital. But at the same time, imagine that 12 looking really good right beside their total amount of elimination. It will always complement. So I'm hoping that this team is going to go ahead and wake up and at least get a booyah at the end of the day, because they have been performing really good. Oligarchs on the other end, I want to see them perform as well. So this has been like a couple of games which we saw. Super interesting, super amazing. We're going to take a short little break. We're going to see you on the other side with 2 more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup, and I do believe we are coming to the final phase of this day where we're gonna have two different games, and by the end of this, it's gonna be a crazy comeback for one team, and the set of 9 teams will be heading forward into the next round.
Yeah, and for all the teams who are now still towards the bottom 3, they will really have to haul ass. They will have to get up and move everything around their strategy and get out of that bottom 3. I mean, in the last game alone, we saw quite a lot of drastic point shifts. There was a point when Phoenix Esports was struggling. That last game was alone enough to propel them out of the danger zone. But one of the bigger teams, Oligarchs, a very popular name, we expected a lot of big things for them. They are still in the danger zone. They are still in the bottom 3. So let's see if they can get out or not as we hop into the 5th game of this group. Let's jump in.
Yeah, the 5th game, an interesting affair altogether because it's going to be the map of Kalahari, a map which is known to most of these players pretty much compared to the other ones. And I do believe the long-range battles, the snipers, all these snipers in every single team will look forward to get a big name, a big number in their name. And speaking about the flight path, starting all the way from Santa Catrina, ending towards the Foundation region, this flight path, I think, is going to force people to get into a bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, and I can already see skirmishes brewing up towards the Foundation region. You have RNX, the current table toppers, in battle already. Meanwhile, Vash Nation and Oligarchs are also duking it out. Both these teams in a little bit of danger. Vash Nation just used the last game to climb out of the bottom 3, but they might just be plunged down over there in the darkness again. Deku Noob gets up, unstoppable. Last second revive comes through, but Oligarchs, they are dropping down from the windows to surprise them. Django and Sledger now trapped in a 2v2 situation. One, a big squad wipe right off the bat.
Now, this is what I call, things are going to turn interesting, because after this, when you look at the overall standing, there are chances that we'll see Oligarchs going a little bit above of VN. Once you understand that the threat lies right in front of you, there's 2 ways to handle it. 1, try to run away and allow the threat to decimate. 2, all you have to do is just get to the faces of it and remove it out of its place from the root. And that's what Oligarchs have done. And now they've got a really good fighting chance to place themselves into the top 9.
Yeah, an early 4 finish, good start. Plus, you basically guaranteed that you will survive at least up until the top 7 or 8 because you're not in immediate danger. That is definitely going to be a big boost to the Oligarchs. But back in Foundation, we expected a fight to begin over here, and it will start anytime soon. The table toppers, RNX, are up against Legend. Legend is yet another team which is in quite a lot of danger. But there is also a possibility of the third party, Blaze X15, jumping in. So these teams need to be extremely careful, and if they pick up a fight, they need to finish it very, very quickly. Otherwise, the third party will be imminent.
I don't know why Legends are doing this, but if they turn out not getting the amount of eliminations they're looking at, then it could be a big problem. They've taken down 2 players of RNX, and it seems like the pressure is actually mounting on the opponents and not that of Legends. They do understand that there's some player close by, and once they get information on that, I'm sure they're going to pounce upon him and pick up as many eliminations as possible, because for them, the most important thing right now is to make sure that Oligarchs are not there. And guess what? Oligarchs have been eliminated, and that opens the window for 2 other teams to make it into the top 9.
Oh my goodness, Ayush, lovely shot onto Tenzo, but unfortunately that's all she wrote for him. Tenzo has his teammates next to him, so Legend Esports can get their fallen player back up, but RNX lose 1 player for good. Now they have reduced down to a 3-man roster. Elsewhere, Ultra Instinct, the team that just managed to get a big team wipe, is now in another fight, and this time they are up against Revenant X Spark. Lewis nicely finishes off Patlu, but Swaroop and Tiger are in a completely different spot. Tiger immediately rushes to the vending machine, gets one of his teammates back online, and that's going to turn it into a 3v3 yet again. But wait a second, Revenant X Spark just also managed to get the res again, so now we are back up at a 3v4. Ultra Instinct, on the other hand, they enjoy a moment of peace, but Revenant X Spark, with all 4 alive and the healing drone also deployed, will be in pristine condition, ready to fight again. Unfortunately, their opponents seem to have skedaddled out of here.
I mean, I'm just loving the storyline being changed every single time I see a new team get taken down. Crips, I know you're going to agree for this, as AS and LE have now got a golden opportunity. They just need to put around 20 to 25 points on the table, and from there on, the story can change. X15, one of the other teams we need to keep our eyes on, just because they've got the right kind of firepower for a lobby like this. In the initial moments of this day, when they started off game 1, game 2, they looked like they were unstoppable. But all of a sudden, it seems like the opponents know what exactly their strategy is, and the counter strategy seems to be working perfectly against them.
Yeah, but sometimes they don't even need to be countered. Blaze X15 do get a little ahead of themselves on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
And they've bitten off a lot more than they can chew in the past. I hope this time they understand exactly how much heat they can handle and don't jump into the fourth party, fifth party situation. That just becomes a big dirt fight. And you really don't want to be in a dirt fight like that. You want your fights to be clean. You want them to be precise.
Now, throughout the day, we did see that the usage of certain characters in a passive have become a new normal in the Indian lobby, right? And one amongst them have to be the SMG expert, which have been witnessing Nikita. Even though if players do have or do not have that SMG, they tend to keep it for the close range battles. But before we speak further about it, PNX Godfather gets taken down, and as a result, PNX have also retaliated to get 3 eliminations in their name.
Yeah, this is a very good point you brought up. Now that we have some time to discuss this, Nikita, yes, sure, she can boost up your SMG abilities, but as of now, the most
just the reload, to be frank.
Yeah, and even then, but like, even if you get the faster reloads and whatnot, the deadliest weapon up close still seems to be the M590 shotgun.
Yeah,
but even though there are characters that can boost up your shotgun movement speed and your shotgun abilities, people don't seem to equip those characters. That shotgun alone, just the weapon itself, seems to be enough.
Now let's see. I mean, an added advantage in a close range battle of you reloading and making sure you do not allow the opponents. I mean, it's that fraction of second, or probably fraction of seconds, which is needed for you, where your opponent is busy going in for a reload and you're already prepared to take his head down, just like what happened right now. Ayush, what a way to turn around and make sure he puts down Legend himself, and with that acquire another elimination point. X15, it seems like they've chosen violence in this game.
Sometimes violence is the solution. It's the only solution, and even Phoenix Esports seem to believe in that. Urban Sky now rushing down Gabbar. He's found himself all alone over here. The villain taken down. He doesn't even need JNV to avenge him.
I do believe sometimes you need to stick to your team, right? When you know that it's almost the end of the day, you only take risks and you try to experiment on your strategies when you know that your spot has been sealed perfectly. And I still believe that from the 7th to the 9th position, the slots are still open. Any team from below that can also make a proper comeback. All they need is some composure. All they need is a single booyah.
Yeah, but composure seems to be lacking over here for many teams who are below the top 6. And they don't even need to be worried, right? Only the top 9 will qualify. But even then, if you're in the top 6, even though you're not in danger right now, things could change at any moment. And Kalahari has been one of those maps which, even for Group A, kind of changed the entire narrative. For now, though, Refinery seems to be completely vacant. The areas surrounding Refinery, though, are being heavily contested. You have Silver Eagles perched up on the tower. I was very tempted to say that they're perched up in the nest, but hey, just having the high ground doesn't make it a nest. Anyway, jokes aside, they will try to go towards the maze.
Absolutely. Now, you know, when I saw these players on top of the tower, it reminded me of the OGs Total Gaming, who always tend to hold that high grounds, all thanks to that beautiful, you know, sniper skills they had before. And the change in meta is just going to make them think otherwise. But as of now, we're seeing Daksh is crosshair set perfectly at the head of the opponents. He's got the Moko. He's also got the Silencer. He's got Marrow as well. So there's no way that he could miss any shot. Once that blue wall dissipates, you can expect the opponent to be taken down. But Godfather was clever enough to find himself a hard compound so that Daksh has no view against him.
It is kind of ironic that most of the members of Phoenix Esports seem to name themselves after iconic movie villains like Gabbar and Godfather, all these characters which have mostly been portrayed in a negative role by traditional media.
Yeah.
They seem to be the heroes today. And given the storyline of Phoenix Esports, they are indeed one of the heroes of this lobby. Like, we hyped them up quite a lot before the games began.
Yeah.
But they just got out of the danger territory. They just got out of the bottom 3. Can they stay in the safe area? Because Godfather has his work cut out for him. He's gonna take just tiny amounts of damage from the zone so far, and all he has to do is find the right moment to strike. And right now, the one team saving them from Blaze X15 is the members of the Eagles. I'm sorry, not the Eagles, the Legends Esports. That team might just come in and save Blaze X15. But the one player from Eagle who came in here, he was instantly dispatched, and now Daksh has an angle on Godfather.
All he needs is for that crosshair to go red. There it is. First shot gets connected. And Godfather is going to be pushed a little bit towards the right and giving his teammate an opportunity to strike from the other side. Godfather needs to be careful as the push comes in. Inevitably, Blaze, they're done with the patience game. And now they want to rush in and make sure they pick up this elimination. And Godfather, after making the opponents pay so much time, unnecessary time burnt over here, he's just going to suffice. He's going to be putting himself out of the misery, as now X15 will look forward to get into the circle.
Yeah, luckily for X15, the zone isn't that far away, just a hop, skip, and a jump away. So they will get there, no problems. But now the onus is on Phoenix Esports to get their 2 fallen members online. Wait a second.
Yep.
This is the Silver Eagles. They sense something. They smell blood in the water. They know that Legends are weak. Champ survives right underneath them. The Legend himself is in a compound slightly far away. But look at John. He wants to drop down. He heard the footsteps and he finds Champ hiding in a corner. He's trapped over here. No way out. No way through. Your only hope is to fight your way out. And there's no way you can win a fight against a triple peak like that. Just one guy left in their team. Can the Legend himself keep the torch alive for his team?
I mean, the flag bearer himself, he'll have to live up to his name, be the legend of this game, at least for the map of Kalahari, where he'll have to survive to make sure he comes into the top 3. Pick up a frag or 2 in between, but it seems like the opponents are thinking of singing the songs of death. But somewhere, SC, being a blessing in disguise for this player, brought down 2 players, Lex. He's going to be very happy, but ultimately what's more important is that who's going to be getting those confirmations. But all of it lands into the pockets of SE themselves, and they're going to be so happy. Silver Eagles, this is a sigh of relief, not only for them, but also to another player close by.
Yeah, but Silver Eagles want a lot more. They're not just focusing on Ultra Instinct, they also know that Blaze X15 is present nearby. Now imagine being Ultra Instinct. They are trapped in such a horrible position. They are pinned down on every side. I guess Legend can make use of this. He could have tried to get away, but I think Somi now knows where Legend is. So now they're going to gatekeep both the Legends and Ultra Instinct. 2 teams in a lot of danger. And there's only one perpetrator to all of this. There's only one team that's scheming their demise. It's Silver Eagle. I think Blaze X15 might just be able to escape. They have the ability to go around the other side and climb into those ruins.
I hope they do so. But again, X15, their agenda is clear. Pick up those eliminations. 4 to 5 points is more than enough for them to maintain the spot they have right now. But Crips, I have to bring your attention to another change I've seen between the 2 groups. The usage of FGL gun. In the previous group, we did not see those fires blazing behind our compounds, not only to get the confirmation, but also otherwise. But before I continue further, US, they've brought in a different kind of a mindset over here. Throwables are going to be tossed in, and the glue wall melters are not given an opportunity for the teammates to come in closer to revive Blackie. And with that, Ishan is just going to trace another player. Ayush gets taken down, and US are just raining havoc against the opponents, and they're going to be rewarded with 7 eliminations so far.
Yeah, and they enjoy such a good position. Urban Sky just playing spoil sport towards Foundation, denying the entry to so many teams. They're gatekeeping the teammates of Ultra Instinct as well. Even X15 will fall, and X15 were also stuck in a horrible position. I really thought that they could get out from the peripheries of the circle, but Urban Sky will just simply not allow them to do so. But now Urban Sky are in a bit of danger themselves. From the top of the hill, they are getting peppered from AS. Meanwhile, right next to them, there's Revenant X Park. These are two teams that you don't want to mess with. At least AS Esports have this position where they can enjoy the high ground and just get a good view of the circle, take good shots at everyone. But even if AS get a couple of knocks, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to confirm those knocks into finishes. There's a very high chance that the teams who are actually close to each other end up walking away with all of those points. And right now, there's a massive battle brewing. Urban Sky versus Revenant X Park. Both these teams need to abandon Foundation and get inside the circle. And they're going to race each other to the edge.
Now, racing is one thing, and the second thing is to evade from the crosshairs of AS, and that's what's going to happen over here. US, they went in for a different approach altogether, and what they're going to receive is just destruction coming in from two different teams, and I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to survive from here on. Whereas RNTX, the silent assassins of the lobby, are trying to hold on to their nerves. They do understand that from here on, if they come out in the open, all they can do is kneel down to the opponents having the high ground and peppering down against them as Ziggy continues this assault. Ronak is just going to give him the right kind of backup. AS, nobody can snatch away the booyah from them. All they have to do is make sure they welcome the opponents with open arms to crush them into pieces.
Open arms, open fire. AS, this could be their chance at redemption. They use the grappling guns to dive onto the heads of their opponents. Revenant X Park struggling to get into the zone, but they have wiped out Silver Eagle. And now Revenant X Park and Team Hind are on their last legs. One player each. It's Lewis versus the world. It's Abhay versus everybody else who's actually quite close to them. 3v1v1. This could be anyone game. Of course, AS have a much higher chance of winning. But if Lewis somehow manages to distract AS in a way where Abhay can find a couple of knocks, this could be a game changer. Revenant X Park already, obviously, at a pretty good standing in the top. They don't really need to worry about much. And Lewis has been knocked down. He has a self-res, but I really don't think he can get out of that situation alive. Uses the Tatsuya dash behind the Jeep. Yeah, they're going to blow that up as well. Almost nothing that he can do here. Meanwhile, Abhay goes undetected. He's as silent as a ninja.
This is the best part. Be one with the nature. Be one with the nature. And there it is. They're going to be getting that booyah in their hands. But the survivors, the final two survivors, all they could do is take away 1 or 2 points more than that of this team AS, who acquired a phenomenal booyah staying on the top. But AS, you need to be proud of how they've strategized this, stuck to the high grounds, made sure that they do not peek out from that position.
Yeah, and even if they peeked out, they did not really reveal themselves too much. They never left the high ground unless the zone actually pushed them all the way down. And that is lovely positioning. Like, they did not have early control of the refinery area or any place next to it. But the moment Revenant X Park left that center of the map to go towards Foundation, that is when AS Esports decided, yes, let's take control of the southwestern compound of the refinery area, the southwestern platform. They got onto that high ground and they just did not let go. Like, they clutched it with both hands and held it with an iron grip.
Now, this is where the overall standing is yet again going to reveal some shockers for us. Those teams which we expected to perform well, you know, for some reason were the first set of teams to get eliminated. And it was in a format where the teams will remain to hold on to the same position as they're holding right now, except for that of LE. So I'm waiting to see whether LE will be able to climb up the ladder, bring themselves another opportunity so that they can make it into the top 9. Whereas there are several other teams who did rely a bit on those eliminations.
Yeah, but whether you rely on eliminations or you play for the long game or you play for the placement points, it's honestly up to you. But the important narrative over here is that all the teams that were in danger at some point are starting to make their way out. Phoenix Esports were in danger before the start of Game 3. Now they're pretty safe. Even before they died, even though they died quite early on in this game, they had a decent number of finishes, so they can keep themselves afloat in the safe area. AS Esports, well out of danger, right, with this booyah. So there's no way that they are going to be risking elimination. But unfortunately, some other teams would have been pushed downstairs. before we take a look at who's in danger, let's take a look at the final moments of this game. And there's one really cool thing that Lewis did before he finally bit the dust. He knows he's alone. He knows Abhay is alone. There's no way Lewis is going to clutch a 1v3. So instead, he just decides to get the frag on Abhay instead, knowing that that 2 bullet will finish the job. And those 2 bullets were enough to get him 1 extra point. I mean,
the
Reverend
presence
X-Pac
of mind
hard
in the
trailing
game.
behind. Yeah, presence of mind, right? He knows that why is this guy standing up there all alone? Why is he not shooting at me? He figured out that he's the solo. He's the only guy from the third team. So he just slays him instead. And Revenant X-Pac, with that extra 1 elimination, they get to 13 elims instead of 12. 9 placement points for finishing second. And by slaying that, they also get themselves extra placement points. So really well done from Lewis. He made the best out of a bad situation.
Absolutely. And at the same time, I would love to see what the bottom teams are looking at. AS at this point of time, completely out of danger. They'll be climbing up the ladder a lot. Then we have the side of LE at the very bottom. They've got around 7 points. A bit of a breathing chance for them as well. OLGs, even this is one of those teams who was very much placed on the 10th position. Even they've got 5 points right now, making it another, a small fighting chance for them yet again. But before which, we'll be looking at the MVP. The man of the hour, it's going to be Matrix03, who got 5 eliminations in not such a big outing, I would say, because his team concentrated more on survival.
Yeah, 5 finishes for Matrix. While AS Esports was focusing more on survival, there is one pattern that I'm starting to notice. Almost every time a person becomes the MVP, they are either using the Maro, Moko, Raphael combination. They're a sniper.
Yeah.
They just one active skill in the form of maybe like a Awakened Alvaro or something, but they will still have the sniper set out. So the snipers almost always end up becoming the MVPs for their particular teams.
Absolutely. Now look at this upper, having Ford as one of his primary characters, or the active character, shows that his job was very simple. Tank the damage outside of the blue, try to restrict players from getting inside the circle, or rather, if given a chance, get out of the position or bad position they were in to go in and revive his teammates. Whereas on the other side, Matrix, as we already saw, has got 5 eliminations. A very, very good outing for him in comparison to the rest of his teams, because all they did was have some damage and add on to the assists. But at the end of the day, it all doesn't matter, as the complete teamwork has rewarded them with a booyah.
Great performances from every player in this team, especially Matrix, because he's got almost double the amount of damage than his teammates. But the longest elimination distance this time has increased. We have a new top. I think 142 is the highest so far in the entire day.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Crew Walls destroyed less than 100. We almost reached 200 in one of the maps before this. So yeah, the Kalahari map is way, way different from all the other maps that we've seen so far. Even the disparity between the total eliminations and total knocks is not that high. It's less than 25 now. So yeah, I guess a lot more knocks were also being converted into finishes.
Yep.
A lot cleaner gameplay from almost every team so far. But this was just the penultimate game of the day. We have one more game remaining, ladies and gentlemen. We will be taking a look at which that map is. And of course, it's none other than the newest addition to the map pool. It is Solara.
Oh, Solara. It's going to be writing fate for 3 teams. A very bad fate indeed, because they're going to be stepping out of this tournament, whereas the 9 others who tend to shine amongst the lot will obviously have an opportunity to move on into the league stages, or rather into week 2 of this online stage. But I would want to bring your attention to what could take place next, because AS was the only team which was in the very bottom. Now they have attained a very good booyah for themselves. So if they have got out of the equation, there should be someone else filling their shoes, right? There should be some other team who have come to the bottom, are on the verge of losing their position into the top 9.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting thing to look at, because the teams who were in danger have somehow clawed their way, if not to the top, at least to the middle order of the table. But somebody else must have been pushed down below them. It is a dangerous competitive lobby. So yeah, you can't really stay in a position where you are in danger for so long. I do believe that even at the top of the table, there must have been some changes, because for Team RNX, this was a terrible game. They got only 1 point out of this entire match.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Revenant X-Pac, who were at the second spot, they got a big game. They must have jumped up. I don't know if they've done enough to jump over RNX and get that top spot, but they've definitely bridged the gap.
I mean, both these teams, they have nothing to lose, right? They know that they've already qualified into the next round. All they're going to do is try to experiment around. But what I am concerned right now is OLGs, because they did step into the drop location. They took a fight against LE and they suppressed them in being at the bottom of the table. And now it's time for redemption for LE in this map. If they know the drop location of OGs, then I believe that they're going to step into their position. Either they're going to ruin their game and their chances of making it to the next round, or probably give away their eliminations and make it a little bit of a stronger approach for the side of OLGs.
I mean, for Oligarchs, this was a rather funny game. They won their initial skirmish, and then we were like, oh, great. Oligarchs survived their initial skirmish. They can definitely get into the top 7 or 8 now. They will get some placement points to themselves.
True.
Maybe even a couple of finishes by the time the game ends. But they are the immediate next team to die. Like, they survived their initial skirmish only to get eliminated 1 position later. So it wasn't that big of a game for them after all. They only managed to get like some 5 points out of that.
Absolutely. Now, these are the moments where teams under pressure, they'll have to rise to be diamonds, because diamonds are made under pressure, and let's see which among these are actual, diamonds. But again, Cribs, I have one more question for you. Do you see any kind of a pattern change when it comes to the gameplay between Group A and Group B? Because I've seen that Group A was more on the aggressive front, especially the teams on the top were looking forward for more fights in comparison to Group B. Would you agree on this, or what is it?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Like towards the end of the Group A matches, especially in matches 5 and 6, in games 5 and 6, the top 3 teams, they just went on a spree. They were on a search and destroy mission, especially Non-Stop Pros towards the end. Like they got like some 30-something finishes, right? That is ridiculous. Who on earth does that? That's like wiping half the lobby. And then you leave one player alive so that they can recall their teammates, and then you wipe them off as well, all over again. So they were on a farming mission. They were just farming all those elimination points. I don't see that happening here, unfortunately. I mean, yes, there are some teams who are more aggressive than the others, but they're not treating this like a casual game. They're not treating themselves like a bunch of pub stompers who are here to pawn some kids on a good Saturday night. Nope, they're taking it still quite seriously.
I mean, that is how you do it. That's how you need to learn it as well. Try to experiment and see whether your plan B and plan C are as good enough as plan A, so it becomes easier for you in moments to come. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into the last map of the day. It's time for you to share it among your friends, because you're going to be getting the best 9 teams from this group, as well as this final map is going to be so much more important for the bottom teams, not only to make a comeback of their lives, but also to make sure that they have a sigh of relief by the end of this map.
And here we go. We are soaring over the skies of Salada. Revenant X-Pac heading towards Windmill. And they are going to contest Legends. This could be dangerous. Legends desperately need those points, and they can't afford to contest a drop clash against Revenant X-Pac of all teams. Meanwhile, their rivals, RNX, are quite close by on Delta I. Silver Eagles and X15 might just get into a skirmish, and Revenant X-Pac, as we expected, have the first finish already. Legends lose their member right off the bat. Within the first minute of the game, they are a man down and they are nowhere close to a vending machine. I don't even know if they have decent enough weapons to contest this.
I mean, I feel this is what you have to do, right? When you know you have nothing to lose, why don't I take the kings on the top? If I land the slap, I'm going to be known, and that's the mindset which Ellie has got right now. But Revenant X-Pac are like, you're just facing the beasts of the lobby. If you guys are coming to our drop location, you're just some walking eliminations which we can rake up. 3 is what they've got so far, and they've left LE handicapped with the last player, who's successfully revived 1 player as of now, and I'm hoping to see some more coming his way.
Even Silver Eagles are in a bit of a skirmish. I would like to see what they are up to. They've used the binoculars. They've cut their losses for now. They only lost Jord in the process. But surely danger is lurking around the corner more. Oh no, they found Tenzo. Tenzo's trying to run away. KD God. He's pushing him to the other direction, straight into Wolvin's crosshairs. He lands in the open, and he's downed. Yeah, I don't think Ellie's gonna have a better game this time around. Oh, wait a second, there's return fire. Sahil falls. The legend himself gets that knock. But they can just bring him back. Sure, they donate a point to Legend, but now they know where Legend is, and now all of Revenant X Park will just converge upon them. Legend just managed to call one of his teammates back online. I don't think he had enough cash to go for the super revive, so his teammate probably has just a G18, and it's going to be a 2v4. Revenant X Park are out for blood.
Oh, Revenant X Park. We were speaking about a team trying to bully around the lobby, and none of these teams have dared to do it in this group, and it seems like we have found the bullies themselves. And they look forward to have the maximum amount of eliminations possible so that they can push their firepower to its complete limits. Whereas on the other side, this is what I was speaking about. There comes another set of fights. This time it's going to be VN. And looking at the position of these two teams, I still believe that both these teams can go in to extend this fight for the longest time possible.
Gupper's heard footsteps, but this is the hub and there's way too many hiding spots over here. He knows that Deku might be around, but he still hasn't spotted him visually. Deku is using TPP to his advantage. He sees them walk right past him. Is he going to take the chance? Is he going to fight them? Yes, he does. Instantly downs Godfather, but look at that glue wall rescue. You're not getting any finishes. You're not scoring any points on my teammates, say Phoenix Esports. And Vash Nation, while they were towards the bottom, all these efforts, Deku's sneakiness, his timing, none of that will help him at all.
Now, this
what
is
a
where
way
I
to
feel...
save your teammates.
Absolutely. And at the same time, this is where I feel that, he's just going to grab the attention of these teams to keep them busy trying to find him in this big area. Whereas the complete squad, the rest of his squad are going to play for possession points. Let me remind you that this team is in the very bottom and they have to still find themselves ample amount of points to make it into the top 9. So this is going to be the story of VN as of now. Whereas Phoenix on the other side, since they've got decent amount of points, now they'll try to do something different. They'll try to take up fights. They'll try to make sure they pick up some eliminations from the get-go so it becomes easier for them. But rather, I believe right now they're going to be walking into the crosshairs of OLG.
Ooh, Oligarchs. Yet another team that's desperate for money. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that as of right now, Revenant X Park is out. What on earth just happened? How did they get completely destroyed? They had all 4 players alive, and in a matter of seconds, they just get destroyed? Wow.
I mean,
wish we could have seen that fight.
Exactly. RNX, I believe, was singing the songs of death for them because they've got the 4 eliminations on them.
Oh,
Apart from that, I don't see anybody else. Probably Hind was also being a part of this. But whereas on the other side, Hind, they're trying to break the dreams of another team altogether in the name of AS, as OLGs are also busy, picking up as many eliminations as possible. All these teams need to understand one thing. They need to survive for the longest time possible. OLGs making that small mistake. They could have evaded from this fight, but now they're going to be stuck with another team on their tails. And this time, this divided attention can backfire for sure.
Yes, but keep in mind that Oligarchs have a lot more to lose. Ultra Instinct is sitting at 68 points. They've got themselves the 4th position. Even if they get eliminated now, there is no way they will be in danger.
Ooh.
But Oligarchs need to bite only that they can chew. Tenzo goes down from Legend. Keep in mind that Team Legends are at the absolute bottom. They've got 15 points. They're at the 12th spot. And the team above them, Vash Nation, is at 32, who's tied with Oligarchs. So Vash Nation and Oligarchs are both tied at 32 points each, and they need to get to 37. 37 points belong to AS Esports, who are sitting at the 9th spot. That is the cutoff for now. 37 points. So both Oligarchs and Vash Nation need minimum 5 points each, assuming AS don't get any more.
No, they need to be careful because AS right now is left out with just one player, who is the flag bearer, who's moving around, finding tokens and vending machines and also the revival points so that he can, give in a new hope for his team. Whereas on the other side, US, he needs to be careful. He was not checking out his backs. Ishan is going to be punished ruthlessly, and the confirmation is also going to follow up. Whereas OLGs on the other side, I think they're having a ball of a time. They're not at all worried about the qualification. They're like, you know what? We do our hard work. We pick up eliminations, and that eventually is going to open doors into the top 9.
I mean, that's a good enough strat. But will they be able to survive this brutal, hard shift? Look at that. The circle goes way towards the north. Not a single team in the zone now. And Ultra Instinct and Oligarchs, these two teams being towards the southern end of the map, they have a long way ahead of them. This treacherous journey can be even more difficult considering that Team Hind is right next to them. And even Team Ultra Instinct is getting shot at by someone on their east. Who is that mystery team? We don't know yet, but we will find out. Oligarchs use the jump pads, get away. Only for the time being. Seems like they've still got their number. Tiger finds Sledger, and there's no way they can rescue Sledger now. I mean, there is a glue wall behind him, but there's no way they can come back and rescue him. Tiger finishes him off.
No, this is where when you have... Oh my goodness, what a beautiful headshot being connected over there by Tiger. Now this Tiger is right now roaring. He's on the prowl. He knows that his team has got nothing to lose. Whereas OLGs, they are the team who needs to tuck their tail and run into the circle. Whereas on the other side, Ultra Instinct, they find the players of US. I mean, they find their own teammate at one point of time. And they know that they have to rush in together to take down the opponents.
Yeah, that was rather unexpected. I mean, Ultra Instinct was not anywhere close to them. But that's what's special about Solara. You can use the slide tracks and come into third party very, very quickly. And they hear teams at the edge of the zone and they're like, yeah, whose game can we ruin today? Let's ruin someone's day. So Ultra Instinct swoop in. They find a member of the Urban Sky team. Of course, Urban Sky has the money. They can afford to bring their players back, but they're just donating more frags to Ultra Instincts who don't even need them. The team that desperately needs those frags are Oligarchs. Surprisingly, they are out of danger. Even though they lost 2 of their members in the middle of their rotation, they've called them back. So Oligarchs, now with 3 points to their name and somewhat out of danger, have a chance of making it through. Especially since the team that is ahead of them, AS, only has 2 points so far. But as I speak, one more team will fall. LE is out, and that's gonna mark the end of their journey. They end at the 12th position in Group B.
Now that means 2 teams are going to be breathing a sigh of relief. One is going to be VN and another one is going to be Oligarchs. I know that AS as well are on the verge of being eliminated, but slowly and steadily that last ray of hope who came in this game is now able to revive 2 of his teammates. So we'll have to wait and watch what's going to happen next. But as of now, PNX versus RNX, the 2 X Factor teams are on a very, very close proximity to one another. Whereas on the other side, Vash Nation, they're also having a bit of a kerfuffle with that of UI, if I'm not wrong. And I believe that they need to be careful because that's a third-party scenario which is just across the board.
I think this third party can snowball into a fourth party if they don't end this fight quickly enough. Vash Nation have the most to lose over here. They've already secured 1 finish. 32 points turns into 33. They still need a lot more. Ultra Instinct in their crosshairs. Nova hesitates to take the shot. He knows he's kind of outside the zone, so I think he would much rather prioritize the rotation more than the frags. And they're also running somewhat low on resources. They don't even know where is a safe spot that they can just burrow themselves in. Because take a look at how many teams are just sharing this compound. You've got RNX, you've got Phoenix Esports also. You've got AS just across the river. And the zone is going to eventually close in and bring these teams closer and closer together. I have a strong feeling that Ronak is going to get surprised right now. Ronak is surrounded by the members of Ultra Instinct. How long before they find him? Oh no, they break out into that fight. Patlu's taken a bunch of damage. And you can already see that Patlu finds Ronak. And that's another player down. That is not a good thing for them. Meanwhile, on the I believe this is the eastern end of the circle. You've got Silver Eagle, who found themselves in a match against Team Hind. And at the same time, you got Blaze, who were trying to get in there, but they just walked away. They don't want any part of this action. So this third party was just averted. But in a 4v4 battle, Jaguar is the first one to fall down. They've thrown the freeze bombs inside. So Somi is trying to get to the other room. He uses the dash and rejoins Jord. They both double peek Abhay. How on earth is Abhay still alive? He at least takes one down before he falls. And that's just enough to let Karma get him back up on his feet. AS, they are out. They were so safe. Wait, how many points did they have? AS get only 2 finishes in this game. They had 37 before. And they finished 11, so no placement points.
Yeah.
So they landed 39 points. The door is wide open for Bash Nation. The door is wide open for Oligarchs. All they need to do is overtake AS and they will make it to the next round.
Now, let me tell you one more thing. Since there is only spot for one, and we have 2 teams fighting it out over here, Oligarchs as well as Vice Nation. Now, 2 spots is still undertaken. One is going to be that of Phoenix, and and the other one is going to be of AS. So let's see what's going to happen, because Oligarchs was successfully able to revive their teammates, and it seems like again they're on the verge of extinction. As Sledger, the last man just hiding behind that tree, needs to be careful, because Karma, once he has his eyes set on an opponent, he doesn't let him breathe that easily. Sledger, yet again being the flag bearer, is just praying the gods that the opponent gets finished off first. Because right now, Oligarchs, I've got 4 eliminations, and I believe that's more than enough for them as of now. But the grenade launcher does the deed.
And RNX, they enjoy the vantage point. They know that the zone is going to be quite in the open and securing position points is going to be difficult. So they're just going to go berserk and try to shoot down as many players as possible. Just thin the herd around them, cut the entire lobby in half, bring on the purge so that it becomes much easier to breathe. They are creating some space for themselves. And on top of this house, they enjoy sightlines onto Phoenix Esports, Oligarchs, Hind. Everybody is at their mercy right now. And right underneath RNX, you've got Ultra Instinct and Phoenix Esports just trying to find an angle to start fighting. There's only
now,
2 doors that they can use.
This is where Chris, Oligarchs get eliminated, and that brings an open doors for one team and one team alone. That's going to be the side of VN. Now we'll have to wait and watch whether they'll be able to, put up some points on the table. So far, they've always been silent. They're playing for the possession points, and it seems like they'll have to add on 2-3 more elimination points with that. Whereas Phoenix, on that close range battle, somehow trying to survive over here, and suddenly RNX are going to be pouncing in to make sure that they take a chunk of this pie as well. And I don't think so it's going to be easy or a cakewalk for them. There it is. UI gets eliminated, and right behind them goes away another team, Phoenix. So that is RNX versus X15. These 2 teams need to battle it out, and VN, they need to hold on to their nerves. But has he survived, or has he got eliminated?
No, they found him. VN go down in the 3rd spot. They will get a minimum of 8 placement points. They were about to get eliminated in the 2nd last position, but at least they managed to make it into the top 3, and that should be a sigh of relief. But now, the battle for the top spot once again rages on in full fury. RNX, furious that they had a bad game in match number 5, now look to get the booyah and prove once and for all that they are the kings of Group B. Blackie making a risky maneuver, trying to get closer towards that monster truck so that there's more of a hard cover for him. Not too many glue walls available now, especially since half the ground is green and is covered in corrosive glue wall melter material. Using the repeaters as well to keep himself in the fight. Ronit pumps that shotgun, connects one shot. Ninja from afar is still trying his level best to cover his teammates, but they are falling like flies. 1v4. Ninja stands as the lone survivor of RNX, but not for long. Blaze X15 get the booyah.
An amazing booyah. I mean, again and again, we have been seeing this. The team which is on the top, the team which survives and revives their teammate back to back and as quickly as possible is the team to attain the booyah. So let's wait and watch how things will turn out for the rest of the teams, especially the teams on the bottom, which amongst them will be making through. Because in case there's a tie, that is where things are going to make a very, very disappointing turn for the team which missed it by just 1 point.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this entire last game just had me on the edge of my seats. I'm feeling so nervous for teams like Vash Nation, for teams like Oligarchs, because they were on the verge of getting through. And Blaze X15, even though they won the Booyah, please ignore the AS esports graphics for Booyah. It's obviously not AS who won the Booyah. I mean, if they did, then they would have certainly been in the safer spot. But AS were one of the first teams to get eliminated, and they were in danger. And that opened up the doors to teams like Oligarchs and Vash Nation. So, have they done enough? I guess we will have to wait till the overall standings come through, and then we'll find out who the top 9 teams are. My God, this suspense is it's just weighing so much upon me. I actually cannot contain my
I
excitement.
mean, this is where we have to speak about one point, right? If you're at the bottom of the table, now you need to perform well in this game. Are you going to stick to your normal strategy or your natural game, or are you going to prioritize your circle, be a little more defensive, trying to make sure that you hold the center of the circle, and then you go in to pick up that booyah with n number of eliminations? What do you think would be the right approach?
I think you should stick to your natural game style if it is working for you. Although, if you try to change up your playstyle, if you feel desperate enough to go after those points in the last game, and you desperately need those elimination points, you are playing in a very risky way.
True.
I guess if you know that you don't have much of a chance, it is okay to go for a Hail Mary approach and just go guns blazing. But of course, it can backfire. And that's exactly what happened for AS Esports. They had a slightly decent game before this one. They thought, yeah, we have just enough to put us out of danger. We are in the top 9. Maybe we can stay here if we continue farming a couple more finishes, and then it backfires, opening the door wide open for all the other teams below you.
I mean, there's also an additional point which you need to think about. In case you're going berserk, I think 3 of your players are just going to make sure that they decimate the lobby and have that one player right next to a recall point and revive point. And that becomes so much more easier for you to try to take that risk. Whereas, I don't know how come the textbook basics were forgotten by most of these teams, due to which they had to end up in a very bad position. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the moment where everything went into the hands of X15. Especially Blackie. Look at how quickly he's going to revive his teammate, and there it is. The revival comes through, and immediately they're heading towards that solo man. But RNX Ninja, he had nothing to do. Even though the opponents were right in front of him, everyone behind the glue wall, and all he had to do was bow down his heads.
Yeah, but then again, RNX have done enough. I think with this game alone, they have reclaimed the top spot for themselves. I mean, if the math is right, they might even be the only team from this group who have crossed 100 points. So they have nothing left to prove. But all the other teams who are vying for that top spot, they will still need to go above and beyond. Let's take a look at the game standings for this particular match. We know that there was a lot riding, especially for the bottom 3 teams. RNX Esports still get more points than anyone else, obviously, because they have a bunch of eliminations, 15 to their name. That's fine.
No.
Blaze X15 also 23 points. Ultra Instincts at 18. But take a look below that. Team Hind, sure, 17 points. But then after that, everybody else in single digits. There's such a big disparity between team number 4 and team number 5.
I mean, forget about that. Look at how close it's going to be for the side of Vice Nation. And then you have Oligarchs right behind them. AS have also got 3 points. But have they done enough to get into the top 9? Because all these teams did have a difference of 1 point right before we started this game. You were explaining about the 37, 32, 32 pointer being held by these teams respectively. Now we'll have to wait and watch which amongst them have actually done the deed. Which amongst them have actually got more points than the others to make it through. Because once you get to know which are the top 9 teams, trust me, there's going to be a lot of disappointments right from the 10th position.
Yeah, from the 10th position onwards, everybody's going to be heartbroken. I am fairly convinced that AS Esports will not make it through. But can Oligarchs and West Nation stand a chance? I mean, they are just 1 point away from each other. So that's going to be a very, very close call, a very narrow margin between the teams that qualify and the teams that don't. Before we take a look at who made it to the next round, let us celebrate this stellar performance from Daksh. Once again, the Skylar, Raphael, Maru, and Moko combination with the sniper comes out as the MVP. So basically, like, almost everybody who's been an MVP today on day 1 has been a sniper for their team. The meta still decides that the snipers will get the most amount of damage done for their team. They will do most of the heavy lifting, even though the rushers are the one who are taking the risks. 3939 damage, almost poetic with 6 eliminations. Great game by Daksh, getting Blaze X15 that much deserved booyah, which they've been vying since game 1.
Oh, I'm hoping to see the best among these trying to make through. But again, the Skyla having the same kind of passive characters, that shows that, a sniper has his thing set. Like most of these snipers have their mindset set. Whereas when we look at the kind of supports they've received, rarely have I seen somebody go with J-Beebs as their active character, especially in today's meta.
Yeah, exactly. Who plays with J-Beebs? That is very weird. But then again, that he's kind of like a nader character because he's also using A124. Great stuff for suppressing all your enemies and stopping them from using their abilities, along with the Moko and the Alvaro and the Beastin. So he wants to nade and he wants to trace enemies through the walls. He also wants to
give shield to his teammates.
Exactly, right? So Ayush is kind of playing like the all-rounder over here. He's trying to fill in the gaps of Daksh, Blaze and Blackie.
Yeah. Now we'll see. There's a lot more things for us to break down, and before which we are just waiting for the confirmations as to which 9 teams have made it through. And let me tell you this, before we head into that, we'll have to look at the game summary and see how chaotic this lobby actually was in comparison to the last game of Group A, because the game summary is going to tell us how many glue walls were actually deployed, how many knocks were there, and how many eliminations followed right behind it.
Okay, 90 total knocks, but only 71 eliminations. My god, the disparity between the number of knocks and the number of eliminations just keeps on going up. Yep. Right now, there were so many players who were just simply not finished off. A lot of missed opportunities for everyone in the lobby, but the total damage of the lobby stays almost the same. 46,000. It's been averaging this number all throughout the day. But 132 glue walls destroyed, significantly more than what we saw in Bermuda.
Absolutely. Solara, the 6th game has turned out to be the sun shining on 9 teams alone, whereas 3 of them is going to be put out. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Vice Nation at the 9th position, getting qualified with just 1 point more than that of AS Esports and Oligarchs.
No.
I don't know how come it came so close. I was speaking about this. If you do not perform to your best, I believe you might end up losing this with just 1 point. AS Esports and Oligarchs, both of them are going to be gnashing their teeth. They're going to be, pressing the knuckles hard and regretting that they couldn't go a bit more aggro or probably play for position points like that of Vice Nation.
Oligarchs would be mad about them not going aggro enough, and AS Esports will be mad about them not playing passively. Like, they were in the 9th spot, they were in the safe zones, but then they got eliminated very early on, and they opened the door to West Nation, who overtook them by just 1 single point. Oh my goodness. Both AS and Oligarchs at 40 each. They are gonna be fuming about this loss. But then again, let's also congratulate the other teams who have done really well. Right above West Nation is Phoenix Esports with a massive difference between the two at 57 points. And then above them, Urban Sky, NG Silver Eagle, Blaze X15, all of them in the 70s doing really well. RNX also do really a good job of reclaiming the top spot in the table. They do stand at the number 1 spot right now with they're the only team with more than 100 total points. Obviously, compared to Group A, this is way lesser because there were several other teams with much higher points over there.
You just read my mind, because in Group A, it was more about aggression. It's more about, not understanding the opponents, but rather relying on your objectives, that is trying to get more eliminations. As we step into the tournament, as we go deeper into this tournament, we'll be able to see that teams will start to understand the mindsets of the lobby and probably try to bring in new kind of a strategy altogether. The more less aggressive teams get into, the more chances of teams getting into a close call when it comes to the 9th, 10th and 11th position. So it might sound entertaining for us, but somewhere it could be a very nail-biting tense situation for the teams who are put under fire, especially in those final moments of the game.
Yeah, but in those pressure situations, in those intense scenarios, that's where the diamonds are forged. Like you said, Arka, diamonds are forged under immense pressure, and the more difficult situation these teams are put through, the better players they will become. Like, I'm pretty sure that by the end of this tournament, some of these teams will even become better teams. So let's see how the journey of these teams continues forward. We will have the matches for Group C and D as well tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure that you subscribe to this channel and tune in to the broadcast tomorrow at the same time and the same place, where teams of Group C and D will be taking each other on. It's gonna be a brawl. So that's it from our side today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you again. Good night and have a great night.
Girls, but ain't a gallus. Soul shit, but ain't a dealer. I hit with a gun, but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer? Get girls, but ain't a gallus. Soul shit, but ain't a dealer. I hit with a gun, but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer? Nah. Old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang, whole gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, Smoke up, that's in the blend. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't touch the boy that I'm in. Work for the up for events. Skin kept close, cause you plotting on them with the tits on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Gotta keep it real in the ends. Never leave crib with the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Being like them, never keep it real in my face or the car with sticks. Watch them feel from my wave, they cut. That's so deep, if they don't teach. Don't feel it was like I was driving on none.
Does anybody even listen to this kind of shit anymore? What do you mean? This isn't real music. Hip hop is dead. Nobody knows how to make real music anymore. Dead.
Flashback, what you got, man? Crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boys were on him and he cracked that. Man, I don't act like